May 20th, 2024. Welcome to the Joanne Idlett Jr. TEC and this evening's School Board Awards and presentations. We welcome you all. I ask out of respect at this time, please check that you have silenced all of your electronic devices. You don't want to be that person. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask the superintendent to go ahead and recognize those that are giving us awards and you are giving awards and presentations to. It is 5:30.
Madam Chair, we're the ones giving awards?
Yes.
So, okay. Just as a point of order, if you're on that back wall, if you could just make sure there's a pathway so people can get in and out. I know the folks over here are here for the presentations, but we could just be intentional of making sure we have a clear path to the exit so we're not in violation of any kind of code. Thank you very much. And with that, we do have a number of recognitions, and I'll ask our Public Information Officer, Ms. Maddox, to facilitate those for us.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here tonight. First, I would like to recognize Ms. Ann Bieber, the Director of Academic Success for Secondary Schools. She will be recognizing our State Science Fair winners.
Good evening. We are here to congratulate the team of students who represented Indian River County at the State Science and Engineering Fair of Florida. I also must thank the teachers, the specialists, and Dr. Nikki Mosblek and Miss Lisa Presti. This would not have happened if it weren't for that group of people. Receiving recognition for your science fair project is a remarkable achievement. Whether you've explored a new hypothesis, conducted groundbreaking research, or developed an innovative solution, your dedication and hard work have paid off. Reaching the state level not only acknowledges your talent, but also celebrates your commitment and hard work. We encourage you to keep exploring, experimenting, and pushing boundaries. Your curiosity and passion are invaluable assets to the scientific community. As your name is called, please come forward to receive your certificate, and please stay up front for a picture. Ariana Bolton. Emily Carlson. Alice Cheriton. Uma Crisafulli. Gianna Diella. Harper Hall. Mia Harrell. Christian Harris. Madeline Holbrook. Aniela Kelly. Ella Kilman. Addison Logeman. Sienna Mallon. Jacqueline Perrin. Joel Ramirez. Grayson Smith. Olivia Stovall. Brianna Swindle. Kimberly Ungdavy. Jaya Vernice. Luke Wagner. Bella Wengler. And we have one additional recognition, as the award was not announced until this school year. Ariana Bolton's project from last year was selected as one of the top 300 projects in the United States to receive the Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge. She received a prize package from the Department of Defense STEM program, and this year her project was a continuation of that project, and she won first place at the state fair.
Wow.
Congratulations to all of our winners, and parents, if you'd like to take a picture.
We'll all be working for you one day.
Take a picture. Okay, everyone take a couple steps to your left. Go in a little bit more. Perfect. Stop right there. All right. Now can we take a photo freeze for your parents, please? Okay, ready? 1, 2, and 3. Hold the pose.
Go for it, family.
Thank you and congratulations.
So we do have science testing tomorrow, so let's get these kids right home into bed.
For our next presentation, we have our Casual for a Cause presentation. For those of you who are not familiar with Casual for a Cause, it is some fundraising efforts that we have every month for a predetermined organization. Our students and staff members, in exchange for a donation, can dress down for the day at their schools. And last month, we raised money for Halo, and the total raised by the students and staff of School District of Indian River County was $1,617.21.
Yes.
And I would like to invite Allison King, the Director of Development for Halo, to the podium, please, to accept the check.
Ooh, let the dogs out. Okay.
Hi guys, I will keep it short and sweet because I know you guys have a lot to do tonight, but we want to say thank you so much for this. Halo was founded in 2006 to provide a safe haven for the abused and abandoned animals in this community. Over the past 18 years, we have saved over 21,000 lives, and we couldn't have done it without people like you in our community, so thank you.
Thank you. Saving some dog lives right now.
Ready, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have a recognition of our PLCP, that's our Professional Learning Certification Program completers. And I'd like to invite Dr. Kira Shafty, Director of Academic Compliance and Equity, to perform that presentation.
Good evening. The School District of Indian River County offers an alternative certification program called the Professional Learning Certification Program, or PLCP. The PLCP is a rigorous program for new teachers that have not graduated from a college of education. The program develops high-quality educators using job-embedded professional learning. This evening, we would like to recognize our district's PLC completers. This year's program completers successfully satisfied the following requirements: passing general knowledge tests, at least one subject area test, and the professional educators test, ESOL coursework, reading endorsement coursework, and learning about classroom best practices, managements, assessments, and learning theories. This amounts to about 800 hours of coursework, all while teaching in our classrooms each and every day. At this time, we do have one of our completers we would like to recognize this evening, Mr. Oscar Escobar. Charette Greenwich, come on.
All right.
Did she not know she was coming?
I'm gonna get my moment.
Congratulations. You came right at the right moment.
Congratulations, guys. A lot of work.
Take one step to your left, please. There you go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations. During the week of May 6th through 10th, our district celebrated Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week. During this special celebration, we visited schools to hear from parents and students and created a video highlighting the incredible educators and staff members who inspire, mentor, and guide our students every day.
To my favorite teacher. To our custodians. To my bus driver.
To my coach.
To our school secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being the best, and thank you for being super kind, and thank you. I love you. Thank you, Miss C and Mr. Vija, for helping me so much. Thank you, Miss Forrest, for helping all of us. I love you, Misty, because you are the best teacher, because you sing with me.
Thank you, Mr. Teacher, for telling me I can do the test. I will rock the test.
Thank you for office staff for always greeting me with a smile.
Thank you to the school nurse for helping us when we're sick and also just being there for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for teaching me very well. Thank you for teaching us math. It's my favorite subject. To our school secretary, thank you for being so positive every morning and starting my day off amazing.
Thank you for being my teacher, Miss O'Neill. We love you.
To my bus driver, thank you for getting me home safely. To our custodians, thank you. Thank you for keeping our campus clean.
Miss Dee, I'm thankful for you always being my friend.
Thank you, Miss Nassan. To Miss Erica, the cafeteria manager. Thank you so much for helping us practice our Willy Wonka lines and the choreo and just helping everyone with lunch, making everyone smile. And just thank you for making this school year a great school year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To all the security guards, thank you very much for keeping us safe and in order.
My favorite teacher, Miss Marnelli. Thank you so much for realistically preparing us for our next chapter in life, always putting your students first and accommodating our needs to help us best succeed.
To my coach, Coach Mall, thank you for the opportunity to wrestle and teaching us how to wrestle.
To my favorite teacher, Miss Sowell. Thank you for giving me motivation, making me feel appreciated, and being the best ELA teacher that I could have ever had in my years of being in middle school.
To my math teacher, Miss Rickard, I am very grateful for her and helping me pass my Algebra 2 EOC.
To my favorite teacher, Miss Held. I love having you as an open person to talk to, and you always find a way to make me smile.
To my ROTC instructors and my guidance counselor, thank you. It's been an amazing year and couldn't have gotten here without you guys.
To all of our teachers.
Thank you, we love you, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am most thankful for the entire IB department here at Sebastian River High School. Their guidance, their wisdom, and their support during the college application process was seamless.
Thank you to the coaches. Not only have you supported my kid on the field, but also in the classroom and in life.
To the teachers and staff of Indian River School District, thank you for all that you do for our children, from the parents and PTA members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To all the teachers and staff of the School District of Indian River County, thank you for your dedication, passion, and hard work. You have a lasting impact on the students and families of our district, and you truly make our school district a special place.
if you're one of our teachers or staff members, would you please continue standing? Let's give them another round of applause. And I can't forget to recognize a staff member in the back in the control room who put this entire video together for us. Chris Heiser is back there. Thank you, Chris. And next, we would like to recognize our retirees with 30 or more years of service in Indian River County. We have a couple of them here with us tonight. Miss Connie Clark, 35 years of service. Miss Connie, are you here tonight? Well, Miss Connie has 35 years of service, and she is currently the head custodian at Gifford Middle School. Congratulations, Miss Connie. And Miss Gilda Brown. Is Miss Gilda here? Yes. There she is. And Miss Gilda Brown has 35 years of service, and she is currently the secretary at Beachland Elementary School. Thank you, Miss Gilda Brown. You would like to stand up here? Now, we do have a few others. You can look at the screen and see their names. Unfortunately, they could not be here with us tonight, but let's get a great picture of Miss Brown and give her a big round of applause.
Her favorite color.
I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not saying anything.
Two students back to the high school. Everybody taught at Sebastian River High School.
And last but certainly not least, we have a special recognition of our scholarship recipient of the Florida Prepaid 2-Year Scholarship. And before I go on about her, I would like to ask Shyla Smith to please come to the podium. Here she comes. All right, Shyla. Got to brag on you a little bit. Shyla's mother is Barbara Williams. Mom, are you here tonight? Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Miss Barbara Williams. And her sister is April Williams. She is an admin assistant for the school district. She's right over here, proud sister, filming. Shyla is a graduate of Vero Beach High School with a 3.7 unweighted and 4.0 weighted GPA. Shyla will be graduating in the top 20% of her class, or has graduated in the top 20% of her class.
You did all that.
Her accomplishments are honor student, selected as National Honor Society 4-year HOSA, Vero Beach High School band, clarinet section leader, trio Upward Bound salutatorian, Gifford Youth Achievement Center Youth Employability Program. She's active in her church, Greeter Ministry, Gen Z Praise Team, Fine Arts, and her community. As a member of HOSA, Shyla passed her state board tests. She is now a certified CNA and patient care technician. She has been accepted to over 10 schools in and out of the state of Florida, including Bethune-Cookman University, Florida Memorial, Southern University, Jacksonville University, Jackson State University, Albany State University, Fayetteville State University, Grambling University, Texas Southern University, Benedict College. You can clap. Shyla will be attending college to become a registered nurse and continue her education to become a nurse practitioner. Shyla wrote an inspiring essay about overcoming and learning from failures. Her topic was on her experience in the high school band, using her failures as stepping stones, and her growth from her first ever audition to attain a place in the top band. And I would just like to say that Shyla is awaiting to make her decision because she has a couple of very important auditions for schools of music coming up. Go girl. All right, so congratulations, Shyla. Everyone give her a big round of applause. Congratulations, Shyla. Now, Shyla will be awarded this 2-year prepaid scholarship to use at any of the schools that she elects to go to, not just Florida schools.
Absolutely. Hold on, Shyla.
All right, ready? 1, 2, and 3. And congratulations again. Dr. Moore, that concludes presentations.
There you go.
All right, thank you. Just a point of, I just want to say how proud I was of that video. That was an amazing video, brought tears to my eyes. That's why we're here, kids. So thank you for that. All right, we're going to conclude the awards and presentations at this time. It is 5:52. We will start the next board meeting at 6 o'clock, but at 5:55 in 3 minutes, we will have an invocation. Thank you. It is May 20th, 2024. We are meeting in the Joe N. Idelette Jr. TEC. I would like to call this meeting to order. The time is 6 p.m. Out of respect to everyone, please silence all electronic devices. Also, if you have any material you wish to share with a board member, please give that to thank you, our Superintendent Executive Assistant, Mrs. Poisel. At this time, we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's going to be led by the Vero Beach High School's Air Force Junior ROTC, Detachment 043 under the direction of Major Retired Dean Rasdale and Senior Master Sergeant Retired Sean Root. Please stand. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. They always do such a great job. Thank you, students. All right, at this time, I'd like to ask for adoption of the orders of the day. Board members, are there any items you wish to move from consent to action or add to the discussion?
No, ma'am, but I have information on an action agenda I'd like to propose to you.
Information on an action agenda.
On the action agenda,
Okay.
item 10B, we have 3 policies that are up to discuss and then put before the public, instead of public hearing date. The 2 are very similar. The first one's dealing with citizenship and the moment of silence. The third one is on board member matters, a completely separate item, so I'd like to split the first 2 in a vote and the second one in a vote, so we can discuss each one of them.
Do you want to bifurcate all 3?
That would be fine with me.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. McDonald. Any discussion? Okay, thank you. Any other items, board members?
Yeah, I'd like to add the PERT exam as a discussion item.
PERT?
PERT, P-E-R-T. It's the Post-Secondary Education Readiness Test.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. McDonald, any discussion? No, okay. Any other items, board members? All right, thank you. So I'm going to call for a motion to accept the orders of the day as amended.
So move.
Okay, Dr. Jones? A second?
Second.
Mr. McDonald, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, I saw Dr. Posca, but I do not see him now. Okay, so 4-0 vote. Okay. At this time, I'd like to recognize the superintendent for the superintendent's report. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to put the report up real quick. That is not it. I don't know what that is. So as they load the presentation, May is an extremely busy month, but it's also probably one of the best months in a school year because it is the opportunity to attend all of the closeout events and celebrate all of the hard work that's being done. So when you look back on the month, we have been extremely busy. We kicked off right after the last board meeting with our school volunteer week, and that was the opportunity to celebrate all of our individuals, whether it is parents or outside organizations who help and support our schools. We have a number of slides and pictures to demonstrate this, but for time's sake, we cut it down to just one. April 23rd, we brought back, this was an event that we hadn't done for a number of years, but now that we're back in full swing, the demand was high to bring back the elementary Battle of the Books, and it was absolutely outstanding to see each of the elementary teams go through their research, defend their responses, and work as a team based on the readings that they had done. This is the student business presentation. This is the Vero Beach Senior High School had this for their diversified work career. We also had a fire drill right in the middle of it, which was interesting. But to see these young professionals come up and make their sales pitches and their based on their businesses was absolutely, once again, just a different way of demonstrating their knowledge. We are excited to announce, and I'm sure you saw this on our social, but Southridge Senior High School's Media Center was featured in our EdTech magazine, highlighting that innovation. And we're hoping we're going to get back in there when Vero Beach is going to be open next school year. This is Administrative Professionals Day, which was the opportunity to celebrate all the people behind the scenes who keep us where we're supposed to be, doing what we are doing. This is my superintendent's student advisory council from each of the schools. We had our closeout event, which was April 25th, and this was me with each of those individual leadership teams. The work they did, absolutely outstanding this year. They took a strong stance around improving the culture and climate in their schools, working with the principals around kindness and putting very specific initiatives in place, and working with the principals while at the same time always giving me the constant, real, live feedback from the perspective of a student, and this is each of our secondary schools. This is National Security Conference in Orlando. You can't see it here, but Mr. Teskey was caught on TV for this event, and it is just clear every time we have one of these conferences, they're always saying, go see Mr. Teskey, go see Indian River School District, because they can tell you exactly how to get the work done. This is Scholarship Night. This is the one at Vero Beach. This was the trike race for United Way. We did not win. We came in fourth place, but we had an absolutely great time figuring out who was going to represent us, and thank United Way for putting on that event. This is the Wabasso 100-year celebration, which was so neat. They actually put a time capsule in the ground, and we'll open it up in 100 years. So maybe Dr. Shafty will still be here at that time. I don't think I will. But just a great event. To hear some of the history of that school. They are a gem in our community. This is the realtors presentation, very strategic on what we're trying to do to connect with realtors, give them information, so when they're selling a house, they're selling our school district at the same time. So very unique information. We're giving them a flyer, has a QR code where you can go in, and not only can you schedule a tour of a house through the realtor, but you can schedule a tour of a school, so we can help them close the deal and have folks move to our beautiful county. This was just us at the district office. We try to have as much fun as possible, almost as hard as we work, but this is Lay Day, and we celebrated that all day long. And then we had Principal Appreciation Day, which was May 1st, and once again, we had the opportunity to pull our principals here and celebrate them at the district, but the events that took place at each of our schools was absolutely amazing. To see how they love their principals and support them was just absolutely amazing. And then this is the luncheon that we had for them. A lot of fun. School luncheon Hero Day, that was May 3rd. There's a picture of me in a shirt, but I didn't make the cut. But I did have one of those shirts on, and as we said in the video, just wanted to acknowledge and shout out to our cafeteria workers. This is our SDIRC Community Career Fair. Humongous event, opportunities for our students to go in. We had it at Gifford Youth Achievement Center, and it was just the opportunity to go in and see real live jobs that are out there for our students and make those connections, interview, get the skills needed to create a resume. Just an absolutely powerful day from our school district. This is one of the highlights of our school years, as I was saying, May 3rd. This is the Sebastian River Senior High School Dance Inclusion Show. So if you ever need to refuel your spirit, this is the opportunity to see some of our general ed students work with our ESE students. It is just absolutely amazing. This is the Kids Tag Art Reception and Awards. A number of our schools our students and our schools acknowledged. Just an absolute great community event. And then this is the Upward Bound Trio graduation. I had the opportunity to attend that. One of the students that we just recognized was part of Trio. Trio works with students as they move throughout high school, providing partnership, guidance for them, helps them in resume writing. So some of the accolades that we heard earlier today from Shyla comes from her partnership and interaction with Upward Bound. This is, as we've said before, May 7th is You've Been Souped. So we souped both student services and our ESE. That's what we do at the district office to acknowledge different offices and individuals who are just going above and beyond. We surprise them, decorate their office, and just celebrate them for all of their hard work. Another absolute powerful day was grad walks. Had the opportunity to hit a number of schools. I was at Citrus as well as Osceola, and to see those students return to their elementary schools and walk the halls in their cap and gowns and give high fives to our students. It was truly motivational, and the timing was perfect as we began assessments like the very next day. So it was super encouraging for our elementary students to say, that's going to be me one day. Great event. This is the leadership class presentation. This was an opportunity for me and partner with the Chamber of Commerce, and these are individuals, these are young leaders in our community. So I gave an hour presentation on the structure of the school district, our finances, how we operate, and what our goal and mission is. Just an opportunity to deepen the community's understanding around our work in the school system. This was the actual trike race war, which we lost. And this was just last Monday. This was the spring football game. We got not all of the game in because of rain. But we did get some of the game in, and it was great to be back out on the football field. This is our new initiative, which I mentioned last time. We do this now quarterly. Every individual who's hired in the school system has the opportunity to come here and meet with staff, ensure that we are making 100% connections and building relationships with our new employees. Retention has always been a strategy for us to not have openings, whether it be in any work unit, and it really has just helped coordinate and build relationships and make a great first impression as a school system. And then graduations are off. This was the first graduation that we had. This is Treasure Coast Technical College, one of our best graduations because you have moms and dads and grandmas graduating, folks who have made the decision to go back and get an additional industry certification to improve the qualities of their life. It's just very, very inspiring. You can see it was an absolute full crowd. This is the staff appreciation. Joe from First Priority is almost a member of our staff at this time. Just bends over backwards and has really took us under his wing to make sure that we at the district, you know, a lot of celebrating and praise goes to the school sites. So Joe will work with different churches and come in and make sure the folks behind the scene have the opportunity to be recognized and celebrated. You could just feel the love in the room and can't thank him enough. Then this is an away game, but Sebastian River had their spring game last week. And then this is our state baseball team. While we were getting ready to graduate some of their classmates, we had 3 or 4 of our seniors who were not at graduation because they were competing in the semifinals versus Stoneman Douglas. They lost 9-7, right. But what an opportunity. They weren't expected to go as far as they went. 1 game away from a state championship. Absolutely outstanding. So proud of them. Yeah, you can clap for them. This is our Wabasso graduation. It was the one of 2 on that day. Wabasso is always a special graduation. It just reminds you of the special place we all should have in our hearts for our teachers. Just what a family over there, and they take care of some of our most special students, and they truly are a family. So what a great way to start last Friday. And then as soon as that sun went down, it was much cooler. Vero Beach Senior High School graduation, where we had about 660 students walk across the stage and receive their diplomas. Outstanding. And then we did it about 14 hours later at 8 o'clock in the morning with Sebastian River. We had about 450 students cross the stage. It was just a reminder of why we do this work. Just done, both graduations done in absolute class. And now we're at another board meeting. So thank you very much. That is our presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, we're going to get ready for our citizen input. We have 41 speakers tonight, so relax, sit back. All right, I'm going to read the guidelines for speaking. Please listen carefully. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. I will be recognizing in the order in which requests were received. The time shall start when the speaker is at the podium, and the public information officer will be the official timekeeper. As you see, the time clock is visible to the left on the dais, and you will hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. Please wrap it up then. Each person may speak for up to 3 minutes at the beginning of a business meeting during citizen input as indicated at the order of business, and for up to 3 minutes to each action agenda item during the action agenda and each board member discussion item as indicated on the order of business. If a consent item is moved to an action item, then you can come up to the podium to speak at that time, or you can defer to speak during the presentation of that action item. People may only speak once about any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. Only the individual speaking or submitting the form can speak and address the board. Time may not be yielded to other speakers. During the meeting, please refrain from clapping or outbursts of any sort so that we can proceed with dignity and decorum by not infringing on any individual's First Amendment rights. I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chair, not to an individual board member or to the superintendent, please. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of all citizen input comments. As board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens, we ask that you also give board members the same respect. As per Florida Statute 1001.372, subsection 3, the presiding officer of any district school board may order the removal from a public meeting held by the district school board of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, provided such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly processes of the meeting will result in your removal. The first warning is to everyone at this time. No personal attacks, no inciting, no disrespect, please. I will be calling you up 2 at a time. The first person shall be called to the podium to speak, and the second person will be in line to speak right after. Speakers shall not engage in personal attacks or abusive language. The chair has the right to terminate any speaker's privilege to address the board if this rule is violated. If you have anything to give to board members or the superintendent, please do that through the superintendent's assistant, Mrs. Poisel, right here. It is clear that the board has taken action to comply with the law regarding instructional materials, including library books. If you are here to express your opinion regarding HB 1069 on materials in school libraries, we would ask that you first visit the staff in the lobby to initiate the challenge process. Finally, the school district supports First Amendment rights of speakers and rights outlined in HB 1069 regarding library materials. As such, some individuals may choose to exercise these rights, which may include reading material with language or content that is not appropriate for all audiences. Knowing this, please make a viewing decision appropriate for you and your family. All right, at this time, I'm going to call speaker number 1, and number 2 will be on deck. Speaker 1 is Sandy Kale, and speaker number 2 is Dr. Jacqueline Jacobs.
Gotten it in really quickly then. Good evening. This will be short because I tried hard to take out all my gotcha statements. I grew up in Vero Beach and graduated from Vero Beach High School, as did my children and grandchildren, and we all had wonderful experiences there. My father was chairman of the school board in the mid-1960s, and we have had the same seats in the football stadium for nearly 60 years, although I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to climb up to row Q. So I have been an observer and sometime participant in school board issues for many decades. There are always hot issues and differences of opinion, and even some disagreeable people. That is normal, but current times are way in excess of anything I have ever seen before. Disruptors seem hell-bent on trying to create havoc. At the same time, there are school board members who show integrity, fairness, professionalism, and the deep desire to work with others to improve our school system for the benefit of all the students and teachers in the county. I'm referring to a matter coming up later regarding the election of officers. Now, in my opinion, now is not the time to try to change school board leadership. I think it is in the rules, as well as being an historic practice, that leadership changes come after elections or in the fall. Let the rules and the process play out. Now is the time, however, for all the school board members to demonstrate civility, goodwill, and the ability to work together rather than making premature power plays. Thank you, Peggy Jones, Terry Barenberg, for keeping steady hands on the tiller and doing an excellent job of fulfilling the responsibilities that you were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kale. Dr. No clapping, thank you, though. Dr. Jacobs says next. May Asensio is on deck.
Ms. Barenborg, members of the school board, Dr. Moore, and fellow citizens of Indian River County, I am here today specifically to address what I believe is the misuse of the individual school board member's time to speak. Based on recent comments from at least one member of this board, you are concerned about modeling respect for veterans. I am a Vietnam-era veteran of the United States Navy. I therefore request that you show your respect to me by putting down your phones and looking at me as I speak to you. On September 12, 1965, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and to defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I have tried to honor that commitment all my life. In November of 1965, walking down the street in a city of this nation while in uniform, I was spit on by two passersby. At that time, I thought it was part of my oath to defend the right to free speech. I know better now. It was assault, pure and simple. You also took an oath to serve on this school board, which included being nonpartisan and apolitical in your responsibilities as board members. If you truly hold the military in esteem, then perhaps you will consider the following. In the military, we learn to solve problems at the lowest level closest to the event. If it could not be solved there, it went up the chain of command. As a board, you are the last level of appeal for an unresolved problem. If you are aware of something in a school environment, then your only recourse is to charge the superintendent with addressing it. It is not your role to put yourself in the place of the superintendent. More importantly, it is definitely not the role of the board members to condemn teachers, staff, or administrators. I'm sure that every teacher and every principal in this district would say to you, as I did as a principal, come spend a whole day, any day with me and do my job. Then let's sit down and talk about what it takes to do this work and how our school board can support us. It is easy to criticize and disrupt and wreak havoc to put your name and face in the public. In my opinion, as school board members, you should be models of good citizenship and serve on the board to improve the system, not make disparaging remarks, and most especially, not to make untrue remarks. Several of you have already made clear your views of public schools because you choose to homeschool your children, which is your right. You have exercised your parental rights. Now let other parents exercise theirs. Indian River County has a long history of quality public education, and it can only sustain that good work and improve when we work together as a community, join our community, and support our educators. Remember this, the children and young people of this community are watching what we do as the adults. Please make your choice to uphold your oath as members of the school board. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. No clapping, please. Thank you. May Asensio's next speaker, Melissa Kels-Burdick, is on deck.
I wanted to thank you for beginning a discussion on the topic of standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem during last month's board meeting. I want to encourage the board to find ways to address this and help our students achieve a level of patriotism that this country needs for it to survive. At last month's school board meeting, we honored veterans and children of veterans, and I can only imagine what it might feel like to have a parent in the service defending our country and have your fellow students not honor the flag of this country by standing during the pledge. It was encouraging, however, to hear some of the comments made by board members. Dr. Pasca, for example, mentioned that it was deeply disturbing and that it was a disrespect to our military and Constitution. I was happy to learn that we do have a policy on this issue. Students are expected to stand for the pledge unless the parents have requested in writing that their child opt out of having to abide by this policy. We just need to ensure that the policy is recognized by staff and students and it's being enforced. There was some back and forth whether our teachers are adhering to policy and standing for the pledge themselves. And if some of our teachers are not standing, then that's truly disheartening. In my opinion, it's unacceptable. Why would any student feel that they have to stand if their own teacher is not even following the rules? We all know how peer pressure works. Students that may otherwise stand will feel that they should remain seated. Seems to me that teachers in public schools that are being paid for with American taxpayer money should respect the American flag while at the job. One great point was brought up by Mr. McDonald. Education is key. Perhaps at the start of each year, more focus at all grade levels should be placed in explaining why standing for the pledge is important. Globally, other countries teach their students to love their country, respect it, fight for it. We should be doing the same. Because when patriotism dies, when love for our country and our flag dies, so does the country. My parents brought me to the United States when I was only 3 years old. They taught me to love and stand up for this country and the American flag. And in an era when college students are actively showing hatred for the USA and expressing more respect for the flags of other countries, it is ever more important to teach patriotism to the younger students. In conclusion, I'm here to just request and encourage you to please find ways to address and enforce this policy with our teachers and our students, and to educate the children on how important this small gesture of respect truly is to the future of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Ms. Burdick is our next speaker, and then we have Cheryl Halsey.
It's Kels Burdick.
Sorry, Melissa Kels Burdick. And Cheryl, is it Halsey? Halsey, thank you.
Asking yourself a question, that's how resistance begins. And then ask that very question to somebody else. So before I get to my question for you, I'll take a minute just to explain the proposed changes to Title IX regulations, the Biden administration through the DOE. Media will have the public believing otherwise, bearing in mind that the media is owned by Big Pharma, the largest financial benefactor of the LGBTQ+ ideology. Scheduled to go into effect this fall, the definition of sex discrimination includes various factors such as sex stereotype, orientation, and gender identity. Furthermore, it mandates changes in school policies related to access to bathrooms, due process and protections, and the use of preferred pronouns by teachers and students without the consent of the parent or guardian. And of course, it's all tied to federal funding if compliance is not met. Female athletics, First Amendment rights, and parental rights are once again in jeopardy. The original intent of Title IX was to protect females from discrimination in education and offer athletic opportunity equally to their male counterparts. This change is another attempt to promote far-left ideology in K through 12. And how do I come to this conclusion? Well, it's all part of the big lie. Gender ideology and believing children were sexual from birth and biology is a social construct dates to two men by the name of Alfred Kinsey and John Money, the man who invented the term gender roles. When you want to know how something's going forward, it's the old adage of follow the money. In this case, it's both figurative and literal. Money's theories are the root of the gender movement. Proposed changes to Title IX are rooted in his debunked, trailblazing sexual liberation theories that upon reading suggest more of a fraud, a pervert, and he's also known as the most unethical sexologist in history. Which leads me to the Dutch poet's suggestion regarding resistance. Do you believe the lies? Do you believe that biological sex is more of a social construct and not something that's biologically inherent? Do you believe that people should be compelled to say what they know not to be true? Do you think gender should be taught in K-12 classroom without parental consent or knowledge? Do you believe students and teachers should be compelled to use preferred pronouns? For the record, safe and effective was a lie. 6 feet was a lie. Masking was a lie. Gain of function was a lie. Big Pharma is dictating policy to our politicians, and they're profiting off of our children's health. Our mental health of the children has gone down dramatically, and this is what we've kept us in here since 2020. That's not a lie. Voters have a right to know if you support another big lie. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kelsberdick. Cheryl Hulse is next. Peter Bissonette is on deck. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Hulse, and I have been a teacher in Indian River County for the past 23 years. I taught at Vero Beach High School for 17 and have spent the last 6 at Sebastian River High School. I love my school, my students, and my country. Every day at Sebastian River High School, the pledge is said and we all stand. This has been the same daily routine that has been followed in the 3 schools that I've worked at in my 24 years of education. I have never had my patriotism questioned by a school official until recently. These accusations are upsetting. When school board members openly attack schools, they undermine the integrity of the administration and staff. This can lead to poor behavior by students and an environment where families are not interested in partnering with the schools for the betterment of the community. You see, in education, we strive to maintain an environment of trust and respect with our students and their families. We value these relationships and we work hard to maintain them. This is difficult to do when school board members are trying to erode that trust. I grew up in Sebastian. I love my community. When I had the opportunity to join the staff at SRHS, I immediately applied. I wanted to give back to my community that gave so much to me. My children have grown up here. My oldest graduated last year, and my youngest is a freshman at Sebastian River High School this year. You see, I'm not only an SRHS teacher, I'm a parent. I would never send my kids to a school where I did not trust the staff. I have wonderful, hardworking coworkers, as well as a trustworthy administrative team. If you doubt this, please feel free to stop by so that you can get a clearer firsthand understanding of the culture of our school. I have never been to a school board meeting. I've never felt the need to attend, but as a parent and as a teacher, I cannot sit by while misinformation is being passed off as fact. It is the responsibility of all of our leadership to make sure that we speak with honesty and integrity. From now on, please focus on issues that affect our students and school, not on unfounded accusations. Let us return to boring board meetings where business is conducted for the edification of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. No, please. All right, Peter Bissonette is next. Jerry Gallagher is on deck.
First, please let me say that my views and opinions do not reflect the United States government, Department of Defense, or Department of the Navy. Wearing this, I have to give that disclaimer. My views and opinions are strictly my own. Distinguished members of the school board, community members, educational staff, and faculty present, thank you for being here and for granting me the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I'm here to build up, not to tear down. I've heard the patriotism of my alma mater and its staff and faculty called into question. I understand patriotism to be devotion to and vigorous support for one's country. I can tell you personally, as a member of the service, like my fellow Navy sister, we sign a blank check to the United States government, up to and including our life. As a graduate of Sebastian River High School, I represent the second, now 38 Sebastian River High School graduates to attend a U.S. Service Academy. Countless more have enlisted or served in various capacities. All were encouraged and inspired by their families and Sebastian River High School staff and faculty. As a 20-year Navy veteran, I returned to Sebastian River High School to teach at the Navy JROTC program. Since arriving at the fall of 2022, I've continuously been impressed by the support and dedication of our staff and faculty for the NJROTC program and all our students who have chosen to serve. I wanted to take this opportunity to publicly thank my colleagues for their devotion to and vigorous support for our students who choose to serve and their country. God bless the United States, Florida, Indian River County, all its residents, and the students and staff of Sebastian River High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Mr. Gallagher is next. Judy Whalen is on deck.
Good evening, Mr. Moore, or Dr. Moore, and school board members. My name is Jerry Gollier. I'm a proud staff member of Sebastian River High School. I would like to say, I stood for the national anthem at graduation, as I have every time that I've participated in one of the graduations at Sebastian River High School. I stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance as an example to my students. I want to share with you that during last month's school board meeting, I received several texts from peers asking, "Are you watching the school board meeting?" Unfortunately, I was not, but later I was glad to find out afterwards that I wasn't watching at the time. To hear my school being attacked for not standing for the national anthem and being unpatriotic. This was almost a year after the situation allegedly occurred. We all see things in our own perspective, but I am here to say, everyone I could see was standing. What I don't understand is, why was this brought up 11 months later? If I was a concern at the time, why didn't you investigate and try and find out more information sooner? If you were concerned for the education of our students, why didn't you seek out and ask questions? I encourage you to speak with the superintendent. Speak with the administration. Come and speak with our staff at our school to share your concerns. To publicly put down our staff and our school the way you did, that was wrong. I would like to say thank you. You have sparked a fire in Sebastian River High School. We work hard, or twice as hard, to show everyone how wonderful we are. This smear was on our reputation. We will overcome this, and we will come out on top. We stand for each other. We work together to make our school the best we can. We do everything we can to enrich the learning and the lives of the students we have. I have the utmost respect and faith in our administration to lead and give us our students what is best. They come first and foremost in all that we do. We have a saying at Sebastian River High School, you can't hide that shark pride. Even more so now. We do what is right in the interest of what is best for our students. In conclusion, I stood for the flag. I stood to be an example of what we want our students to be. Lastly, when it comes to school board member matters, please keep it to what is relevant to the school system and what is best for our schools and our students. Your personal opinion for things outside of the school district should be shared elsewhere, not during a school board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Judy Whalen is next. Kim Weiss is on deck. Ms.
Hello, how are you? I don't have anything to read. I just wanted to share that I am a 38-year veteran of this school district. I'm a speech and language pathologist. I'm a 38-year member of Indian River County Education Association, which is also the union, and I'm a 10-year-ish school rep, and I'm recently been sworn in as an executive board member. And I wanted to talk about something completely different. I have been an alternate on the negotiating committee, and I've been to many negotiation sessions in my 38 years, and it's always been you're on that side of the table, we're on this side of the table, adversarial, us again, you know. And we are now involved, thanks to our President Freeland and Dr. Moore, in something called interest-based bargaining. And I don't know if you know about it. I'm learning about it. But it is a conversation. It's how can we both win? How can the school district win? How can we win? How can we both feel like this is a win-win situation to make our teachers happy and the district? It's a camaraderie, and And what we did in 5 days or 5 sessions of bargaining was what I have seen sometimes take a whole year to create. So it's just, it was really amazing to be a part of, even as an alternate, and I just wanted you to know that, you know, we're a team, we're all a team, and I wish that we could all work that way. And let's see, I wanted to say something else about I teach 3 to 5-year-olds. And when Mrs. Jones is saying the pledge, they all stand up no matter what we're doing. Their hands over here, their hands over here, both hands are on their tummy. They don't know what's going on, but they're looking at that flag and they know what it means. And that makes me very proud as a mother of a young man in the Army. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your son's service, and thank you for being an outstanding speech teacher for my grandson. Appreciate that. Kim Weiss is next. Margaret Murray is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Kim Weiss, and I am the media specialist at Sebastian River High School. This school year is my first year at Sebastian River High School, but I have been teaching in the school district of Indian River County for 20 years. This year, I have had the privilege of becoming a Sebastian Shark. Starting with my first day, I was welcomed with open arms by the staff at Sebastian River High School. The faculty, staff, and administration are highly encouraging, respectful, and always make choices to be best by kids. We are dedicated professionals that uphold high standards of conduct and expect our leaders to do the same, setting a positive example for students. I 100% trust my son next year as a freshman at Sebastian River High School to be in their care daily. This year, Sebastian River High School opened our newly remodeled and redesigned media center. I would like to thank Dr. Moore, Ms. Berenborg, and Ms. Rosario, and the superintendent's cabinet for attending our grand opening in November. And Doc Jones, I truly appreciate that you had sent me a personal email that you could not attend that evening due to a DSEG work group meeting. As Ms. Berenborg and Doc Jones, I want to thank you for making many trips to our Sebastian River High School Media Center to check on progress before we opened, and throughout this last semester to check in with me and see the amazing magic that is happening in our media center. I have had the most amazing school year, and honestly, I cannot believe it's almost over. On Saturday, I was able to volunteer and help with the SRHS graduation as a line leader. And as you all witnessed, we all stood for the national anthem. Being able to help with graduation was so special to me because I've always taught elementary, and coming to SRHS gave me the opportunity to see so many of my kids from over the years. Some of the graduates were even once my kindergartners so many years ago. I've been a part of many kindergarten and 5th grade graduations and moving on ceremonies, but the high school graduation, it hit me very differently. I cried happy tears and sad tears. Happy tears for the memories we've made together and the feeling of excitement for their futures. Sad tears were only because I feel I may not see some of my kids again, and as many of us hugged after the ceremony, I think they could feel it too. The connections that we make with our kids is undeniable and the most important part of the work that we do daily. And let me end by sharing a quote I heard this weekend at the SRH graduation. To quote Theodore Roosevelt, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, and who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again. Because there is no effort without error or shortcoming, but who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory nor defeat."
Thank you. Margaret Murray is next. Joanne Dunlap is on deck. Thank you.
My name is Margaret Murray, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Education Champions of Indian River County. The Southern Poverty Law Center survey done by the Ipsos Research Group was questioned last meeting for its validity and representation. Remember in the survey the huge number? 92% of Floridians said that educational experts alone should be charged with writing curriculum. and that they wholeheartedly supported public education, and 75% said it's more important that children have access to books and information that challenges their thinking or their personal experiences. Well, first, the Southern Poverty Law Center commissioned the survey be done by the Ipsos research firm. They did not do the survey. Ipsos has been in existence since 1975 and rated the most innovative insights and analytics company in the world in 2023. So their validity and accreditation as a premier firm is well established. Secondly, the question of sample size and validity of the survey was brought up with 1,100 Floridians surveyed. Most surveys are conducted with 1,000 to 2,500 participants. Each year, approximately 350,000 national public opinion surveys are done. That's a small fraction of the estimated more than 105 million households. Still, Ipsos and the researchers accurately represents the views of the U.S. adult population. How? Because they have a random system, selected survey participants. It gives every household in America or Florida an equal chance of being selected for every survey. That ensures that a random cross-section of the population that represents adults of every gender, race, religion, region, party affiliation, etc. in the country are in the correct proportion. And third, a robust representation of broader trends and opinions. The key is in the rigorous methodology used to select and analyze the sample, along with understanding the margin of error and other statistical principles. So, the outcome of this Florida survey has accurate statistical backup. Perhaps now you should look closer at the results of this survey because it speaks loudly to what parents and residents of Florida are saying about public education in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Dunlap is next. Marilyn LaVecchia is on deck.
Yes, this is the first time I have spoken. I am a simple career housewife and mother. I've raised 3 sons, 3 stepsons, and rescued all kinds of teenager boys from various families riddled with unrecognized learning disabilities and alcoholism. I had to learn very quickly as a housewife and a mother to focus on the goals of parenting. I wanted to raise my sons to be of high character, to be well educated, to be kind, to be honest, and to learn personal accountability for their behavior so they could learn the value of making mistakes and learning from that. So you can imagine when I heard Dr. Moore speak at a meeting last fall, how impressed I was to see that Indian River County had started a 5-year program to initiate all these things which have always been so important to me as a parent. I thought to myself, what can I do? So I decided to come to these meetings to listen and learn. And I have been inspired by the first part of the meeting when recognition and appreciation and value is given to the hard work of the students and the staff. And I've been very disappointed in the wasting of time in culture wars and personal arguments. It's more like sitting around the table with a bunch of 15-year-olds. And this does not seem to be promoting the 5-year plan that I heard Dr. Moore talk about. So I guess what I would like to say is to make a call toward everything I've heard tonight is people saying, what I do and what I am interested in and helping the community and helping the school system has value. And so I would like to make a call toward getting back on track of cooperating and working in harmony with one another and trying to set an example, not just the school board. but the public, for our children and for our staff, to let them know that we are behind them. They work hard, they're underpaid and overworked, and I just so appreciate those of us in the public and on the school board that cooperate and work with one another. So my message is stay on track, and if there's anything that the Champions for Public Education can do to support or be given an appropriate job, we're here and willing to help.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Marilyn Lavecchia, I hope I said that right, and Susie Stoller is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn Lavecchia, and I'm a founding member of Education Champions, Advocates for Public Education in Indian River County. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today as a concerned taxpayer, homeowner, and voter in our county. I grew up in Miami and attended Miami-Dade Public Schools, Miami-Dade Community College, and Barry University. I'd like to acknowledge how fortunate we are to have Dr. Moore as our superintendent, and also to commend his team of exceptional administrators. Under Dr. Moore's leadership and guidance, we have seen tremendous progress and growth, being rated as an A school district and moving up 26 spots to a ranking of number 5 statewide in 3rd grade reading. I look forward to more of the same in the coming school year. And thank you, Chair Barenborg and Dr. Peggy Jones, for your leadership, dedication, and commitment in your roles as elected school board members. We have a number of pressing matters of importance deserving the board's focus and attention, such as improving literacy, declining enrollment, chaplains in the schools, elevating underperforming schools, classical education, and Florida's falling from 48th to 50th in teachers' pay in the United States, among other critical issues. To the chair, recent comments and actions by several members on this board are inappropriate and taking up valuable time that should be spent instead on addressing these very crucial issues. What purpose does it serve for a board member to make unsubstantiated accusations against Sebastian River High School for an event that happened a year ago, which had no relevance to what was being discussed during the April board meeting? To the chair, one only has to look back at May's superintendent workshop and April school board meetings to hear a board member referring to teachers as Marxist terrorists, or another member stating during a discussion on classical schools that people should not be bitter if classical education is part of our school system. Nor should a board member risk fueling flames of distrust among their colleagues by asking a board member if she's going to sue another board member for slander. During my 40-plus year career managing people and building teams, I learned that this is not how you gain consensus and build trust among colleagues and clients. You serve in pivotal roles and demonstrate ethical leadership by fostering trust and accountability with our students, teachers, academic leaders, and citizens of our community. As board members, your actions set the tone for the entire community, and we look to you to shape our educational experience of our students by supporting our teachers. Just as it is the citizens' responsibility to advocate and vote, it is the responsibility of every board member to act with integrity and uphold ethical standards.
Thank you. All right, next is Susie Stoller. On deck is Mary Leahy.
Good evening. Respectfully, Chairperson Barenborg, Dr. Moore, school board members, and friends. I'm Susie Stoller, a retired school social worker and an educator, an education champion, and an advocate for public education. I speak tonight because I am frightened and appalled by the direction our schools are taking. I am fearful that we are approaching the downfall of public education in Indian River County. School boards were not designed to be political, but rather to ensure free public schools provide high-quality education. Despite only minority support, not by election, but rather by political appointment, Moms for Liberty politics has taken control of our Indian River School Board. The First and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution are being challenged. The Constitution protects the rights to speech, protects the separation of church and state, and guarantees equal protection to all. Unfortunately, censorship, separation of church and state, and equal protection are all on the August 20th school board election ballot. Attempts to waste scarce dollars, already inadequate, demeaning and lying about our educators' skills and patriotism, paying teachers substandard wages, I believe 50th in the nation, attempting to reinstitute prayer in our schools, attempting to change history by rewriting curriculum and removing textbooks, censoring literature, and prohibiting the acknowledgement of the diversity of our families and students, particularly with regard to race, gender, and identity, put our students at greater risk. We truly stand on the precipice of an endangered school district. This is an SOS. We can save our schools. Together on August 20th, as a community, we must elect positive school board members. Our children are our future. We must put them first. We must tell Moms for Liberty their politics is not welcome in Indian River County Public Schools. I hope you'll join me in voting on August 20th. Bring along a neighbor, relative, or friend. Better still, bring them all. Your vote can make the difference. With hope for restoring health to Indian River Public Schools, I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mary Leahy, and on deck is Claudette Pelletier.
Good evening. I'm Mary Leahy. I'm an MSW. I'm an adjunct professor at Indian River State College. I teach in human services, so I teach students who want to be counselors, social workers, and so forth, behavioralists. Hopefully some of them will be in your schools. I'm also was a therapist for Hibiscus Children's Center, and I'm a guardian ad litem, so I go into your schools and advocate for foster children. I spent 22 years as a social worker in northern Indiana as a school social worker, and 18 years as a social worker in a county health department. So I've spent basically my whole life working with at-risk children and at-risk families. And I assure you that the children that these teachers are dealing with have enormous problems. Florida has one of the highest unmet mental health needs in the country. We are not meeting the mental health needs of our students. And where do they go? They come into our schools. And we are expecting our teachers to not only educate these students, we are expecting them to deal with all the social and emotional issues that come their way. While we pay these teachers the second worst salary in the country. We pay them only less than the poor state of West Virginia. And I've not heard one teacher come up here and complain about that. They come up here and they talk about devotion. And yet, they should be able to, they should expect the school board, the Indian River County School Board, to support them, to care for them, to show them the kind of respect that they deserve. And if we don't do that, we not only hurt teachers, we hurt students. I heard a board member suggest to another board member that they were taking the position of the teacher over the student. Let me assure you, they are the same. Good teachers make good educated students. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudette Pelletier is next, and Debbie Martins is on deck.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name's Claudette Pelletier. I've been a member of the Education Champions Advocates for Public Education here in Indian River County. I've lived in Indian River County since 1990. I had a business here. I served as a guardian ad litem. I've worked with children through my career. And I've not been an educator, but I have served on the board of a charter school for some time. I presently have a granddaughter in a public elementary school here, the same elementary school. same elementary school that my daughter, her mother, went to. I'm very concerned about the direction that the public education is headed in Indian River County. And the group of people who are very vocal while hailing parental rights and keeping only their parental rights, not others. I note that on today's agenda, consent agenda, is an item under student success and advocacy to oppose a resolution to support Title IX. Title IX is a requirement in order to get federal funding. How does it serve our educational needs and our students to oppose something that's going to take their public funding away? I don't quite understand that. In addition, I question that we had Dr. Jones heading on the joint group working on the 1967 desegregation order, and she was recently replaced. Just when progress seemed to be happening, why was that change made? How is that helping our community and our students? I commend Peggy Jones, Terry Barenborg, and Dr. Moore for their move in trying to make this county go in the right direction. The focus needs to be on promoting educational standards for student competence and achievement and teacher retention. Attacking our teachers based on false information, calling them unpatriotic is not moving us in that direction. Let us please move in the right direction, and thank you. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Debbie Martins is next. Bob Bruner is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Martins, and I am a member of Education Champions Advocates for Public Education in Indian River County. I am concerned about the district's plans for a classical education magnet school. Dr. Moore recently stated our public school enrollment declined by over 800 students this year, with a loss of almost $1.5 million in district revenue. Increased competition by private schools and homeschooling fueled by vouchers may result in further declines. Supposedly, offering a classical education magnet school will offset these losses by luring students back to a public school option. Personally, I believe such thinking is misguided and not the best use of our educational resources. District staff and board members mention visits to classical schools to see how they operate, including one public magnet school. However, the overwhelming majority employing a classical model are private Christian schools, including one that a board member chaired. Studies show that parents interested in a classical model for their children are more likely to opt for a religious curriculum. The county has a minimum of 90 churches and 11 religious schools, with more being built and planned soon. To assume that parents choosing homeschooling or private religious schools will return to public education because of a classical model is without merit and data to indicate otherwise. Proponents of classical schools trumpet that the basic course of study is liberal arts and sciences based on Western philosophy, with instruction in the principles of moral character and civic virtue. This sounds innocuous until digging further. One scholarly criticism of classical schools says that the classical models are dangerously incomplete. Recently, there was a survey on the district website to determine citizen input into constituent preferences for future directions. However, unless you knew the district was conducting this survey, you wouldn't know to look for it. Even many of us who regularly attend school board meetings had difficulty accessing the survey on the website, hidden among scrolling messages of district highlights. Thus, whatever results were reported may not accurately reflect community opinion. Further, there is no data to prove that providing a magnet school with a classical curriculum will offset or prevent enrollment losses. I'm curious if parents of private and homeschooled students were aware of the survey or participating in it. Personally, I think we're taking steps backwards rather than forwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Bruner is next. Arlene Jameson is on deck.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm a retired educator, and I'm a member of Educators for Public Education, for Advocates for Public Education. I've addressed the board once before on vocational education. You might remember me. But today I'd like to talk to you about the teachers and some of the things that I actually apologize for not coming sooner. I've felt like I needed to get this off my chest, but I'm disappointed in the teachers, the staff, the superintendents, the principals. You know, in our public school system, you see the clerks, the teachers, the librarians. They're not the ones that are removing some of this curriculum from our books, the libraries, and some of them from our school system here. The removing of these books, it seems to me like that's almost just like insulting the teachers who have taught this for years and used these books in their curriculum. Now all of a sudden they're feeling like they've been wrong or they have been doing the wrong thing for years. And I'm just disappointed that they're not the ones, the teachers and the administrators in this public educational system aren't the ones that are bringing this curriculum to your attention. It's a group of concerned citizens that are basically motivated by political or religious feelings that they have about what public education is teaching. Some of the books that you're removing, the history, the science, the government, actually math books have been taken out of the classroom too. If these books are continually taken out of the classroom over the period of time, when they become juniors and seniors, they're going to be deficient in a lot of the academics and a lot of the public school curriculum that they need to be college prep kids to go on to continue their education. And I'm worried about the students, and I'm worried about the teachers, how they feel with these educational material being removed from their curriculum. I think that what we need to do is we need to look at the curriculum and we need to teach our students that there's a lot of things out there that we disagree religiously or maybe politically, but it's there. It's still all out there. And we need to promote that in our school system. We need to teach our students when they graduate that they can function in a structured society.
Thank you, sir.
And congratulations on another school year.
Thank you. Arlene Jameson is next. Heather Askin is on deck.
Hi, my name is Arlene Jameson. I'm a member of the Education Champions. Having attended the last school board meeting and watched the superintendent's workshop, I am astonished at the tone and remarks of some of the board members. Listening to some of you, I feel as though I'm watching the Army McCarthy hearings, with tiny little communists running rampant, surging throughout our school system, accusing our teachers and principals, who are probably the hardest working, most underpaid, and least appreciated group, for the skills, devotion, and caring they provide to students, of indoctrinating their, quote, radical Marxist ideologies, end quote, on first and second graders and above is both ludicrous and beyond the pale. Attacking the teachers' union is no better. Adding insult to injury, some members have accused others on this board of either being proponents of said Marxist ideologies or just, quote, not that sharp, end quote. How appallingly insulting. Apparently, this all stems from last year's Sebastian River High School graduation, at which a school board member insists not all teachers and students stood and saluted the flag. Some of you are asking an outside company to come into the schools and via cameras to investigate, despite Dr. Moore's assurances that he would look into it. Apparently, Big Brother in 1984 is finally here. This member also accuses the school system of being unresponsive to military families. Coming from a long line of military members in my family, including a lieutenant colonel in military intelligence, I couldn't disagree more. I am struck by how overwhelmingly supportive the superintendent, board members, staff, and teachers are towards military personnel and their school-aged children. So to those of you on the board who either spout or support these spurious theories and egregious accusations against dedicated lifelong educators on the board, such as Dr. Jones and Ms. Berenborg, I implore you to focus more on teaching students how to think, acquire a good education, prepare them for the workforce, and enable them to make a living to support a family if they so choose. And teachers are not here to teach students about God. Patriotism and love of country, yes. But as I've said before at these meetings, we must separate church and state by not allowing chaplains in our schools, mandatory prayer, or proposing religious classical schools in our district, or book banning. Some of you may think me a communist for that. But please remember why our forefathers left England to start this wonderful nation, free from religion. Thank you for your time, and in the future, please leave your incivility at home. Thank you, Dr. Moore, Dr. Jones, and Ms. Barron.
Thank you. Please, please. Thank you. Heather Askin is next. Dr. Margie Flanagan is on deck.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Heather Askin, and I come from a military family. My husband is a retired Navy captain. And I'd like to thank the members of the board who go above and beyond to visit our schools, support and thank our teachers, and help our community students strive for success on whatever personal level that is. I started coming to meetings, school board meetings, almost a year ago after attending the August meeting and then learning that our cherished board member had received death threats. It became clear to me that I needed to make more effort to attend future meetings so that I could bear witness, show appreciation, and learn more about the successes and challenges of our school while showing my support for the hardworking members who dedicate their lives to the betterment of our children, regardless of their economic background, orientation, or race. I have witnessed many people during the open forum like to talk about the importance of the Bible. I personally love the Bible verse, Luke 12:48. To whom much is given, much is required. We have board members who were given their seat on this school board, and by running unopposed, and were not voted in by a majority. Most would agree they were given the privilege to participate as a school board member. Whether it was by their own motivation to be part of a team that helps our schools and students, or if it was a political aspiration, regardless of what brought them here, much is expected of them now. After witnessing questionable behavior, I looked online to see what is expected of a board member. Clear vision of a district, communicating actions with the community, working as a team, collaborating, adopting a budget, but it also said an ineffective member would be a school board member who didn't conduct themselves in a respectful, collaborative manner in public. A school board member uses their position on the school board as an opportunity to put forth a political agenda with little relevance to the student achievement. I would like to request that all board members refrain from using ineffective, unnecessary, potentially slanderous remarks while at any and all school board activities. Trust me, it's not a good look. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Thank you. Dr. Margie Flanagan is next. Dr. Karen Hiltz is on deck.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide citizen input. My name is Dr. Margie Flanagan, and I am chair of the Education Champions, Advocates for Public Education in Indian River County. I'm a product of Florida public education, having attended Miami-Dade schools, the University of Florida for my bachelor's and master's degree, and Virginia Tech for my Doctor of Education degree. After a 40-year career with both high-risk and underrepresented students and in higher education, I remain passionate about providing quality public education to all students. We can all agree, children are our future. Tom Harkins stated, "Public education is our greatest pathway to opportunity in America," and I couldn't agree more. That is why we formed Education Champions. Our organization's purpose is to be a positive, proactive force for public education advocacy. We all know that there are many challenges to reaching our goal of having all students attain high academic achievement, graduate and enter the workforce, career, and higher education ready, become great citizens, and positive contributing community members. And we also know that with high-quality public education, we can meet these challenges and ensure our goals become reality. Caring, qualified teachers, supportive and innovative administrators, dedicated support staff, a nonpartisan school board that focuses on relevant issues in a non-political manner, putting students first, adequate resources, and strong family, school, community partnerships enable us to reach our goals and students to reach theirs. Education Champions are here to help. Our organization boasts cumulatively thousands of years of real-life experience as educators, businessmen and women, legal and medical professionals, journalists, creative artists, veterans, homemakers, and perhaps most importantly, as parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. We know that stronger together is more than a motto, it is the truth. By focusing on our goal of top quality public education for all students and student excellence, we will be giving our children the brightest future imaginable. Chair Berenborg, Dr. Jones, Dr. Moore, and your excellent team, please know that Education Champions has observed your professionalism and commitment to moving Indian River County schools forward, and we applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hiltz, Karen Hiltz is next. Joanne Holmes is on deck.
Good evening. I'd like to offer some food for thought regarding Title IX discussion. To date, there are 7 lawsuits filed in 6 federal courts that include 22 states as well as nonprofits, 18 school districts, and private plaintiffs. This is a rule, not a law. It follows the Administrative Procedures Act regarding notice and comment and allows for a period of public comment, then releases a final rule based on public submissions. The Act requires courts to set aside agency actions that are arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of discretion, or otherwise not in accordance with the law. It's clear this rule has multiple substantive and procedural legal vulnerabilities. With that said, a biological fact reveals 2 genders, male and female. We all know boys and girls are physically different, but are also mentally, developmentally, and emotionally different. This hasn't changed since the beginning of time. Governor DeSantis and Commissioner Diaz have exercised their 10th Amendment right and communicated no changes will be made while there is pending litigation, a prudent action to take. Let me interject that our founders knew the importance of separate but equal, therefore devised a Constitution and Bill of Rights for this purpose. The foresight expressed in several Federalist Papers to understand how the federal government could grow and overtake the authority of states was intuitive. Unfortunately, we have an overzealous, Goliath-sized federal government. Back to the rule. The scope is intrusive, and rather than reducing discrimination, perpetuates an increase in discrimination. It illegally incorporates the concepts of sexual orientation and gender identity, forces females to compete with biological males, which denies equal access, and forcing boys into girls' locker rooms constitutes a violation. Not to mention the rule implementation conflicts with states' laws. Forced pronoun use violates First Amendment rights, illegally lowers the liability standards for sexual harassment, vagueness in that various provisions lack objective standards, violates due process, and more. States must free themselves from the carrot and stick way of doing business. Accepting federal dollars is equivalent to taking drugs. Once states take the money, they are hooked. This continued cycle of going back to the supplier and asking for more and more must end. Education is not a federal issue, should not be a federal department, and didn't exist until 1979. The department should not be dictating a one-size-fits-all model. With every new government action taken, individual choices continue to diminish. Governors have a responsibility to exercise their 10th Amendment authority, as Florida is doing, and end the addiction. Our governor was elected to manage the business of the state, and education is a business, big business.
Thank you. Joanne Holmes is next. Ronald Gerke is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Holmes, and I'm a volunteer at Sebastian River High School. I'm here to speak about the comments that were made last month. I'm not going to repeat them because everybody knows what was said. It was disturbing to me because I know a lot of our teachers and our students at Sebastian River High School. So I want to give you a little bit of education about our school. In the past, Sebastian River High School has consistently been among the top schools in the state for military appointments. Several years we have been #1 in the state of Florida. This is not by accident. Even during COVID, our students maintain this consistency. We have appointments to every branch of service. Our ROTC program is one of the best in the country, we've been told. We have teachers, faculty, and staff who are veterans. Several of them, one was here earlier today, went through our ROTC program, joined the service, came back to our school to teach with us. Through several different administrations, this consistency has continued. This takes dedication, hard work, and support from everybody, including parents, students, faculty, and our administration, and also members of our community. Our students work very hard, and they bring their patriotic values with them. Just to let you know, there are about 2,700 veterans in our community. These veterans have children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and yeah, most of them go to Sebastian High School. And they bring that patriotic pride for our nation and our flag with them. Because of our flag, people can make comments like what were made at the last meeting. But that doesn't give you the right to lie about our school. The flag also gives me the right to disagree with you, and I can. When you make statements saying that you wouldn't trust your student at our school, I can disagree. Because I have a daughter who was a teacher and an administrator at Sebastian High School, and also have a granddaughter who is a proud Shark graduate. She went off to UCF, and now she's enrolled in law school. She learned her morals and values at home, but they were taught her, again, at Sebastian River High School by teachers and administrators. I'm not sure what teachers were being referenced because no names were ever mentioned, but the next time somebody decides to make a statement about Sebastian River High School and ridicule them, I think you need to check your facts first because you were wrong about our school. Our teachers, our faculty, our staff, and administrators, even our students deserve an apology. We're waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Gerke is next. Cindy Gibbs is on deck.
Good evening, my name is Ron Yerke II. I'm a proud alumni and a teacher at Sebastian River High School and also the communications director for the Indian River Education Association. I'm here today to address the false accusations made against my school family. It is crucial that we as a community uphold the truth and set a positive example for our students. The truth matters. Our students look to us to learn about honesty and integrity and responsibility. When false accusations are made against teachers, it undermines the values that we strive to instill in our classrooms. We teach our students to stand up for what is right and to always tell the truth. As educators and community members, we must hold ourselves to that same standard. The recent attacks on teachers do more than just spread misinformation. They attack the integrity of those who have served our country and our community. Among our staff are veterans, spouses of active military and veterans, former law enforcement officers, ordained pastors, and community volunteers who serve and dedicate their lives to serving others. Many of these individuals are also parents of students in our district. To suggest that these honorable men and women are unpatriotic is not only false, but deeply offensive. As someone who fills many roles at our school, I have helped to plan several 9/11 Remembrance or Patriots Day ceremonies. I have yearbook photographs of multiple patriotic events hosted at our school. And even once, when photographing a basketball game, I stepped in to lead the crowd in the national anthem when the PA and the sound system failed. For all of these things, I have emails, photos, and videos. In other words, unlike our false accuser, I have the receipts. Our teachers are committed to their students and to this community. They work tirelessly every day to ensure that every child receives the best education possible. They are role models not only in the classroom, but also in their personal lives. They serve in local churches. They volunteer throughout our community and demonstrate the values of service and dedication. When teachers are attacked, it sends a harmful message to our students. It tells them that the truth and integrity are not valued. It erodes the trust that is essential for a positive educational environment. We cannot allow this to happen. The board needs to consider the impact of these false accusations on our students, our teachers, and our community. Let's focus on supporting our educators and providing the resources they need to help our students succeed. Let us model the truth and integrity that we expect from our students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cindy Gibbs is next. Anthony Brown is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Gibbs. I live in Sebastian, and I am the mom of a rising freshman and a rising senior at Sebastian River High School. I also just want to point out really quickly, I always have to add notes as the things go on forever. I really enjoyed the presentation from our superintendent about district happenings, and it was very nice to see the connection between the realtor community and our school district. And I think it's lovely that Dr. Jones has been honored by them. Words are nice. Actions are better. Enforcing the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance is about as far a symbol of the land of the free as I can imagine. We've heard the Sebastian River High School was targeted for being a poorly led school, and yet the data doesn't support this at all. My daughter is a junior, now a rising senior at Sebastian River High School. I am so proud to note how many people are in this room that have taught her. And I'm so proud of them for finally coming and speaking up for themselves, because they deserve much better than what they recently heard. I know for a fact that the children are led in the Pledge of Allegiance every day at Sebastian River High School because it's done by the assistant principal, Josie Willems, who was one of my daughter's teachers before she started working at the high school. She was at Pelican. She is the wife of a military veteran, and I can just imagine how proud she is every day to be the person who leads our kids in the pledge. I'm going to shift gears for just a second. Sebastian River High School has been an IB, International Baccalaureate School, since its inception, since the school was opened in 1994. Sebastian River Middle School and Liberty Magnet Elementary Schools are also IB World Schools. The IB, the International Baccalaureate, is a global leader in international education, developing inquiring, knowledgeable, confident, and caring young people. I'm so glad my kids go to 2 of those schools. These programs empower school-age students to take ownership in their own learning and help them to develop future-ready skills to make a difference and thrive in a world, not just a country, a world that changes fast. And yet we have board members who are very publicly clear about how concerned they are on global views. I'm a little concerned we might lose the IB program, and I certainly hope we don't. I just want to mention, because I'm running out of time, the Title IX thing. Is that happening in our schools? I know you can't answer me right now, but my children are athletes in this school district. I have daughters, 2 of them. They have never been pushed off a team. Is this really more important than having enough sporting equipment, or uniforms, or books, or computers, or other engaging materials to educate our kids? Let's get our priorities in order. Thank you.
Okay, Anthony Brown is next. Jane Hayden is on deck.
Good evening. Anthony
evening.
Brown, Indian River County Branch, NAACP 5151. I'm also with the Education Champions. They made me an honorary member. I'm here because it's appalling that we have to go through this. As I told Dr. Moore some years ago, the pyramid should be inverted. You all sit at the top. It shouldn't be. It should be our students, our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, and then you all. You all are the ones that are being paid by the results of these students and all of that. So I just incumbent that you do what is necessary. This flag thing, 3 years, 11 months, 28 days, 2 hours and 15 minutes. How long I served in the United States Air Force. I did 3 tours of Southeast Asia. I left some friends and some bodies over there. But it is appalling that somebody who has not been in the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scout has the audacity to tell somebody they're unpatriotic. I purposely stood back there this afternoon when the pledge was being done and did not honor it. And I was daring someone to say something to me because I served. I paid the cost. And I did not do it so that you could stand on people who served the right to say, I'm not going to do it. I'm also a little biased because I was a Shark. I spent 11 years as a coach and 14 years up there with my children. You're wrong. What you're doing is trying with the classical schools, our teachers have been drugged through hell and sued for damages. And then to have to deal with the vitriol coming from the dais about them and towards them is unacceptable. As it's been stated, they're underpaid, overworked. But then they have no support when it comes to the people who are responsible for and to them. You need to get it right. It's wrong. This classical school, I think some of you have the agenda, the ideology of going back to classical schools, but I'm gonna keep it real for you. A rose by any other name is still a rose. It's reverse segregation. Get over it. It's not gonna work. We have a school district that is going on, moving forward, and what we saw on the 20th of August was juvenile, and it reminded me of the Little Rascals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jane Hayden is next. On deck is Paul Amaru. Thank you.
I had some papers to
Okay,
share.
they need to be given to Ms. Poisel. Thank you, Mr. Seymour.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hold on one second until we get them. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hayden, thank you.
Okay, well, I sort of had a speech written out, but I'm going to make it quick. This has been quite a...
You got 3 minutes, go for it.
A while. Oh, okay, thank you. So I'm been in Indian River County for a few years. I'm retired law enforcement, having worked a special unit with crimes against children and as a victim advocate. So I'm a little disgruntled or concerned about why the textbooks in question are still being questioned, or they're still being voted to remain in the library and being taught to kindergarten through 12-year-olds. So my question is, do you all have these books in your homes? Are you reading them to your grandchildren? And those, those are the books that are I believe, inappropriate for children. And do you give them to family members as Christmas presents? Of course, you're not going to answer that. I don't expect it, but we
do know that you're not voting them out, so who knows? And my other observation is, has anyone looked at who the authors are and how they write these books? Someone comes up with an idea somewhere. Are they getting it off child porn on the black web or what? And then someone has to illustrate it. So they're making graphic designs and the pictures so they can, I believe they're enticing the child's curiosity to normalize the acts and minimize their fear. And then you have editors and proofwriters. They go over the books over and over and over before they're put into printing, and then they're perfected, suited for the children. So the other observation is, has anyone done a study on any of this? That seems like it would be like the best way to handle it. How are other states dealing with it? Has anyone done a 5-year study or a 10-year study to see what any kind of problematic acting out or conditions may stem from something, you know, like this? Do the books promote self-confidence, positive, healthy lifestyle? Do they kindle a spirit of wanting to be a scientist, a veterinarian, a nurse, a policeman, a firefighter, the president, a cook? Do they want to go to space and fly planes or build homes? I mean, those answers can be left up to our own imagination after looking through or being taught those books. So the documents I handed out, I'm going to finish up here with some facts. So the facts are, according to Johns Hopkins University.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
2021,
We're done,
the
ma'am.
cost to taxpayers was
Ma'am, we're done.
$5.4 billion.
We're done. Thank you.
For incarcerating
Ma'am,
child sex
you're done.
offenders.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Paul Amaru, and on deck is Dana King.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You know, when I started teaching, propellers were on the front of the airplane. Long time ago. Speech has been bandied about here a lot. Your speech, what you say, reveals your character. Truth. How often do you find it necessary to deviate from the truth? Is truth something you find unattractive? False witness, idle chatter, gossip, slander, and abuse, all that needs to be avoided, not just in their obvious forms, but also in their overt ones, subtle, belittling, tactlessness, and barbed wit are often more vicious because their hatred or dislike is veiled. Ignorance and its spread, that's what's terrible about our life. Not sin, but to spread ignorance and mask it as truth. So what is it that you truly want? Is being on the board give you a license to act impolitely? To act as a kite going this way and that with no direction, with no control? To continue to believe in a discredited cause is a sign of serious mental illness. Classical education. In my day, that meant Aristotle. That meant Latin and Greek and rhetoric. I don't think that's what we're talking about today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Dana King is next. Phil Triguero is on board. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Dana King. I moved to Bureau
A year and a half ago, I attended my first school board meeting on April 22nd, and I was appalled. Concerning comments that were made alleging that the staff and faculty and students at Sebastian High School did not stand nor recite the pledge at a graduation from a year ago. I understand, as do many others in this room, that the interpretation of that event in fact did not occur, and that the school board has received letters to that effect. I'd like to know if the board considers such conduct worthy of censure of the board member who either deliberately manufactured that information in an attempt to malign faculty, staff, and students at Sebastian High School, or if misrepresenting the truth is a regular issue with this person. And short of censuring this person, will there be an apology forthcoming? Seriously, are there any repercussions when someone lies and violates the public trust from a position of authority? What are our children to learn from that? And now to the second issue this evening that I want to discuss. The 70th anniversary of the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka was celebrated by many people on May 17th. It was the culmination of a well-orchestrated campaign by the NAACP, which continues to battle school boards to this day, like Indian River School District, which continues to stonewall against integration, which began with their lawsuit, with your lawsuit, in 1965. We are coming up on 60 years. 3 generations of children have been born since the lawsuit in this county, deprived of the opportunity to learn, play, and grow together, denying those generations of students their constitutionally guaranteed right to an integrated education. The burden to prove the need and value of integration is already done. The burden of proof is today as it was nearly 60 years ago. It is the duty of the school district, not the NAACP, to dismantle segregation root and branch. I haven't found it yet, but I will find how much money has been spent to maintain an unjust and morally reprehensible system of discrimination here in this school district. I'm guessing it runs into the millions of today's dollars, money that could have been better spent and used to educate Black, brown, and even white children. And wouldn't it be great to have that money now, considering the school vouchers are leaching students?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Phil Triguero is next. Barbara Hires is on deck.
Good evening. Good evening. I may get off a little bit on script here, but I want to comment that, well, I'm not a public speaker, so I'll be reading. Anyway, I'm reading to, or excuse me, I'm talking in the context as a father, grandfather, and taxpayer. And I would not have mentioned this, but I will now because apparently you need some kind of educational bona fides to have some credibility. But I was a former Child Protective Service social worker for the state of New Jersey from 1973 to 1978, investigating child abuse and neglect of children for the New Jersey Division of Youth and Family Services, now the Department of Children's Services, where the prevailing mission was that children are vulnerable and need protection and given nurturance, both physical and emotional, to have a safe, nurturing, and productive life under the care and actions of their adults. We were, if not the first, we were the second set of eyes that saw children hurt. Now, I'm probably about 4 months, 6 months behind events, but I came here because I wanted to commend the board for their solemn effort taken to remove books that I can only describe as objectively sexually salacious from our school libraries. How do I know that? Well, because I volunteered before the board to read some verses, some paragraphs from the books that I had. And I had to give a warning, a content warning to the board. So certainly if that was the case, then certainly it would seem to me common sense that would be offensive. but I'm gratified that the board withstood pressure from those that characterize such effort as book banning, or worse, fascism, which was a word that was used some time ago. Now, I'm not naive. We can all see that sexualization of our kids is occurring all around us, in our music, social media, like TikTok, films, politics, fashion, and language. Nor do I think that that was or is the last word on the subject that might come up before you again. I take pride that the IRC school system has said yes, that the board with parents and educators will continue to partner and dialogue to what is in the best interest of children in their schools. I'm reminded by a quote of Thomas Jefferson that said, who said, and actually he might have been one of a few that had this verse, but the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. So as a concerned taxpayer and citizen of this county, my eyes are open. Also, I want to commend
Thank
Dr.
you, sir.
Moore.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Barbara Hires is next. Dr. Katie Nall is on deck.
When I start?
Go ahead.
Good evening. 4 years ago, in this very room, Dr. Moore held one of his first town forums as our newly appointed superintendent.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
At that time, I stood up to say that my daughter, a self-contained ESE student, would like to know what Dr. Moore proposed to do to create better inclusive opportunities for her and her peers. Flash forward to today, when I had cause to compose an email to the board and Dr. Moore, which includes a picture of my daughter at the senior celebration at Sebastian River High School last Thursday evening. Here is the picture. In case you can't see it well, it depicts my daughter at the senior celebration in the auditorium, standing alone, 8 or 9 rows behind the rest of her graduating class. I want to stress that I am not looking to blame this on any one individual. It doesn't matter how it happened. It matters that it did happen. It highlights the systemic failure of this district to create a culture of inclusivity for all of our students. Why did not a single one of the adults in the room say, oh no, this doesn't happen here, and take steps to fix it? I wish I could say that this was the only time my daughter has faced such discriminatory and appalling treatment by this district over the past 15 years, but it's not. It may, however, be the more glaringly obvious examples. I have to ask Dr. Moore, is this an example of Best Buy Kids? Is this with itness? Now I'd like to read the email that you all will be receiving shortly. Dear board members and Dr. Moore, we are attaching a photo of our daughter, a self-contained ESE student at the senior celebration at Sebastian River High School last Thursday evening. Please don't attempt to placate us with a phone call or apology. We are bringing this to your attention so such a thing never happens to another student and family in this district again. Please don't place any blame on her teacher. As one of our daughter's biggest champions, she would never have allowed such a thing to happen. She just happened to be outside assisting another student at the time. As soon as she became aware of this situation, she not only corrected it, but convinced us to stay. Trust us when we say that wasn't easy. Please do work towards creating a culture and atmosphere of inclusivity. Any one of the numerous school administrators and employees present throughout the auditorium should have noticed and taken immediate steps to make our daughter feel that she was a part of her class and the celebration. Sadly, no one did. Please don't let another student and family have their memories of what should have been a joyous time ruined. Inclusion matters. Do better. The Hires family.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Katie Nall is next. Michael Marsh is on deck.
I would just like to compliment the board and everyone present on how wonderful we've been able to voice our differences. I think that being able to do this in a civil manner is really important. We have had 3 children go through the Indian River County School District public schools, and they're all successful and contributing members of society. I now have 2 granddaughters at Indian River County Public Schools, and I'm very concerned about them. When there are things that come up that are maybe points of discussion, for instance, books, your allegiance to the country or anything else. I think that's something that we talk about in our home, and it's something that we get a chance to decide. I believe that the board has a lot of responsibility and a lot of things to do, and that those things that need to be done probably are time sensitive, and that the amount of time that we take for things that are not directly related to our students in terms of, for instance, leadership or working on a government mandate that was given to us decades ago that we are still working on. And for that reason, I implore the board to maintain the leadership so that we can move forward as an entire county. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Marsh is next. Wanda Scott is on deck.
Good evening. How's everyone tonight? You know, the irony of the main person that caused all these people to come out just couldn't make it. You just couldn't look directly at that person and say, you know, it's a travesty to talk about these amazing people over at Sebastian High School. You know, almost a decade ago, I went and visited the Chum Bucket. I'm sure many of you guys are familiar with that. I couldn't believe the sense of just, I don't even know the word, because I was astounded of what was happening over at that high school. So it's also ironic that during the pledge, I got to see the 2 school board members that got their seats didn't really stand and didn't really have their hand over their heart. Ouch! The irony. We'll go back because the video don't lie, right? Again, this is what happens when we allow individuals to go on and pose, ladies and gentlemen. So as great as it was to have 40 people here tonight, and I tell you what, it was amazing to hear those people from Sebastian High School, to have a voice and not be afraid. And I tell you, if anyone else needs to speak in the future, just call me. Like Jordan, I had to come out of retirement tonight. Now, the work group, how in the world did y'all let Doc Jones, through the chair, Doc Jones, come off of that? The main person who's fought alongside the NAACP and for our students. And you're going to have someone replace her that couldn't find Gifford on a good day. Now, Robert's Rules, I heard that like 19 times. Let's talk about Robert's Rules. Do you know in the revised version, it says you should not call people by their first name. It hurt me through the chair that Dr. Posca called Doc Jones Peggy. As the young kids say, put some respect on her name. It's Doc Peggy Jones. Now, did we fix everything? Because how much is it going to cost to go after these poor teachers and everyone else at Sebastian High School? Did we fix the hundreds of students that are still homeless? Did we get past those early warning indicators that we know a child as young as 3rd grade may drop out? Did we fix all that? Because if we fixed all that, let's spend tens of thousands of dollars to check the cameras. Let's bring everybody in, cross-examine them. You got people over here on the school board that plays attorneys alongside your real attorney. Let's do it. Let's spend the money. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. August is right around the corner. And in August, we'll get back our school board of Indian River County. And we'll continue to be safe as Sheriff Flowers protects our kids. Thank you, Sheriff Flowers. Not sure if you heard the most recent video. It was touching. But this is what happens when we don't stay informed. That we let people get on the board. And I don't know where Dr. Schiff is nowadays, probably out of the country. But we should have had someone else ready to go. Because this is what we got, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have a great night. The work is good. It continues to be good. There's systems in place. And we need our Dr. Moore. Good.
All right, thank you, sir. Wanda Scott is next. Anthony Stewart is on deck.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Wanda Scott, and I'm a member of the group who paid the ultimate price for freedom. That means I'm a veteran. I have 40-plus years of service. I'm a graduate of class of 1980. I just recently lost a nephew who was a graduate 3 years ago. His name was Bakari Mosley. He was killed in Texas. So the flag means a lot to me because a lot of us veterans that are here, we gave our undying sacrifice. Our one nation under God, indivisible, and justice for all. Not justice for you all, but justice for all of us. A pledge commitment of an individual to a group. The flag represents many things. The stripes represent the original 13 colonies. The stars represent the unions of the 50 states. Red represents hardness and valor. White, purity and innocence. The blue, perseverance, okay, and justice. The line states that we loyalty, committed ourselves to our country as a whole, and to the republic for which it stands. The definition of republic is a state in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representative, which has an election or nominated president rather than a monarch. The flag itself represents that. One nation under God. Many veterans here, uniform, not uniform. I just want to digress just a minute. It has become urgent and necessary for us to bring the pledge back to the forefront of our minds and offer to our children as something they understand, instead of they simply recite the Pledge of Allegiance. They pay respect to those who have paid the ultimate price for our freedom. America, the American pledge to the meaning of the question is, who or what is you? Who paid the ultimate peace for freedom? Many men and women in this audience. And we stand for the flag.
Thank you, ma'am. Anthony Stewart is next. Lewis Holmes is on deck.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Moore. I'd like to kind of regress a little bit and take us back to April 23rd, 1635, when the first public school was instituted in Boston, Massachusetts. And it lasted unthreatened up until 1894, when the Daughters of the Confederacy was organized and formed with purpose in mind to spread venom of hatred and spew and division. And then later on in 1954, with the Board of Education, other groups came with the same type of purpose. It reminded me of something I kind of read in the Bible, where in the Garden of Eden, there was a serpent that caused a lot of problems. Then in Matthew 23 and 33, that serpent seemed to have grown to a viper. And that viper was threatening at that time generations. In Revelation chapter 12, that viper had grown to a dragon. And that dragon was threatening countries. Right now, the venom that has been spread in our school system and among our communities, this hatred that these organizations are forming, they have grown to such proportionate till they got us wondering if we are sane or not. Mike Nautry, the reporter for 32963, did an article on one of the school board members, and I was sad as I was reading that. This guy says that all of this stuff that was venom was spewed about Sebastian River High School was a lie. He said that the YouTube had videos to show where he was lying about the kids and the staff that was sitting down. And Ray McNutry, he said one other thing that really got me, because I have a little old light degree in psychology. He said that this guy was delusional and he have a tendency to create imaginary enemies. Now, I don't know if you know, but DSM-5 says anybody with those characteristics are psychotic. They are not neurotic, they crazy.
Thank you, sir.
So that means now
Thank
we
you.
got crazy people.
Mr. Stewart, thank
on the
you.
board.
Thank you. Lewis Holmes is next. Kevin Browning is on deck.
In 1954, Brown versus the Board of Education was a landmark decision of the U.S. Supreme Court that U.S. state laws establishing racial segregation in public schools are unconstitutional, even if the segregated schools are otherwise equal in quality. The decision partly overruled the court's 1896 decision, which was Plessy versus Ferguson, which had held that racial segregation laws did not violate U.S. Constitution as long as the facilities for each race were equal in quality, in a doctrine that had come to be known as separate but equal. Now, the plaintiffs in these cases, they were represented by our future Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall Jr. He represented these plaintiffs. The U.S. Department of Justice rarely takes a position in Supreme Court cases that do not involve federal law, but it made an exemption for Brown versus the Board of Education, filing a friend of the court brief that maintained separate but equal facilities were unconstitutional. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, on the other hand, was less supportive. While the case was still being considered, he told Chief Justice Earl Warren that Southern whites are not bad people. And after the court had ruled that school segregation was unconstitutional, President Eisenhower was reluctant to use his presidential authority to enforce the decision. However, this case had a sequel. The Supreme Court included no guidance in the Brown versus Board of Education on how to actually implement desegregation, which is the same problem that we still look at today. No one has found a way to implement or to comply with the 1964 desegregation order that has been on the table for 60 years. New schools have been built. Children have been born and died, and we still can't come up with a way to fix this. The disparity is real. The inequality is real. If you look around this room, you're going to see about 13 black people in here as compared to the rest of this room, and that's the ratio that you have to stop with compared to teacher to student ratio and the administration ratio and the teachers ratio that we do have or don't have. We never get to it. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Board members, it is 8:02. Would you like a break? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on. We've got 6 more speakers. Are you okay with going?
Yes, break after.
Okay. Mr. Browning, you're up. Thomas Kenny's on deck.
Yes, ma'am. I was sitting on that floor over there, and I thought I might have to sue Dr. Moore. I almost couldn't get up. It's hard over there. Chair, board members, superintendent, I believe that most of us are here to speak on behalf of fairness and progress in various areas. We have seen lately in this county book challenges, book bans, attacks on diversity, as well as lies about critical race theory being taught, and then even attacks calling teachers groomers. And we come to talk about fairness, fairness to staff and fairness to teachers, like the ones at Sebastian River High School, who were accused of not saying or standing for the pledge and being non-patriotic Marxists or other made-up things. But a few minutes ago, I didn't have my glasses on as I sat over there, but it looked like the TV screen wasn't saying the pledge or had the hand on the heart. So you can check the video on that later, but like I didn't have my glasses, so I saw what I saw. I could be wrong. But we're also concerned about the attempted disruption to the desegregation order work group that is making progress. That disruption comes by removing Dr. Jones, perhaps one of the most knowledgeable persons in the school district about the deseg order. And lastly, the attempt to rewrite the organizational procedure that has been in place for many years because it works. And this is probably being done as a power grab, trying to replace the effective chair and vice chair, Chair Barenborg and Dr. Jones. They are two of the most educationally experienced members of the board that this county has ever seen. And the reorganization has been traditionally done after the election, after the people of Indian River County have spoken through the ballot. So finally, if we could, please let's return to being kind and improving our school system and being supportive of our employees, teachers, staff, union presidents who fight for fair wages, teacher and staff pay. We need to be one county, a nonpartisan school board supporting all students. And just a couple more thoughts. You know, I couldn't say that I don't trust football coaches when I haven't had a child yet in football. So how do people say that they don't trust the teachers if they have never had a child or don't have a child in the public school system now? And if we want our future kids to love the flag and love the country and fight for the country as we say we want them to, some people suggest that we ought to love them and show them kindness in their diversity and inclusiveness and move towards their future and away from culture wars.
Thank you. Thomas Kenny is next. Jennifer Pippin is on deck.
How y'all doing? I just want to say congratulations to all the graduates at Vero Beach High School and Sebastian River High School. Can we applaud for that? Thank you for the liberty. Couple of things. First off, I think if we looked at the desegregation order and we looked at the original decision, you would find your school system's been in compliance with it for quite a long time. The 1967 order that had certain parameters set in it to desegregate schools. It was changed to the 94 order. We've talked about all this stuff right now. And now the parameters for what we call desegregation on the 2018 Joint Action Plan are completely different than the 67 order, which was originally adjudicated. So things have changed. Theory about the law and how it's applied has changed. And as a result, you're still in a desegregation order when the school is pretty much, the school system is integrated. Dr. Moore mentioned that in March. He believes it's fully integrated. And the data is right on the website. You can go look. Most schools meet the parameters in terms of integration of students right now. I think all of them but like one, and it's off by a couple of points. Another thing I want to talk about is what happened at May 6th, the workshop. There was something brought up about an article in the 32963 that someone mentioned here earlier. And I want to talk about this. Someone was quoted. The author, Ray McNulty, called it "one prominent schools official said," speaking on the condition of anonymity, "We knew this was going to happen as soon as they got a majority. This is just the beginning. It'll get worse." I have never seen an anonymous comment in that newspaper. Not like this. A high-level official. Now, Mr. McDonald brought it out in the workshop, and he immediately exonerated the executive staff and Dr. Moore because, in all honesty, I've talked to all of these people, and they're the politest people you'll ever meet. And they do their job to the best of their ability. Politically, I don't even know where they come from, and we don't have to know. And that's how professional they are. But someone did this, or this person's flat out lying in this newspaper, the reporter. And if he is, this school system should never go there for a quote again. I rest my case.
Jennifer Pippin is next. Ren Robb is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin, and I'm the chairman of Moms for Liberty here in Indian River County. There's been so much disinformation, misinformation this evening. It would take me 300 minutes to go through all of it, but I just wanted to pick a couple of points that, again, with our organization, it is our job to educate the public as well. So when a school board member resigns, it is the governor's option to either fill that seat or leave it vacant until the next election. There was some disinformation on that. Also, there is a PAC here this evening. That's a political action committee. You see them in the shirt, so I think it is ironic that they're talking about keeping politics out of school and keeping partisan politics out of school, but yet they're a political action committee here this evening in your presence. So I find that kind of hypocritical for them to say that. People spoke of book banning. It's probably the ones all speaking and interrupting my speech now. There was book banning mentioned, again, where, this school system is in a very good place right now. And again, I would like to thank the librarians and the curriculum and instruction staff for their hard work that they've done, working very hard now on the Vero Beach High School library system after they finished the Sebastian River High School, replaced a lot of staff, moved a lot of staff around. The district is in a good place. And from the organization that challenged all of the sexually explicit, pornographic, inappropriate materials for minors, thank you to this board for voting 5-0 to get the majority of those books almost a year ago out of the schools and continuing the work. Thank you for that. And thank you to the teachers and the media center specialists who have been putting that work in as well. And I want to say thank you for the First Amendment. Everybody here, even though I may not agree with the majority of them, they do have the right to come to the podium and say what they think, say how they feel. Doesn't mean that we all have to agree. We can agree to disagree. But you need to know that a lot of the misinformation that has been coming to you is not all fact-based. And I'm not going to go into, in depth with that because, again, everybody does have their First Amendment right to say what they would like to on the dais and in this room as the audience. Also, I know that there was talk about the African American history standards for many months in this meeting. I'm not sure if one of the board members were going to bring it up, but if anybody's interested in Miami, on May 29th at 9 a.m., there is a Board of Education meeting, and they're going to be addressing the African American history standards. So if anybody in this room or anybody listening would like to have a comment on that or go and speak to that, this board does not have responsibility over that. The Board of Education does. Again, just educating the public. You can make public comment at that time, or you can do it online as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Ren Robb is next, and Marley Silverman is on deck.
Good evening, board members, and Dr. Moore, and friends and colleagues. My name is Ren Robb. I've been a teacher at Vero Beach High School for approximately 35 years. In fact, when I saw Peggy Poisel earlier this evening, she reminded me that she was at Vero Beach High School when I started as an administrative assistant there, and she's been in the district now for 50 years. Yeah. Makes me feel young. Thanks, Peggy. I worked with Eric Seymour in the dropout prevention program in the early 90s when I first started. He's not here now, so he can't hear me say that. I support Sebastian River High School and IRCEA, and I'm on the negotiating team, and I'm proud to say that with the negotiating team, we work as one. We work together. For the first time in my career, the district and IRCEA works collegially, and it's amazing. I stand every day for the Pledge of Allegiance and ask my students to stand as well. What if they don't? Should I have them disciplined? Should I call their parent guardian? Should I check for a letter on file that is evidence of a religious exemption? Or should I simply continue to lead by example and nurture our mutual trust and respect? As an experienced educator, I choose the latter. Trust and respect between teachers and students is mandatory for a positive educational experience. Trust and respect between teachers and school board members is important too. False accusations erode this trust. When a school board member denigrates the educators he is responsible for supporting by publicly making blatantly false accusations without properly doing his homework, he undermines the educational system he's sworn to protect and causes people to question his loyalty, his commitment, and his fitness for the office that he holds. Thank you, Michael Marsh and Kevin Browning, for saying at the beginning of your presentations what I wanted to say, but now I don't have to. When a school board member attacks fellow school board members who have far more knowledge of the educational system than he does, people with good reason have to question his motives and his ability to make rational decisions.
Thank you, sir.
That was a quick 3 minutes.
Yeah, they go quickly. Marley Silverman, and our last speaker is on deck, Jennifer Freeland.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Marley Silverman. I owe my education to Florida's public college and university system, graduating from Miami-Dade Community College and Florida International University in Southeast Florida. I am a member of the Education Champions Advocates for Public Education group. This is my first time attending an ARC school board meeting, and probably as things are developing, it won't be my last. My husband and I moved here from Broward County. We are disappointed by what's happening on our local board. We watch and dismay board members engaging in cultural wars and imposing religiosity and misguided values through Moms for Liberty, politicizing and dividing the board's primary mission, which is to educate every and all children in our community. Our Constitution gives freedom of religion without government interference. More importantly, our Constitution gives us freedom from religion. We need solutions to ensure our children are educated and given the right tools to succeed. Their future depends on all of us working together. Our board members must be part of solutions, not creating division or looking for problems where none exist. Lastly, let us be kind to each other. Our children in our community deserve better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Freeland will be our last speaker, number 41.
Good evening to the board, Dr. Moore, and the cabinet. Normally at this time I would be thanking teachers. Oh, I got yelled at for this last time. My name is Jennifer Freeland. I've been a teacher in the county for 17 years, and I'm currently the president of Indian River Education Association, the teachers union. And normally this time of year I would be giving some kind of talk and thanking teachers for another year in the can, but here we are. We, teachers, create something precious and shiny in the connections we have with our community, each other, and the long-lasting connections we have with our students. We put our love into the work we do every day for other people's children. We have great respect and love for the work we do and see something shiny in every child in supporting these children to spread their wings, to be free to fly. There has been some highly diversive propaganda from a member of this board and others, and this is a clear attack on the good, honest, hardworking teachers in this county. Through the chair, Dr. Pasca and his supporters will never have what teachers have, for you will never comprehend the bright and shiny things we cultivate. We will not be bullied, and we will not allow you to tarnish our craft or our reputations. We will fiercely defend our students, our fellow teachers, and our community. For when you attack teachers and in turn public education, you attack our children. When you create a trumped-up issue and then you ask to defer money to monitor the problem that simply does not exist, you take money from our students. When you attack teachers, you are in fact attacking the heart and soul of our community and our democracy. It takes a lot for a board member who has never received a single vote from residents of this county to jump in and tear the county down. But that is not what students in the county need.
and it is certainly not what a leader of educators should or would do. Whom do you serve, sir? The educators, students, and the community of Indian River County, or another master? Through the chair, I asked Dr. Posca, what policies have you brought before this board that helps our students? What schools have you taken time to visit? What students and educators have you talked with and taken the time to have a conversation? How do you understand and know what resources we need and how we might better support our students? It's easy to lob accusations and falsehoods from the cheap seats, especially when you receive the seat for free, without any effort or work. But those in the arena know the score. We, our students and our community, have already started to rebuild our public school to be bright and shiny spaces for our students to thrive in, and thrive they have. We are again an A district, and we have one of the highest graduation rates in the state. This did not happen by accident. It's by teamwork with all stakeholders, SDIRC, teachers, students, parents, and the community. Asking for an apology and correcting the record and finding the truth that someone has willfully misplaced for their own benefit is not the same as taking someone's speech away. Rather, it is asking for an apology.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Dr. Moore, would you like to respond to any of the 41 comments that we just heard?
Comment one? No.
Okay.
I will give some overarching remarks, and then I hope we can move forward. The reality is, when you look at where the school system was and where the school system currently sits, it's gone from 38th to 13th. And based on data that's coming in now, as students are taking their assessments, it's going to continue to grow and move forward. And that is something we all should celebrate and be proud of. But at the end of the day, we need to drastically transform what public education looks like. It needs to change. And if we want to hold on to the way it was 50 years ago or 60 years ago or 20 years ago, that will be the death of the school district of Indian River County. We need to have a deep understanding as to what our community needs, engage in the conversation and the dialogue to figure out how we can, in fact, transform the student experience to meet the needs of today's learners. Conversations like this is not going to get us here. Civility is important. Engaging in the dialogue is important. Everyone owning this public school system is important because it does not belong to this board. It does not belong to me. It belongs to our community. It belongs to our community. Everyone who lives in our community, regardless of their political affiliation. So I would encourage all of us to step back and evaluate how we move forward. Because we have to. We have to. Absolutely have to. Some things that were said, I just feel as if we need a level of clarity. It is the state of Florida that has moved from 48th to 50 in teacher pay. Indian River County is in Florida. I cannot take it out of Florida. This board can't take it out of Florida. And that's not a bad thing. But when you look at the push from this board over the last 4 years, we've gone from 24th in teacher pay to 6th in teacher pay, below the state average to above the state average.
In Florida.
In Florida, what did I say? Yeah, thank you for whatever guess. In Florida. That's not easy. That is making sure you keep your priorities straight, and it is finding the finances and pushing as much money away from this district in this office to get it in the hands of teachers and educators. When we go into the sessions, I might break a law here, Sid, about what we're going to negotiate, every single board member is clearly saying, get as much for our teachers as we possibly can.
Are you supposed to say that?
Oh, it's truth. Let's speak truth to power. It is straight. It is the truth. Everyone is saying it. When you look at those increases, we all should be proud. When we speak of classical schools, I would encourage you, I don't know the actual first time that we brought that conversation. A lot of things that were said about it tonight is simply just not the truth. It is simply just not the truth. It is not Christian-based. It is not a Trojan horse. It is simply a traditional way of educating children that if people in our community want to have access to it, let's give access. Let's have choice. And we look forward to bringing that information back to the board in our June workshop. Curriculum. It was mentioned several times regarding removed curriculum. A great deal of the success in the school system is the curriculum that we've gone through a community-wide process to select. It is the curriculum that is aligned to the standards, that is extremely rigorous. And all of those curriculums, whether it's Savas, whether it's Amplify, they are hard teaches. Ask our teachers from what the curriculum that they had, which was this, I'll get in trouble again, said, this spoon-fed, follow the manual and say these things to these kids versus authentically teaching them where they're at. It was hard, but trust me, those successes are part of the reason that we're there. So there isn't curriculum that we have removed or taken away that this board did these awful things. We followed a process collegially, and we have better content in front of our kids because of it. A lot of conversations about the desegregation order. And the truth of the reality is, over the last 4.5 years, this team before you, the principals who are leading our schools, our teachers are going above and beyond to ensure that we have a fully integrated school system. Yes, we have a fully integrated school system. We have a 2018 joint plan that identifies a process that leads us to unitary status. That is the process that we are working on. That's the process we're working on. And it is an emotional, a lot of feelings attached to it, but there isn't a put it on the shelf attitude by this board. All of the board members are very, very intentional in saying, what are we doing? How come it's been so long? It is a very, very hard task to accomplish, but is absolutely not an ignored task by any means. Hold on, I was taking notes.
The floor is yours, sir.
Curriculum. I think I'll stop there. Those were just some of the overarching remarks, but at the end of the day, it's encouraging that people are here and people are expressing their opinions. But we need to connect to this work and connect to each other. We all live in Indian River County. The system belongs to everybody. And because one person has a political affiliation doesn't give them any more ownership than anybody else. It surely does not. And civility, being rude, being disrespectful, that's just not who we are. And I would want, if I was to stand at that podium, I would want my two daughters to say, Dad, I'm proud of you. I don't know that everyone who stood at that podium tonight with their children would say, hey, I'm proud of you. Because we have no room or no space for being disrespectful or rude or belittling other people. Difference of opinions, wonderful, great. Belittling people, that's not what we're all called to do. So, Madam Chair, those are my remarks. I'm hoping we could just go forward.
Okay. Board members, Ms. Rosario, please don't clap.
Dr. Moore.
Please don't clap.
Dr. Moore, you took my points away.
So thank you so much for addressing so many of those comments, and great job tonight on that. Indeed. There was something that I think when you mentioned Trojan horse, just wanted to, I think the comment about classical education, Dr. Moore, was that it was reverse racism or reverse segregation or something like that. So I don't know if that was your comment regarding Trojan horse, but I think that was the particular comment, and I have to say that I agree with you 100%. That is not what the classical education model is. It is indeed, some gentleman came up and said, to him, classical education is Aristotle, Latin, Greek, and rhetoric, and that is exactly the conversation that we have had as a board. If you go over all of the meetings, the workshops that we've had on this, and I'm certain Dr. Moore would agree with that. That's the conversation. Someone said something about no one has advocated for, that we have advocated for mandatory prayer or religious schools. That is not what any board member has ever spoke about. We have not advocated for mandatory prayer or religious schools. But I will say there were several other comments. I think I'm just going to end on a good note with regard to coming to the podium at our last meeting. I don't know if it was even mentioned prior, but there was a veteran that came up and actually gave a really great suggestion about providing veteran parking spaces. I don't know if anyone remembers that who might have been here, and we actually do have it. Citizens were heard that night, or a citizen was heard that night, and just about immediately, I almost think it was the next day, if not a couple of days later, there are 3 veteran parking lots, veteran parking spaces. Dr. Moore moved his over and gave 3 veteran parking spaces dedicated to veterans, so kudos to that. There didn't need to be any reminders, it just happened, and I love it. I am very concerned about the parent who came up here regarding the IEP. That shouldn't even need to be said, but I know that Mr. Seymour is working on it, and certainly, Dr. Moore, I am expecting that you will follow up on that one 100%. And with that, I just thank everybody for being here, and in case we miss you, have a great summer. Okay. Anybody else? Mr. McDonald?
I'll just say just a couple of things. There were a lot of things said that were, I think, inaccurate, but I won't try and address all those. It would be nice if we had a format where we could get together and discuss things that we think we know and things we think are facts, find and work them out so that we can come up to things that actually are true in our facts, to take away some of the animosity that might be between us. Because I felt and heard a lot of animosity here. I can understand where it comes from, but I don't know how beneficial it was to us. This on top of 45 minutes of it 2 weeks ago is getting to be old. I will make a couple of quick points just because they're so glaring. One of the persons is Jackie Rosario mentioned, said that classical schools, as he knew them, were about Aristotle, Latin, classical books and virtue. That's exactly what classical schools are about today. One small example among many that are misunderstandings. They're not Christian because a Christian school chooses to have a classical education. Doesn't make classical education Christian. There are 18% of the public schools use a classical education model now. Hopefully we might add to that. There are some people in this community that think that's valuable. A new classical school just opened up this year. There are people who are our customers are the parents. They're our customers. Many of them seem to like that because they're going to those schools. Dr. Moore, and I give him great credit for that, sees the opportunity to serve that segment of the population. Serving a segment of our population, our customers, to the degree, in a way that they see valuable is appropriate. It is what we should, as best as possible, seek to do. It's not for everybody. It might be for some. We're going to try and find a way to determine if that is appropriate curriculum for some of our students. But there's a lot of misunderstanding of it. I wish that people would try and gain understanding of what is being talked about before they form opinions. A comment that was made that just had to be addressed about board members not receiving any votes. I am the board member who has not received any votes. Unfortunately, it's not possible to receive a vote, but I was appointed by the governor. But all of the other board members have received votes. One of the board members ran, was not opposed, and the votes he received put him in office. It's called an election, and that happened. So if you deny that, you're an election denier. He's received votes. But what's more important, getting up here and trying to demean various members here is not appropriate. To encourage that is not appropriate. I would like to see us try and remove our differences and find civility and find some ways of getting along and find some ways to find compromise where we can live together as a community rather than have to battle back and forth. And we may all be guilty to a degree of causing that. I would hope we'd all be part of finding a solution to that.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
First of all, thank you for all the speakers tonight. We saw some great community spirit, and I just appreciate you being here. It was a strong community spirit. I think we can all say we're all here for the same reason, and that is student success. Every student to be successful. So when we see these wonderful graduations this last week, we hope they're going on to their next journey, whatever it may be, ready to go, and that our teachers have done the job they need to do. And I can't remember one comment, but unless you've been a teacher, let's say in the last 5 years, and I taught for 12 years before I went into administration, you don't have a clue of what they have to do on a daily basis. Forgetting everything that's mandated by the state, from standards to testing to certification to end of course exams to graduation requirements, everything there. They have a lot to do, and they do it well. I've said this many times, I'm a public school advocate. Dr. Moore said something about owning it. I have owned it. I have walked the walk for 44 years. We had 3 children that graduated from this school system. 2 from Vero Beach High School, 1 from Sebastian. I put him in Sebastian. He's my son, so I could see him once in a while. And I wanted all of those students, all of my 3 students, my children, went on to get their master's degree, and that's because they have a great foundation from the K-12 system here at Sebastian Vero Beach High School, and they also went to Glendale and Gifford Middle. But I give accolades to every one of our schools. You know, we could all say public school has some challenges now. We do. And we are in a competitive world, and we've got to, you know, step up and do that. And competition sometimes is good. We know that. But I just, you know, what Dr. Moore said about owning it, I own it. I walk the walk, and I'm just proud of everyone who came here tonight and said what they believed was in their hearts. You know, we've talked about civility and decorum, and I remember looking up the definition of civility. I have that somewhere. Formal politeness, courtesy in behavior and or speech. You can say something very nicely, but it can still cut to the core. And that's what should never happen on the school board or even in citizen input. And I think when Ms. Berenborg talked about personal attacks mean the same to me, whether you're attacking a school or a teacher and they're not here to defend themselves. So we have to look at how it affects our children, our teachers, our administrators, and our schools. It doesn't help. We have a policy that says all communication should go through the superintendent. And I tell Dr. Moore after I hear things a couple times, I'm relaying it to him. And he can see what he wants to do with it. Not my job. So I just say when we talk about civility and decorum, and I encourage anyone in the public to look at the meetings the last 3 years and see where you see it and see where you don't. Okay. But it is our responsibilities as board members. I think it's policy 118 or bylaw 118. We are responsible for the education of these students. So we've got to keep our focus on student achievement. So when we talk about anything in board member matters or what we want to talk about, that should be our focus. And just thank you everybody for supporting our public schools here in Indian River County. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Posca, I see you're on now.
Sure. Yeah, I'll respond. I'm glad to hear
Well, your camera's on
so many
now.
patriotic staff members that came to speak today. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think our comments over the last month were clearly not directed at you. However, it appears that members of the community have organized an angry mob against me. I'd like to ask, why is that? Is it because I suggested punishing teachers for being unpatriotic? No, because I didn't do that. Was it because I suggested that most teachers at Sebastian River High School were unpatriotic? No, I said most teachers at Sebastian River High School were outstanding. So why is there outrage? And I think it appears it's because I had the audacity to suggest that all teachers stand and put their hand over their heart for the national anthem and Pledge of Allegiance. Although my words were certainly twisted by many people in the community, including here today, my concerns were certainly heard by a lot of people. And this is why it was very surprising me to see this last weekend during our graduation ceremonies, as I looked out over the crowd during the national anthem being played by our proud kids, to once again see more black-robed teachers and staff not participating in our great anthem.
Please, you need to leave. Thank you.
Not participating in our country's great anthem by failing to place their hands over their hearts for even a moment. I'm proud to say it was far less people than last year's ceremonies, so clearly my words had an effect. I won't say where it happened because clearly that caused hurt feelings, but it did make me continue to wonder why it's so hard for some to honor the flag and the country. Is it an accident, or is it a Kaepernick-style silent protest? It makes me wonder why the union's response was to declare it never happened, that I'm not allowed to speak of it, and then participate in an angry mob against me, based many of the statements on false statements, twisting of my words. I can't help but wonder if this simple act of obedience of putting your hand over your heart and pledging to a flag is maybe just too much for some individuals. However, few or far in between they may be in our excellent school district. But my message to the teachers is that I support you far more than you know, and I will stand by you. And I would ask you to reflect on the teachers' unions representatives and their behaviors and actions, and see if that truly represents what you stand or don't stand for.
Anything else, Dr. Posca? Okay. All right. I'm going to say a couple of things. First of all, thank you for all of those that were willing to stand up here and say whatever you want to say to help our community understand what's important to you about educating our children. Obviously, people have very different opinion as to what is important to them for educating our children. We, as a dais, have a very different opinion as to what we need to do to educate our children. Somebody mentioned the 911 ceremonies at Sebastian River High School. I remember attending those a couple of times now. And it was so unique and different. I know Ms. Rosario's attended them with me. And I was just taken back with how wonderful it was. Those are special moments. I know it's not all of the staff, but it was a special moment that I think a school did back in the day that nobody else was doing. And so they took the lead on that, and I appreciate that. Sebastian River High School, I didn't see anybody not standing for the pledge this year. I looked while I was peeking at the flag and the national anthem. Thank you. Not the pledge. We didn't say the pledge. It bothers me, though, that we're pointing fingers still. When you say the word civility, it means to be civil. It means to be kind to other people. If you are pointing out that somebody didn't do something, you know, our job is not to be the police on that. Our job is to point it out and say, you know, Dr. Moore, I believe there's an issue, I need you to address it as a board member, and that's our job. Every board member has that right to do it. Dr. Posca has that right to do that. I just feel like we need to be careful what we say on this dais to each other and how we treat each other. We have a difference of opinion. We don't have a right to call each other names. We don't have a right to call other people names, and we certainly don't have a right to point fingers at people. As a board member, be professional. Speak to the superintendent when you have a concern. That's my point that I would like to make. And I think, you know, rising above all of this, if we're going to continue as a board to be civil to each other and to the community, it's going to help us grow together as a board to betterment for our students. Not having the school district rise despite all of this, but rise because we are working together, even though we have a difference of opinion. And I think that's the important part right here, trying to figure out how to come together. Did you want to say something else?
I do want to
Okay.
say something else.
Hold on
I'm
a
sorry.
second. You know, I feel like sometimes there's a lot of attacking that goes on, and we just need to sit back and think, you know, what's best for our community, what's best for us. Obviously, people are listening. Obviously, it's out there of what's going on with the school board. And somebody made the comment, school boards used to be really boring. I don't know. I've been listening to this school board for years, since I've been here 36 some years now. And I don't know, we've always had a really interesting school board and meetings. So, you know, I think it's okay to have a difference of opinion. It's okay to listen to all the different varieties of things that people are bringing to us. That's important. You shouldn't have a board that all agrees, but you should have a board that treats each other with respect. And that's what I ask board members to please do. Respect each other and respect our community and our kids and our teachers. That's all I ask. Doc?
Just respectfully through the chair, and I'd like each board member to comment. I looked very carefully at Sebastian River High School and Vero Beach High School. And as you notice, the graduates come in and nobody sits down until all graduates are in, and then we have the colors, and then we have the national anthem. And I looked as far as I could see, and I saw everyone standing, participating in the national anthem, and everyone that I could see putting their hands over their heart. So I would like to disagree with the statement made earlier by a board member. And I'd certainly like to hear what other board members saw.
This isn't discussion.
I understand that. I was just asking through the
Okay.
chair. That's fine.
No,
So
we
I'm happy to
we can discuss that later, Dr. Posca. We'll move that to a discussion item. How's that, board?
That's fine.
Because I think it's time for a break. It is 8:47. We're going to take a 10-minute break. After citizen input, we're going to go to, before we go to our consent agenda, Dr. Moore would like to speak.
So Madam Chair, my thought was after you approved the consent agenda, since the majority of the public speakers were around policy 8800 and 8810, it might make sense just to take that item right now versus going to one topic and then going back to the topic we just spent 2 hours on. But that's completely up to the board.
Okay, board members, you're talking item number 10.
I think 10B, it was bifurcated here on each individually, so if you did 8800, and then 8810, and then 0165 is not related to the topics, but at least the conversation might flow better.
Board members, does anybody have an objection to moving action agenda item 10B first? Okay, it's been asked to be bifurcated. Yep.
No, but I thought I understood, I thought I understood Dr. Moore saying to keep 8800 and 8810 together. Is that what I heard?
I did have that same question. I thought
'Cause they're
what
the
Dr.
same
Jones
topic.
was requesting was to have those two as one item.
Right.
And then the next policy.
As a separate item.
As a separate item.
That's what I thought.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
I did ask for that, and then the chair asked me if we could bifurcate each one, and I said that was fine.
I don't care, either way. All right, so, before we do that, though, and the reason why I say bifurcate.
I think we need to clarify for the record.
Well, actually, the reason why I said that is because we have speakers on these. And so it might be helpful to bifurcate them, okay? All right, so we're going to start with jumping to our action agenda. Boy, you really, really challenged me. All right, we're going to go to action agenda item 10B. Start with that. Okay, so we're going to go to 8800. Dr. Jones, you asked for this to be bifurcated, but before you do, I'm going to ask the superintendent to please bring this item to our attention.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Madam
I'm sorry,
Chair, this
Madam-
item is actually 8800 and 8810. These were two items that we discussed at workshop. Ms. Rosario made recommended changes. The board had a great deal of conversation around both of these policies, and those changes were captured and sent to the board probably the day after the board meeting. So the item that is before you is those changes the board discussed in School Board Policy 8800 and 8810.
Okay, so before we bring up each discussion about each one, so 8800 is the one about the...
Patriotic programs.
Yep, patriotic programs. Okay. We have a speaker. Mr. Marsh, is that the one you'd like to speak to? Is he in the room?
No.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the speaker list has items for 10A. What Mr. Marsh said was anything added.
Anything, it says.
This was not added, it was already on the agenda.
Okay, it says item number anything. Hold on
Madam
one
Chair.
second, please. Anything added, okay. Because under item number, it says anything. Okay, all right. We're
Madam Chair.
good, we're good. Okay. We don't have any speakers.
Yes, we do.
Not for 10B.
Sorry.
Okay. We're good?
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification from our attorney on citizen input and the citizen forums. This was an issue quite a while ago, and Mr. Ansbacher was he provided a bit of guidance on our forms. And our forms, again, I think we need to clarify this. This needs to be an issue for us to clarify. When a citizen comes in, they are filling out the form based on what is printed on the agenda, not anything else. They can't just fill out a citizen form and say, I want to speak to anything that is on there. or I want to speak to anything that would be added to the agenda. It has to be based on what is printed on the agenda originally. That's what's in our policy, and that is what is on our form. Sir, could you please confirm that for us, Mr. Ansbacher?
That falls into the yeah, but category. If we are changing the agenda, then what then is added if it's an action item or if it's a consent item? Where there's going to be any vote, that's a proposition. And as such, citizens under 2860114 are entitled to speak on the item if it's added. So, yeah, I would say anything that's on the agenda constitutes a proposition, and both under the statute as interpreted by a Florida bar article that also interprets Robert's rules, and of course we follow Robert's rules. So the only question becomes, I think, more, what do we do about a discussion item? And that's not necessarily a proposition, but I think for anything where we're going to have a proposition, whether it's on the agenda or added to the agenda, 2860114 would require it.
But we don't have anything added to our action agenda today. Our action agenda has remained the same.
No, ma'am. We do from time to time, though.
But not tonight.
No, ma'am.
So we don't, so there's nothing to request for anything added. To speak to anything added, there isn't anything added.
The only question, and again, is we've basically taken 10B and converted it to 10B sub 1, sub 2, sub 3. So I think.
But that's bifurcating, yeah, but that's not, we're not adding a topic to the action agenda. We're not adding another proposition. It's not a new proposition that we're adding to the agenda.
But they're going to be, presumably, if we're doing 3 different items, conceivably, we're going to have 3 different votes.
I know, but we don't have anyone who's speaking to 10B. That's fine. We're okay with that. The item that is being bifurcated, no one requested to speak to that.
Okay.
Mrs. Barenborg already clarified that. I'm asking in general. If we don't have any added new proposition to the action agenda, then we can't, then there should be no request to speak to a particular item that wasn't added.
You would have to comply with the policy as far as
As it was printed,
well, basically within the time frame.
up until the 5:45.
Up until 5:45, and
Thank you.
also the day before for the online.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarity.
So, yeah, as I stated, we don't have a speaker for 10B.
Not yet?
Nope.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. Thank you for
All
not
right.
taking my 3 minutes.
So at this time, Dr. Moore, this is your item, updated approval to set public hearing date for the adoption of the revisions to School Board Policy 8800, because it's bifurcated. That is religious observances and patriotic programs. Is there anything you'd like to say?
No, Madam Chair, I presented both those items together 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Dr. Jones, you asked for the bifurcation.
Yes, on 8800, just a question, Dr. Jones. This came from a few teachers and parents.
Dr. Jones? you
I'm
asking
sorry,
yourself?
Dr. Moore. Sorry.
It's late already, I get it, sorry.
And it was brought up by one of the teachers, I think, today. So if, and basically I'm okay with 8800, but if a student does not have an opt-out from a parent and doesn't stand, then what happens?
Through the chair, you are correct. That was referenced today. That would be the opportunity to provide the student with the form, send them to the counselor. If he doesn't want to get the form, contact the parent and say, hey, I'm being placed in this situation. I want to honor the parent's request. please let me know by completing this form. And I think as, we go into the school year, we're going to be extremely focused in making sure that information is captured in focus, so teachers have that information readily available so they can conduct their class appropriately during this time.
Okay.
Just like they would, I think, I'm going to speak. Just like they would, I would think, dress code. If student's out of dress code, you're going to send that form home for the parent. You're going to contact the parent. I think that's appropriate. That's for anything else that we have in our student code of conduct. Anybody else?
No.
All right. So we'll take a vote on this item then. I need a motion to approve.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Jones on the second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Passes 5-0 for 8800. Okay, 8810, the American flag. Dr. Moore, would you like to say anything before Dr. Jones brings this up?
This is a item that's captured the board's conversation at the last workshop and presented to the board for approval to send it to public hearing.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
I think it's written well. I had a question from a teacher. If the teacher's religion does not allow him or her to stand, there'd be no consequence, correct?
That's not in this policy.
I'm just asking the question.
Through the chair, not in this specific policy, but yeah, we'd be able to.
Okay.
We still have to make sure that we provide the opportunity for the students.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, going to call for, anybody else want to comment?
Nope.
Okay, I'm going to call for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Second.
Mr. Rosario? Mr. McDonald? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 5-0. All right, now on to the third item, which is revisions to bylaws, PO 0165.1 agendas. Dr. Moore, you want to say anything?
Yes, Madam Chair, very, very similar. This was the conversation at the last workshop. It was held at the very end of the meeting. Initially, I did not think we needed a policy to capture this change. I think the board discussed it. But then we did ask the attorney, and the attorney did reference that we would need a change in policy. So being that I believe there was consensus at the workshop, I made this change and is in front of the board now.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
I don't remember consensus at the workshop, but I'll look back on that because I know we discussed this at the very end. And adding it to our agenda policy, for the past 45 years, this topic has been in the practice and the precedent. The part of the agenda was used for board members to talk about school events, attended community events, and committee reports. And I said before, it's the best part of the agenda. And obviously, we run the business of the school district. Policy 118, education of these students, lies with the board. And we have a big mission to educate 17,000 students. And the orderly conduct of business is our goal. And I don't understand why we would turn a school board meeting to a discussion on any other topic. We have important work to do as board members. I've been a part of many boards in the school, community, athletics, and we always stick to the mission. And I just have to wonder why now all of a sudden do we have to go into other topics? I mean, our job is to create policies that focus on building better and successful students who care about this country. And we try to do that each day, and we start with that in our elementary schools, with our students standing for the pledge. So we started at home, and then we continued in our schools. And we talked about this a little bit before with, the topic, and we could get off topic as far as, or on different tangents, and I just think this should remain. It should not go into policy regarding agendas. Our agendas are pretty specific as consent, action, and then we go into other parts. So I do not think this is a good move to put into policy. It's been a past practice for at least 45 years that I know, and a precedent to talk about school events attended, community events, and committee reports, not getting to other tangents. That's what I wanted to say about that one.
Okay, any other board member comments?
Yeah, I'll make a comment.
Okay.
I think it should be a policy change because at the last workshop, you had an item specifically to reprimand me and my board member comments, which actually were related to the school board. Now, since you brought it up, I'm going to bring it up and explain that again. We had a Vice Mayor, Linda Moore, who requested used and dirty dildos from around the county be brought into her restaurant, which is a clear public safety hazard and is very unsafe. This is somebody who's designing and choosing how our roads are built that our children are walking and bicycling on every day to and from school. So the relevance is that if somebody thinks it's safe to create a repository for used dildos at a restaurant, they are not mentally capable of doing the calculus needed to build safe roads for our children to walk to and from school on every day. So it's obviously a directly related issue for our community and our school district. And apparently we need a policy because you bring agenda items to specifically reprimand me for my speech.
Anyone else like to speak?
Yes, I
Ms.
would.
Rosario?
Yes, other items could include anything other than just local information. We might want to include items to share regarding maybe discussions that we have had with members of our legislators, or maybe even include information and update on memorandum that we have received from the Department of Education or the commissioner or even the governor and so on and so forth. I mean, other items could be a lot of other things still related to our work, but just not specifically under meetings and events. So I think it is important for us to be able to have that in there. This wasn't even an issue for me before, but this has only come up because there seems to be a willingness to squash or to silence board members because you don't agree with what they say. And that's, I don't agree with that. Everybody is entitled to their First Amendment right. This is not an item that is a negotiated item. We're not voting on these items. These are just items that we are bringing up to the board, either as an FYI or as a report. And so I do think that it would be important for us to include it, as you both, Mrs. Barenborg and Dr. Jones, mentioned. This actually was a result of your comments from our last workshop. So, and again, as Dr. Moore mentioned, Mr. Ansbacher suggested that it be a policy, since it is part of administrative procedures. So, I think we should have it on there.
Mr. McDonald?
Well, after sitting through 3 hours of public comment, it does seem that there is no other place other than the discussion area for board members to make similar public comments and make their thoughts available. I would hope that we use prudence in what we decide to speak of, but having that freedom as a board member seems only reasonable.
I will actually have to agree. I think board members have the right to say whatever they need to bring up as a point of, that's their time that they can bring up anything. And although I don't agree sometimes with some of the things that are said and the words that are being used, that's somebody's right to do. And I think as a board member, we have the right to bring something forward, and it may make other people uncomfortable. I don't think we have the right to criticize other board members, though, of things. So I would be wary of that, but I think that we do have the right to bring up other things. So I'm going to call for a motion. Motion to approve?
Yeah, motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed.
It passes 4-1. All right, moving back. So we are going to go to our consent agenda. Moving backwards. Okay. So our consent agenda as amended. I would like to call for a motion.
So move.
Dr. Jones, a second.
Second.
Mr. McDonald, any discussion on the consent agenda items? It's been so long, I don't even remember them. Anyone have a concern or an issue? Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. Those in favor of approving the consent as amended, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, now we're moving to action. Back to action. Action, letter A, the approval of Resolution 2024-09, Title IX, Policy and Procedural Hold. Dr. Moore, is this your item?
Actually, I apologize. Ms. Rosario did proffer this item, so it is actually item being proffered by a board member.
Okay. So, Mr. Rosario, I'm going to ask that you just present the item at this time with no discussion in that, because we have a speaker. So just present what the item is.
Why don't you have this, we usually let the speakers go first.
Well, all right, then I'll just present the item. So it's a Title IX school board resolution added by Mrs. Rosario. We have a speaker. We have several speakers on this. The first speaker is Dr. Marjorie Flanagan.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. My name's Dr. Margie Flanagan, and as you heard earlier, I'm the chair. Thank you. I have to stand on my tiptoes. I'm horizontally challenged. Chair of Education Champions, Advocates for Public Education in Indian River County. And I'm here to speak on what I consider to be an ill-advised resolution by Ms. Rosario on the Title IX proposal. I really believe that this is going to be a state issue that's going to be decided by the courts, and I don't see a reason to put Indian River County in the forefront of this by adopting a resolution. Further, the American Psychiatric Association research shows that only 5 to 14 of every 100,000 males experience gender dysphoria. The number of females is even lower, 2 out of 3 of every 100,000 young ladies. Teenagers self-report dysfunction at a higher rate, and that becomes confusing because this is a sexual development time during these developmental years. Most are on a journey to maturation and don't really involve gender dysphoria or require medical or psychological intervention. Indian River has 17,000 public school students. APA research suggests only 2 to 3 of these students would be experiencing a gender identity crisis. Singling out these vulnerable students for harassment is really akin to bullying for these young people who are having difficulties. And it's really institutional bullying of the meek who are not able to protect themselves because they're so few in number. Indian River has more than 3,400 of its students living below the poverty level. The overwhelming majority of these students have deficiencies in literacy and are at risk for a life of dependency on public funds and dysfunction. The Title IX issue is not where we need to be putting our efforts. It's into literacy and improving educational efforts for these children. So my comment is, and I have to admit, I really wasn't prepared to speak on Title IX. I just found out that it was on the agenda, that the resolution, so I put my name in to speak on it. But it will be decided in the courts, not by a Board of Education, and we don't need to waste valuable time of board time on this. So please do your duty to the students. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill for the 2 to 3 students who are searching for the correct bathroom to use during the school day. Thank you.
Margaret Murray.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm Margaret Murray, and I'm the vice chair of the Educational Champions, and we are not a pack. We are just a group of people that got together who care about public education. So that is a falsehood. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about the Pledge of Allegiance, and I want to read it. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let's reflect on liberty and justice for all and what that truly means. Liberty refers to the freedom for each individual to pursue their own path in life, make their own choices, and express themselves without undue restraint or opposition. It's the right to live without fear of unjust interference. And what is really justice? Justice means that all individuals are treated fairly and equitably under the law, without discrimination. It ensures that everyone, regardless of background, has access to the same opportunities and protections. So together, liberty and justice for all embodies the principles that every person in this nation is entitled to freedom, fairness, forming the foundation of our democracy and guiding our actions as a community. So, if you really stand up and put your hand on your heart and pledge the flag, then you need to care about every single person, whether they're white, whether they're black, whether they're Hispanic, whether they're green, whoever they are. My dad fought for this country. He was 17 years old when he went into the Navy. He was in Bunker Hill in Pearl Harbor. He got the Medal of Honor. His brother died on the beach. So we know what sacrifice means. And I'm here today to tell you Title IX is not our business right now. We have a lot of other business, and this, don't add something else to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Trujillo. Went home, okay. Thomas Kenny.
How y'all doing again? Title IX. Some people are speaking to the obvious things about sexual identity and things like that are being changed. Definitions of words are being changed on a law where the definitions of words were very concrete, talking about biological sex. And there was 50 years of established organization around those definitions. If any of you ever read a statute in the Florida Book of Statutes or federal, there's always a definition in the title, the definition of terms. These terms are being changed on the fly, which is literally obliterating the law. But there's also something else that's going on here, and we talked a lot about tonight the desegregation order that was born out of Jim Crow era. Where in Jim Crow era, people did...
Sir, you need to speak to the Title IX.
I am speaking to the Title IX, and I will. And the reason I say this is because in the Jim Crow era, people didn't get a lot of due process. And one of the things that's happening in Title IX is the Biden administration is returning to what is known as, quote, single investigator process. And what they are doing is the single investigator will be the fact-finding agent and the decision maker, as well as being able to dispense with live hearings, cross-examination of evidence, and expert testimony. So no one's getting due process under this Title IX if there is a complaint of sexual harassment, the defendant nor the plaintiff. This is something the Trump administration put in 2020, and it's being removed. There won't be proper court hearings adjudicating this. Then you muck up the definitions, and right now you just have chaos. We need a resolution that sticks to the terms. This resolution proposed by Ms. Rosario sticks to the terminology. And the terminology is what the state is saying that was formed in 1972 on behalf of women. The state is fighting cases along with 21 other states and multiple organizations that want to protect civil rights as well as the rights of women. Thank you.
All right. Jennifer Pippin is next.
I have something for the board.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Good evening again. My name is Jennifer Pippin, again, chapter chair of Moms for Liberty here in Indian River County. What I passed out to you is the LGBTQ plus administrator resource guide that was removed from our school system almost 2 years ago to date. This is a guide, so it was not put through the school board because it was not a policy or procedure. It just went through the administrative process. And this is exactly what is being put into Title IX now. So when our school district looked at this 2 years ago and removed it, again, this is in direct correlation of what Title IX is wanting to do. And Moms for Liberty National is one of the suitors on the lawsuit against the Biden administration, as well as, like people have said in the past, Karen Hiltz and Mr. Thomas Kenny, many states have filed lawsuits against this, as well as many parental rights advocacy groups and such. So this new rule means that boys would be on our girls' sports teams, boys in their locker rooms, gender ideology in the classroom, and secrets potentially being kept from parents by government schools. This is absolutely unacceptable. And I do appreciate this resolution and standing with the Department of Education that sent a letter to this board and the superintendent, and also following all of the rules that this community, again, 2 years ago, this is so important, 2 years ago we said this was not for our community and got rid of this resource administration guide. You can even see on the bottom when it was revised and then removed. So I implore this board to accept this resolution, and if there is any school board members that don't, I would love to know why. Again, this is just a copy. If anybody in the audience would like to see it, I'll meet with you on that. This is just a copy of what was implemented in our school district by Mara Schiff, a previous school board member, and Equality Florida, that was removed from the school district. Please do the right thing and approve this resolution. Stand with the state, stand with the Department of Education, and parental rights here in our county in Florida. Thank you.
Okay. Our last speaker on this topic is May Asensio.
I urge the five of you, the board, to vote in favor of passing this resolution, Title IX Policy and Procedural Hold. As you know, the Governor and Attorney General of Florida filed a federal lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of the Federal Department of Education's recent changes to Title IX. It makes sense to hold off making any impactful changes until the courts make their decisions regarding this case. In 1972, when Title IX was enacted into law, it was meant to put in place protections that would open doors for girls and women. This was during a time when there were a lot of barriers for women in many areas and few opportunities existed for females. It was meant to provide fair and equal treatment of the sexes in all areas, including athletics. This law is credited with decreasing the dropout rate of girls from high school and increasing the number of women who pursue college education and complete their degrees. You can see how Title IX is an important law that has helped girls and women for over 50 years. It clearly states, Title IX clearly states that there are only two sexes. Section 106.41 refers to members of both sexes, two. There are other examples as well. But now the current administration is changing that and allowing young girls to be put in situations that are psychologically disturbing and have the potential to be unsafe. As the resolution on the agenda states, we have to commit to ensure the safety, privacy, and protection of students and acknowledge the importance of single-sex facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. Title IX is most commonly known for the protections it has afforded girls in sports, But to allow biological males to play on a female team is providing the male an unfair advantage and limiting, possibly eliminating, opportunities for females. I'm not sure where the feminists are with this. Why are they not screaming about this situation? The women that wanted more than anything for females to succeed and be provided the same opportunities as males. But the opposite is happening. Males are taking away opportunities meant for females. Males are invading spaces meant for females to feel safe and secure. And by the way, not everyone in the LGBT community agrees with this change to Title IX. It took a long time for women to gain the benefits we have today. Women's sports teams have women's now have chances at athletic scholarships, fairness in admissions to colleges, and so much more that we did not have 50 years ago. Let's not change Title IX. Let's keep safe spaces for girls safe. And let's start with approving this resolution and allow that these changes be decided in the courts, where if life is just, it will die. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Rosario.
Okay, so thank you, board members. So this resolution, it isn't changing Title IX. It isn't recommending for new language to Title IX. I think there are some misunderstandings about what the resolution is. On April 24th, we received an email, a letter from the Commissioner Manny Diaz of the Department of Education, I should add, just reminding, actually directing the superintendent and charter school leaders that the governor is, at the direction of the governor, no educational institution should begin implementing any changes to potential Title IX changes that are set to begin, I believe it is August 1st. And so based on that letter, that's where this resolution comes in. It is not a policy. It is not a procedure. It is essentially putting teeth to the email, ensuring that the superintendent will not set any policies or procedures to any potential changes until after the lawsuit or until further notice, that he receives further notice from the Department of Education or the governor's office directly. It is very unfortunate that federal funds are tied to Title IX because it kind of strong arms the district or other districts. And I hope that Florida stands firm, because it is, I think it's a travesty to kind of hold us hostage to some funds that would hurt students. You know, if we don't receive those funds, it will definitely hurt students. But in the long run, the changes that are being proposed for Title IX actually changes the definition of biological sex, which our state legislators just made sure that our laws include the biological sex and the definition of biological sex as based on by birth. It also changes, if these changes were to go into place, it also makes sure that anybody could basically choose any locker room, any sport, any bathroom, anything essentially. I mean, there really wouldn't even need to be a Title IX, because anybody could claim Title IX privilege over absolutely everything, when it's the complete antithesis to what Title IX was originally intended for. But you know, it is what it is right now. This is where we are. And so essentially this resolution just kind of puts teeth into it. The last line of the resolution commits that no policy or procedural changes shall be considered or implemented while legal challenges ensue, and hereby acknowledges the paramount duty of the district to make adequate provisions for the education of all students residing within its borders. Again, that is what the resolution is, and so I am seeking for board member support on this so that we can make a statement not only to our community, but to our state officials, and then, of course, ensuring that Dr. Moore is in compliance with the Department of Education.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, you want to speak?
Thank you. I had to chuckle that somebody suggested that we shouldn't waste board time on this after 3 hours we just spent. And they also mentioned that it should be without discrimination. Well, being without discrimination is the opposite of Title IX. Title IX has been put in place to discriminate for certain functions and activities based upon the presence or absence of a Y chromosome. And that was put in for the protection and for the advantage of those who otherwise did not have a fair and even playing field to play on, literally as well as figuratively. As mentioned, now that the definitions are being changed because the ideas are easy, but to confuse people and change their thinking, they're applying different words to old ideas so that people get confused. It's the fact that there is no due process in Title IX should strike fear in everyone's hearts, because we see what happens when legislative lawfare gets applied. It will happen to you as well. The fact that it did exist, that this document exists, but we put in place a policy that says it should not exist. It existed because we had no written position. This proposal would provide a written position upon which the administration can act and be guided. That's the role of the board, is to give that guidance for the administration. I have a close family member who's 20 years old in college, called 3 weeks ago, said we might have to go up and take her out of jail because for the third time in 3 weeks, the college told her that she had to accept a 200-pound man as her roommate because he identified as a woman. She knows that I've promised since she was 1 I would protect her. And I started to think what I have to do that. Fortunately, that has not been imposed on her, and she'll be out of school in a week, but it's gotten to that. I guess that I'm a true feminist because I support women and support the women's rights and protection of women. But I also stand with the State Department and Department of Education. So I would encourage, for all those reasons, that everybody would approve this.
Doc, you want to go next?
Sure.
Okay.
Dr. Moore, who wrote this resolution?
Through the chair, it was sent to me by Ms. Rosario, so.
Who was the author, Ms. Rosario?
Who was the, I wrote it, and I gave it to the attorney to review.
Okay.
It was there was a template from another district, and then I edited it for our district. I shared it with our attorney, who looked it over and said it was all good and well, and then I sent it to the superintendent.
Okay, when I was doing my research, because usually when we have a resolution or a proclamation, I have a little bit more knowledge on it. Like we have a proclamation regarding Autism Month or Black History Month, or like a resolution with prayer before a meeting, so I just wanted to take a look at it.
May I?
I'm still talking.
Okay.
I have the floor, just
Okay.
a moment. I want to be very clear. I'm a proponent of Title IX and will work hard to protect our female sports. I was the first athletic director in the state of Illinois for both boys and girls sports. And in those mid-'70s, I was working hard to get sports for our females. Florida High School Athletic Association has a statute, 8.6. And it basically says, participation is based on biological sex at birth. Got it, understand it, support it. Then we have a state statute, 1006.205, fairness in the sports.
Women's sports.
Women's sports, yes. And I know the lady who proposed that and at the FHSA and then state statute. I'm very much a supporter of that. And not only Title IX with sports, but Title IX in general with women and making sure that we have equal opportunities. The one thing that I saw in the letter, and we are following it, at Governor DeSantis' direction, no educational institution should begin implementing any changes. We're good there. And then the last paragraph, we keep pressing to accomplish these goals. As legal challenges unfold and the department has the opportunity to analyze this rule, I will release guidance on how to implement it in a way that is consistent with our goal to keep Florida #1 in education. Obviously, well-written. As far as the resolution, some things I want to highlight. Title IX was passed to ensure that females and males receive equal educational opportunities, both sexes. Whereas the Commissioner of Education of the state of Florida, at the direction of the governor of the state of Florida, has instructed that no education institution should begin implementing any changes while legal challenges ensue. Got it. Commits that no policy or procedural changes shall be considered or implemented while legal challenges ensue, and hereby acknowledges the paramount duty of the district to make adequate provisions for the education of all children residing within its borders. I taught several sports, girls' sports. I understand how important it is. The one question I have, if, this is for Sid, if we don't comply with
Mr. Ansbacher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ansbacher, I'm tired. If we don't comply with federal rule, or should we await until resolution until we receive more guidance so that we do it right and don't have an issue? I support Title IX and what we're doing for female sports. I just want to make sure there, because in that letter it says we wait for guidance. So when federal and state law conflict, then what? What happens to a school district if we say, no, we're going to follow state law and not federal law?
So let me just preface this by saying I'm probably the only one in the room who's actually dealt with an OCR investigation for a school board dealing with bathroom and locker room choices. As a couple of people on staff know, the Sniffen Spellman firm worked with our firm when we were still general counsel to St. John's School Board, in a case called Drew Adams versus St. John's School Board. And that case actually started as an OCR investigation because a principal was trying to respond to a student who was in the middle of changing. And we ultimately actually prevailed at the 11th Circuit. It took several years, but the OCR investigation ultimately resolved. Where we are right now is if we take this letter, we are doing what, as Ms. Rosario said, Sarasota County did 2 Tuesdays ago.
Oh, that's right, Sarasota.
And passing a resolution, we may very well get an OCR investigation. That said, there is every chance that the matter will resolve with one of the litigations, the several litigations, including the one that that Florida Attorney General rather is involved in, Alabama case in the Northern District, where there is a preliminary injunction hearing on July 1st, on this August 1st effective rule. Should they prevail, it would stay the effect of the Federal Register notice. Should they not succeed, or should there not be success in any of the several other cases seeking a nationwide injunction, then we're out there as taking a position that a court has not yet decided. Having said that, I think that the position of this resolution does appear to be consistent with the substance of what the Department of Education is saying. But yeah, I would be, I would have to say that an OCR investigation would start by saying you are risking federal funding.
Okay, just one more comment. And again, I worked very, very hard to get women's sports in Illinois when this first came out with Title IX. As legal challenges unfold and the department has the opportunity to analyze this rule, I will release guidance on how to implement it in a way that is consistent with our goal to keep Florida #1. So that guidance will be forthcoming, and I'm just wondering if this should be signed before the guidance is coming so that we understand the expectations.
That is in the discretion of this board, but I would acknowledge that at this point we don't have guidance other than the Sarasota resolution, and both of these resolutions do track the position of the state of Florida, both the Department of Education and the Attorney General.
And the rule says it will not take effect until August 1st, so that's why they have some time on the guidance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Dr. Posca.
Yeah, I'd like to say that first, I certainly don't think anyone should be bullied or mistreated regardless of their differences, regardless of any policy changes or Title IX. It's never okay to bully anybody. But the fact remains that the DOE under Biden has gutted Title IX, which existed essentially to protect women's rights and opportunities from encroachment by men. Their changes to Title IX allows men to take those resources and rights away from women as long as they essentially declare that they have a mental illness and think that they're a woman in a man's body. These catastrophic changes to Title IX eliminate all its protections and make it essentially useless. I have a 10-year-old daughter, and her name's Naomi, and she's a very smart little kid and has a bright future ahead of her. And that future is now threatened and in jeopardy by radical liberal Marxist policies that are being handed down as decrees by federal agencies, ultimately being in direct conflict to individual rights and state constitutions across the country. There's no place for Biden's DOE in the state of Florida. And you can't pretend to support women or their rights and also support the changes to Title IX that the Biden's DOE made. So I'm a hard no on supporting Biden's Title IX changes. I think this resolution lets the state and our community know what we stand for.
Okay. All right. In 1972, I'm going to show my age here. I was 12 years old. This law changed my life. I was extremely athletic. My dad was given an opportunity to have a tryout with the Yankees, taught me everything he knew about pitching. I knew more about baseball than I knew about anything else when I was 5 years old. I wanted to be a baseball player when I grew up, but I was told I couldn't. I was a girl. Title IX passed in '72. I tried to play baseball for years, was told no. I was the first girl to play baseball, to my knowledge, in the state of New York on Babe Ruth baseball team. I still have the picture of me with all the boys. The first day I went to my practice, I was on every channel news was there. I had pigtails and ribbons. My grandfather made me put those in. I had dishcloths thrown at me. I had pots and pans banged when I hit balls. I was told I had to play right field, bat last, because I was a girl. Well, that pitcher made a mistake and threw a ball a little too close. He regretted that. I played shortstop and batted fourth the rest of the season. And I only say that not to say my athleticism. I say that because I had to do that in order to play. I had to be better than the boys in order to play and still get bullied for being a girl. And after that, of course, the bullying continued to the point where finally we had softball in the area and I just played softball, even though I didn't really like softball because of the ball. Thank God girls' sports just exploded in my hometown. And we had lots of opportunities to do that. And because of that, I became a PE major in college. Of course, took a lot of science and wound up teaching science, but it was my absolute life to play sports. Was told over and over again I couldn't do things. This was my saving grace, this law. And I would not want to see my daughters be forced to go use a bathroom with somebody else that they're not comfortable in the bathroom with. I have a real problem with that. I have a problem with us not protecting children and girls because I wasn't treated that way either. And so the fairness and liberty and justice I've heard, we give that to our students that are transitioning. And it is a small handful of kids. It's not a large population. Now, we do that through a very discreet thing that the superintendent does that not everybody needs to know. But should they compete on athletic fields with girls? I'm very strong no on that. My daughter is an LPGA golfer. She plays on the LPGA. She has gone up against this already. And it's not fair that somebody plays on the men's NCAA team and turns around 1 year later and tries to play on the LPGA. Now, I will say she beat him on the... Okay. But I obviously this hits home with me. And I'm thinking about all the little girls that have the opportunity to play sports, but because of our size of our bodies and testosterone and things like that, no matter what you go through, and I've read lots of things on the doctors that do these surgeries say, it takes years to go through this and change a body. And if that's the case, then is it fair to go up against a girl that doesn't have the same equality of size? To me, no. And that can be debated beyond this, I'm sure. Somebody will correct me on this. But that's my own feeling, because I've dealt with it. I'm very much for protecting Title IX for girls, but I also am very much for protecting our taxpayer dollars. And the concern I have is that if we have to go into this, Mr. Ansbacher, is it going to cost the district money? If we wait until July to vote on this, then we're waiting until this lawsuit is settled or not settled. And at that point, I'm all for fighting it. But I'd like to see us wait until July, just because I don't want to see our tax dollars going towards fighting this before July.
You may have a preliminary injunction that is entered in one of the other cases before. You may have a preliminary injunction that's entered after your July meeting. So I just want you to understand, just because it's being heard on the 1st doesn't mean it will be effective prior to the July meeting. But, you know, I think, again, the bifurcated analysis is the language tracks almost perfectly the position of the state, both DOE and Attorney General. We would, by doing this before a decision, I would have to say we increase the chance of an OCR letter. Can't deny that.
And so, Dr. Moore, we would spend taxpayer dollars on attorney costs, correct? If that's the case? It could be the case. That's my question.
Through the chair, if it had exceeded our retainer for something like this, but it probably would. But this is, I think it's important to note, the system right now is your policies, everything that is aligned to these policies is aligned to what the governor is asking us to do.
Yes.
So, to be very honest with you, if you did not approve this, tomorrow I'm going to wake up and operate the same exact way. If you do approve this, I'm going to wake up and operate the same way all other 67 districts are in fact operating. Good.
Did you answer my question? I'm just curious.
Through the chair, obviously, if we go to court and we're going to have a lawyer, and we would have to get additional, we will receive guidance prior to then. So it's extremely unlikely that that would be the case.
There you go.
If I may.
Yes.
Have you all had, and I assume the answer is yes, have you all dealt with OCR investigations here? So what the typical OCR investigation doesn't go to court immediately. The typical OCR investigation, and I've had clients who've had a number of them, is letter response, and can go on for years. The ultimate risk is you could lose school lunch, IDEA, Title I funding, but I also would have to say that the odds are pretty good. The suits, one of the suits or more, will be resolved before you finish an OCR investigation. So it would probably, not certainly, be documentation that would be generated from your staff principally with some assistance from legal, but it would go on probably for a while until the litigation resolves at the big picture, the state level.
So, yeah, my big concern is taxpayer dollars. So we're looking at, that wouldn't really be the case then.
It could be. And again, they could be more draconian than they normally are. But, I'm just saying that's the most typical process.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Jones.
So I just want to double check what Dr. Moore just said. Right now, we're following the FHSAA bylaw 8.6, participation based on biological sex at birth, and then the Fairness in Women's Sports Statute 1006.205. So if we don't approve this to July to see how things play out, nothing changes, correct? Because this law doesn't even go into effect until August 1st.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. So nothing changes. So I guess my question to Mr. Ansbacher, if we wait till July and see where it's going or what was said from Commissioner Diaz, he will send us more information, he'll release guidance. Would there be any harm in waiting till July? We have the guidance.
The only question is, as a policy, do you want to get out ahead of it? And that's really a policy question for this board. It certainly is.
But it's not a policy, that we're talking about a proclamation.
And when I say policy, I don't mean capital P policy. I'm saying it's a discretionary decision of the board. Obviously, there's less risk if you aren't facing a potential OCR letter, but again, it's y'all's choice.
Yes, Mr. McDonald.
Just to clarify, if we were to pass this now, and if different direction came in July or August, there's nothing that would preclude us from acting and revising this in light of that new?
Correct.
Correct.
So if we were to get out in front of it, as you said now, we would still have the option to, if different information comes forth, we can revise this and adapt as needed.
Yeah, while everyone's talking about what the Title IX amendments do, I will tell you candidly, anyone who knows it is a much better reader than I am, because it's 1,395 pages in the Federal Register. But, I think that, yes, you could take a position. OCR could still say, but you jumped out and you put yourself out there. But in terms of mitigation or response, sure, you can always change it. It's a resolution. It's not etched in stone.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to follow up. You know, part of this, part of getting support for this resolution now is not to wait, so that we send a message that this is not okay. These changes are not okay. They do not support girls in sports, among a myriad of other things, of other changes, because that's not the only change that is being recommended in the Title IX rule. So, you know, waiting doesn't actually say, this is what we believe as a board. If we say it now, then, you know, it might reverberate throughout the entire state. And I'm sure that and I know that there are other board members in other districts just waiting, and they're watching us. And they're wanting to do the same thing and are feeling a little leery about making those decisions. And sometimes you just have to stand up for what is right. You know, one of the changes here is, as I mentioned before, the definition of sex has changed, but it's also to include, you know, gender identity. There are 73 different gender identities out there. You know, how many different accommodations can one particular district make to accommodate all of those identities? It's just a whopper. It's just a small, minute change, but it makes a huge difference. And, you know, then how many policies do we have to then change, and how many statutes have to change to the Women's and Fairness Sports Act is going to have to be completely thrown out. I mean, it's just, I can't even begin to imagine the impact that this would have on our community and on the entire nation. But at either rate, I do hear consensus. And Madam Chair, I'd like to just add that there is one edit. There is a typo in here. And so when we move forward, I'd like to ask for approval as amended. The 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth whereas states Title IX is, and then refers, that is needs to be removed. So I don't know who's taking notes on that. Dr. Moore?
We got it.
You got it? Other than that, it sounds like there is support for it, so I thank you, board members, for your support on this, and Dr. Moore, thank you very much as well. And Mr. Ansbacher.
Dr. Jones?
I believe in this resolution, but I also believe our due diligence to taxpayers is to really wait until we have the guidance from Commissioner Diaz on how to implement it in a way that is consistent with our goals to keep Florida. I don't see the issue with waiting till July, because nothing will change. We have the bylaw and we have the statute. I just, again, as Mr. Ansbacher said with OCR, and who knows what can happen, but I just would.
Would you like to make a motion then to move it?
To what?
To change it?
Yeah, I would do that. Make a motion we wait till the July meeting until we have the guidance from Commissioner Diaz and do our due diligence to our taxpayers.
Okay, I'll second that.
Is there discussion?
No, you gotta wait. You gotta wait for the vote.
Yeah, you have to wait. Sorry, I'm seconding the change to amend it to July. All those in favor of moving this to July meeting?
No.
Say aye.
Oh,
There's no discussion?
no.
We just discussed it.
Okay.
This is on just to change. We're not voting on the final. We're just voting to change it to July. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say
No.
nay.
No.
No.
Okay, 2-3 to change to July. Okay, so that has been voted down.
I'd like to,
So I need to call for a motion.
I make a motion.
Okay, Ms. Rosario? For the second?
I'll second that.
Mr. McDonald? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is a roll call. I've got to ask Ms. Boisel to do a roll call for this one.
Dr. Posca,
Aye.
Mrs. Rosario,
Aye.
Dr. Jones,
No.
Mrs. Berenborg,
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
I'm just going to, before we finish, and I announce the vote, Dr. Jones, the 2-3 vote was to change to July. This vote is to vote yay or nay on the resolution itself. You still vote against.
Well, I wanted to have it in the month of July.
I understand that got voted down.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I know that you're trying to get her support on it, but she already voted.
I have the right to ask if she'd like to change her vote before we finish the vote.
We did finish the vote.
No.
Dr. Jones?
Point of order,
Trying
Mr.
to get
Ansbacher.
consensus here and trying to get civility on this board and bring us all together.
This is civility. Mr. Ansbacher.
You could have someone who was in the majority move to reconsider. That'd be about the only procedure I could think of, but you have 4-1 as it is.
Okay. There we go. Moving on. Fight, fight, fight.
Item C.
Action C, 10C.
I'll have Dr. Shafty present the item, and then after that, I do believe we have speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Through the chair, in accordance with District Policy 2522, District Level Appeals, a petitioner made an opening statement addressed to our District Objection Committee to include the specific objection to ban this book. The petitioner's basis for the objection was that the material depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in Section 847.001. On April 17th, 2024, the members of the committee voted and recommended to retain Ban This Book by Alan Gratz through a vote of 6-2. In accordance with the previously referenced policy, that vote and recommendation is now submitted to you, the school board, for review and rendering of a final determination.
Okay, we have a few speakers on this item. Diane Paratella is our first speaker.
Thank you. I'm here to speak about action item regarding the District Review Committee and their recommendation to retain Ban This Book by Alan Gratz. Beginning January 1st, 2023, library media specialists were required to complete the state training program developed to comply with Florida statutes. Any new book purchases must follow the school district's collection development policies and procedures. From said policies and procedures, quote, the primary objective of each school's library program is to enrich, extend, and support the instructional program of the school. The school library program makes available a wide range of materials on varying levels of difficulty, attending to the diverse needs, interests, and viewpoints of students and teachers. Also included is the requirement to have input of stakeholders. Ban This Book was reviewed by the 3 school media center collection committees at the 3 schools that purchased Ban This Book. Ban This Book was approved by you, the school board, at your July meeting when it was presented. One of the other requirements from the state training for librarians encourages the use of reviews. Here is one of the 4 reviews for Ban This Book, this one from Publishers Weekly. 4th grader Amy Ann Ollinger is an avid reader, and when she learns that her favorite book from the mixed up files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler is on a list of titles removed from the school library, she decides to read the other books on the list from the likes of Bloom, Dahl, and Pilkey. Other students want to do the same, and so the banned book locker library is born. Amy Ann and 2 friends collect the books, store them in her locker, and organize a checkout due date system. When their secret library is discovered, Amy Ann is suspended, the school librarian is fired, and her classmates, including the boy whose mother initiated the book's removal, come up with a plan to get the books restored to the library. Shy readers will recognize and respect Amy Ann's struggle to stand up for herself, and conversations about book banning, censorship, and the Bill of Rights are primed for discussion in classrooms and at home. Ban This Book was reviewed Ban This Book was approved by the school board. Parents have the right to manage their child's level of access in the school library media center. Parents should not have the right to deny access for all children. I urge you to accept the recommendation from the District Objection Committee and retain Ban This Book. If you vote against the committee's recommendation in the future, who's going to want to serve on your committee? Thank you.
Okay. Thomas Kenny.
So we're talking about ban this book because we're not going to ban the book. We're going to curate and decide whether or not we want to keep the book or all 3 or 4 copies. And that's what we do. In regards to the school board, quote, voting for the purchase, it was probably on the consent agenda, and the media specialist sent over a title and an author. There's no description of the book or whatever, anything of that nature. So that vote really isn't an informed decision, and this book came out to be challenged because this book tells kids to basically violate decisions of their school board anyway. It abuses the notion of authority, number one. And all library materials are instructional materials. On the back of this book, you got websites where you can go find the, quote, other banned books, including books with a lot of pornography in them. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. You want to be sharing that with a kid. Kid doesn't even have to check the book out. You can just go, oh, wow, look at this. Hey, I'll go check out these websites on my phone at lunchtime. And they're engaged in pornographic material out in the courtyard, possibly. So ban this book should be removed from the school system. Now, it doesn't have a lot of crazy words in it, and it doesn't have a lot of overly descriptive scenes like some of the other books, but it refers students to those books. So what you're saying is, hey, let's backdoor promote the books that we've just removed after hearing the evidence of them. Remember, 3 board members changed their vote that they had in February 22 in August because they heard evidence, the factual reality of what the literature says. And now you have a book being put in our libraries that teaches them to find that stuff all over again. That doesn't make any sense. That definitely doesn't express the goals of the board in a 5-0 vote back on August 28, 2023. Definitely doesn't express the intent of education and virtue and just, basic common sense authority that led to that 5-0 vote on August 28, 2023. And that's the important thing. It says, hey, let's subvert that. We'll give this innocuous book, we'll talk about titles, blah, 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 and then we'll show you where to find the pornography, kids. No, that doesn't work. Sorry. It shouldn't work, and you should vote no. Thank you.
Jennifer Pippin.
Thank you. Good evening again. So as the petitioner for Ban This Book, this again was brought to the committee and this board today because it has mentioned multiple times in Ban This Book to refer to It's Perfectly Normal. And the attorney said during the committee meeting and also when they went to vote that we, as finders of fact, again, I'm not quoting him exactly, but as finders of fact can determine whether this book mentions this book enough. Those pages that were distributed to you were just 2 pages of this book. So multiple times in Ban This Book, it refers to children to go read It's Perfectly Normal and to have this book in the locker room with the banned books. So if you see in front of you, there is, it tells children how to masturbate. Again, I have the same pages that you have. On page 51 from It's Perfectly Normal, It says when people masturbate, they usually rub their sex organs with their hands or with something soft like a pillow. These things are often called sexy feelings. Again, on page 60, after a bit, a person's vagina becomes moist and slippery, and the clitoris becomes hard. After a bit, a person's penis becomes erect, stiff, and sometimes a bit of clear fluid comes up. You get the point. So I would like to let the board know that Ban This Book is available in elementary and middle schools. And the elementary school that it is currently in, it is pulled for review, also had a VPK in it, so children as young as 4 could be reading Ban This Book, which refers back to this book to read, okay? It's telling children multiple times in Ban This Book to read. It's perfectly normal, and it's a banned book. Also, it tells children to go onto the ALA and read banned books, as Thomas Kenny said. It's on the last page of the book. And the ALA president is a self-proclaimed Marxist. She said, and it's in your back of information, "I just cannot believe that a Marxist lesbian who believes that collective power is possible to build can be wielded for a better world. I'm the president-elect. She is now the president of the ALA library. I'm so excited what we could do together." That's by Emily Drabinsky. So again, you're promoting children to go read books like it's perfectly normal, and then in the ALA list, there is 4 books that were permanently removed from our school district for pornographic and sexually explicit content. You're telling children to go read these books, seek out these books, and again, as young as 4 years old in our VPK, and as old as 12 through our middle schools. So I implore this board, I respect the committee's decision, but I respectfully disagree with them wanting to retain the information. Thank you.
Okay, we do not have any other speakers on this except for Stephen Budhu. Is he here? Okay. All right. Okay, so Dr. Moore, is there anything else you'd like to say about this item before we have a discussion?
No, Madam Chair, the item's been presented.
Okay. Board members, who would like to go first?
I'd like to start.
Okay.
I have a question because I was watching the book review committee. I couldn't be there. I was working. I watched the video, and what it looked like was that I was missing part of the meeting. I just wanted to ask the attorney, was the entire meeting on the video, or was part of it missing?
As far as I know, it was on video. I actually attended remotely.
Yeah, I saw you there. Because what it looked like was there was a large part of the meeting missing on the internet. And my understanding from the people who were there is that significant discussion was made between board members during that period of that committee meeting. So I guess the follow-up question is, if that is the case, and there was board discussion happening off camera that was meaningful, were we in compliance with Sunshine Law?
We complied with Sunshine. There was notice, and the meeting met all notice requirements.
So the minutes being kept by video, is that a part of the compliance?
The minutes are intentionally robust, and that's part of 286.011. If frankly, the minutes, I think that Ms. Shafty or Dr. Shafty would agree, go way beyond the minimum requirements for the Sunshine Act, intentionally so, precisely because there was such a robust discussion.
Okay. Yeah, my confusion is that it looks like I'm missing a large piece of the meeting online. But either way, I'll move on. After reading and reviewing this book, it essentially is looking at kids and showing how they stage kind of a rebellion against the authorities here who wanted to remove and curate a library and make it appropriate for kids. So this book kind of details how they can rebel against it, collect those banned books and keep them in school anyway, and share them with their friends. And it creates a very positive narrative that the books that were removed from public school libraries that had significant disturbing depictions of pornography, bestiality, pedophilia, child pornography, and other deeply disturbing things, that somehow these books are good and positive and directs our children to then go read them. And, additionally, there's a significant theme throughout the whole book that really demonstrates to me that this book is really just a liberal Marxist propaganda piece. This is not something with real literary value that belongs in a children's library. And I was pretty disappointed to see that 5 people voted that they thought it belonged in a kid's library. That it's really what it looks like is textbook Marxist propaganda. They were sold. They said, yeah, this belongs in our library. No concerns here, and voted to keep it. So I would recommend removing it. I don't think it has any positive benefit. And parents that want their children to read it can very easily go to a local library or buy it online for their children.
Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I do agree. I don't think that this book has any literary value. Sorry, I didn't mean to move your paper. I will say that in looking at, in taking the book, obviously, because we had the book available to us, I'm just going to point out on page 35, it does say the following: I'm not for censorship. I'm for common sense. We have to protect our children. It's not censorship to keep things away from children that aren't age appropriate. And then it follows up with, immediately, it's common sense. I'm sure Mrs. Jones wouldn't call it censorship to keep adult magazines filled with sex out of her library. I mean, really? Do we really have to have a conversation about what a librarian would think, to keep sex books in the school because that's appropriate, or common sense? That's not. And then at page 52, there was a reference about some books that somebody should get. Somebody said, I was going to buy the Egypt game and it's perfectly normal, whatever that was, and I was going to read both of them. And on the very next page it says, so it turns out It's Perfectly Normal is not a novel. It's a nonfiction book all about sex, as Mrs. Spencer would say, with pictures. It says that, with pictures. On page 65, it mentions the same book, It's Perfectly Normal again. I whispered, the sex book. It's perfectly normal. I grabbed a braid and held it close to my mouth, but I can't buy that one. That was the one on the list. I'm sorry, that was the one on the list. You don't have to buy that one. I've got it. My eyes went wide. She had a copy at her house and obviously gave it to the student. So here you have multiple references to a book that has these absolute, insane, disgusting pictures. I don't understand how this could be acceptable for us to think that this is okay for our elementary schools, and not even for our middle schools or our high schools. Should we have this kind of reference available?
Stop,
Madam Chair.
please.
So I will also say, as I move on October 1st of 2023, we received an email, and you, Mr. McDonald, you weren't here, but we received an email from Dr. Moore A little bit of history, because I know you weren't here. There was a recommendation for some pocket constitution books to be donated to the school district. In response to that, Dr. Moore said the following in his email. Again, it's dated October 1st. He said, after conferring with legal counsel on distributing the 917 Society Pocket Constitution, and I have some here, so I don't mind sharing if you can. I'm sure you've all seen it. It is this one right here, 917 Society Pocket Constitution. Let me begin again. After conferring with legal counsel on distributing the 917 Society Pocket Constitutions, we are being advised that we, meaning the district, this is from Dr. Moore, we are being advised that it would not be in the best interest of the district. The pocket dictionaries provide a website with links to various educational lessons and resources, which possess a potential liability if the information is not in alignment with parental rights and/or statute. Distributing a resource, the Constitution of the United States of America, distributing a resource which directs students to a non-district approved educational content and lessons also poses a liability to the district. I mean, God forbid we provide them with lessons about our Constitution, but we can provide them with a reference to sexual acts. I mean, where does that stand? And it continues, additionally, legal counsel is concerned that if we allow the distribution of these materials, this one in particular, the district opens itself up to challenges by a range of other organizations who may wish to distribute resources with links to non-district content and/or educational materials and resources. So I would venture to say, under the same guides as our superintendent, I would not recommend this book at all, because this book, first of all, we don't ban books, we curate them. Secondly, if it is banned, it should not be in our schools. And if there are banned books, we shouldn't be recommending students to get access to them. Neither should they have sexual content in them. So, I mean, I think that is where the common sense comes in. Pocket constitutions should be in everyone's hand, irregardless of whatever resource is attached. Which, by the way, I went on those resources and they were all very educationally sound. So my recommendation is that we do not accept this recommendation. And I'll end with this. There was a comment by Mrs. Parentella who came up and said, who will want to volunteer on the library committee if we don't accept or approve the committee's recommendation? And I would say we will cross that bridge when we get to it, because I'm shocked that we would have district staff not fully vetting this book. And I think two or three of them were chosen by Dr. Moore, who would actually recommend that this book remain in our school libraries. It is our responsibility to ensure that students receive a high-quality education. I don't understand how this supports our curriculum or how this would support any of our state responsibilities.
Okay, Dr. Jones? Oh, I'm sorry. You can go first. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I guess, in addition to everything that Member Rosario mentioned, I read the whole book, and the specific purpose in the theme of the book is to overtly subvert school boards and at the same time promote inappropriate books. And I thought it was pretty ironic when I saw this, that for all that I've gone through to try and win a seat in this board and to be appointed to this board, that and along with the four other people here who work very hard to represent our parents who are our customers, I thought it was ironic that this book is intentionally and overtly saying that school boards shouldn't matter, only 9-year-olds and librarians should matter. Their opinion should trump the opinions of those who are elected to represent them. And it was just very ironic that I'd be facing something like this. The question is, who should be deciding what we do? The school board, all of its actions and spendings should achieve strategies and goals as set forth by the school board. Whatever we buy for the school should add value, whether it's a book or a chair or a building. We are elected. I was appointed, a vote of 1, but we are here to represent the parents' decisions. And the school board is the final authority for our citizens. It is always the final authority. The theme of this book was to rebel against the school board and the administration in favor of the 9-year-old and the librarian. The book has the librarian gave tacit approval and encouragement for the activities that the student pursued. The title itself and the theme challenges our authority. It even goes so far as to not only mention books which are deemed inappropriate by school boards, including ours. It not only mentions them, but it lists them on the back cover so that you don't even have to check the book out to get the real books that an 8 or 9-year-old might want to read. Google, a few months ago, had employees that came in and protested and challenged the CEO's authority. They occupied his office for a short period of time. They no longer are working at Google, which was the appropriate response. The outcome of this book was that the warnings that the original the mother who raised the issue in the book, she warned that children would read this, that they would lie, cheat, and steal as a result of what they read. In the book, she concludes at the very last 2 pages that indeed she did lie, she did cheat, she did steal as a result of this. But then she blamed the school board for her lying and cheating and stealing because the school board, by removing the book, tempted her to go out and find the removed books and to read them. So therefore, the temptation of the school board justified whatever she had wrong. That lesson alone is at the heart of the corruption of our society. That we can take no responsibility for anything that we do. Somebody else is always at fault. I don't think that we are at fault by doing our job and doing it right. My conclusion is that this book does not fulfill any goals or any strategies apart and aside from the offenses that it's got. It does teach opposition to authority, and we can spend our money more effectively. And I appreciate that several members of the committee voted to keep this, which is fine. But I think that we have to balance all these factors, including the factor that 2 of the 5 parents, representing parents, decided that this was not appropriate. If this was a different subject, there are other subjects which we defer very quickly. If it were a racial item, if it was a gender issue, there are subsets of our society that we very quickly, and appropriately so, go an extra mile not to offend. There's no reason that 2/5 of our students, or our parents rather, represented by the people on this committee, if they are offended by a book that adds no value and that says that what we do on this board here is at best worthless and should be ignored, I think we should and could spend our money more effectively. And when we're finished, I would like to make an motion.
Every board member will speak first.
Well, I said that when we're finished.
Dr. Jones.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the committee who reviewed this book. I know it takes a lot of time and effort, and I too read the book. I just want to begin with what's already been said. The book was approved by Oslo SAC team on April 24th, 2023, School Board July 24th, 2023 at a 4-to-1 vote, and District Objection Committee 6-2 on April 17th. I reviewed on the petitioner form the reasons for the objection. First one dealing with a link to book banning. The second one talking about adult magazines with sex in them. That's page 35. Just for the public's notice, we don't have adult magazines in our libraries. Page 53 talking about a book with pictures of cartoon sex in them. I understand this has been mentioned before. We don't have that book in our library. That would have to be a parent getting that book for a child. And then suggesting the checking out of the ALA site at the end of the book. It's removed from Florida and ran by a self-proclaimed Marxist. Not a good example for children, and why would we want them checking out books that have been permanently removed from our district? I look at this book and I see that obviously there are some things that were cited in here that we don't have in our library. And if we don't have them in our library, it would have to be a parent with a child getting that. I look at, not Marxism, but I look at a democracy that we live in. And we are challenged. That is the purpose. Even in the school board, we can be challenged. That is the right of everybody. I don't look at these people or these students as, I think they're just speaking their mind on what they believe in. I'll quote John Lewis on that. They got into some good trouble because they believed that those books should be in the library. One thing I've always said when we talk about books, first of all, 98% of our parents say it's okay to read a book. If you don't want your child reading any book, you can fill out the form. That's not an issue. We respect that. I respect that. Last time I did a data check for checkout in books in middle school and high school. I didn't do it last year because Sebastian had their books off the shelf for the most part. Now Vero has their books off the shelf for the most part. Sebastian looks great, and I know Vero's going to be great. But this went to all board members at the end of 22. Average for high school checkout for a traditional book to read and enjoy was 2.3%. For middle school at that time was around 12.3, and that's only because we have one middle school, maybe two, that really will still bring in their language arts classes and so forth. They're not checking out traditional books for enjoyable reading. That's our issue, and ask teachers. That's what I'm very, very concerned about. And again, 98% says it's okay to read the books in their media center shelves. That's up to a parent, whether a parent wants a child to check out that book. In the committee and the SAC team and the board last year, we all approved it. And if we're going to just say none of that counts, then I think we need to look at ourselves for that. We live in a democracy. People have the right to challenge. I read this book. If it cites another book that you don't want your child checking out or buying, that's up to the parent. I just want to thank the committee for the work they've done.
Is that all? Okay.
Yep.
May I?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, you did go first. I'm sorry. My apologies.
That's all right. Are you going to make a motion, or you want to
No,
speak?
I wanted to.
You want to speak? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, that's all right. Chair goes last. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to add, and I think that was a very good observation. If it were, in fact, the case that by removing the books from the library, that students could only get those books with the approval of their parents, I think that would be excellent. But we know that's not the case. And this book is written specifically with the objective and the theme that that's not the case. That children as young as 9-year-old can and will find these books in other places when they want them, and they won't necessarily involve their parents. She involved her parents for the book that she liked, but she didn't involve her parents for getting all these other books. The book itself testifies against itself that this promotes something that children, once they know it's there, they'll go out and find it, and when they find it, they'll blame the school board because we told them not to go find it.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
And I forgot to mention this. I did the request for this, and it went to all board members. This book is in 3 libraries, not been checked out in 2 of them, and then in the 2 elementaries, been checked out 3 times in 1 middle school.
Okay. So I did read the book. I read it right away, so it's been a little while. So I don't have specific things written down, but I remember the gist of the book. Took me 3 hours to read it, maybe. 4th grade level book. So it's not a book that pre-K children are going to read. It's 4th grade level. It's not a book that a lot of high school and middle school kids are going to pick up. It's a 4th grade level book. It's a book about a little girl that tries to go against the establishment. And, you know, isn't that our right as a society to speak our mind and fight for what we think is right? Now, whether or not the girl was right in the way she went about it, in the end of the book, she does say, I got in trouble, rightfully so, and she gets punished, and she learns her lesson from that. And it is a lesson to kids that, you know, you shouldn't do some things that she did in the book. If we don't allow children to see what's right and wrong when they read books, how are they going to learn everything about right and wrong? Because not a parent can think of everything to teach them about right and wrong. So we have to have books that challenge their ability to know what's right and wrong. This book is being challenged because of one thing. It says right here, identify the basis for your objection. The materials depicts or describes sexual content as defined in that section. If you go to depicts, it says show or represent by drawing, painting, or other art form. There was none of that. So we can't say it depicts anything. If you go to, let me go back to that. If you go to define, describes in sexual conduct, it does not describe sexual conduct. It might refer to another book that does that, but she also says, I'm not old enough or comfortable enough to read that book. And she does refer to that book as being something above her level and not comfortable with. Good for her to teach other kids that there are some books that she's not ready for. She's not ready to learn about those things, and she recognizes that. So I'm going off of just what the basis is for the objection, which is probably what the committee did, which is what they should do. Look at the objection and say, do I agree with that or not? I don't agree with the objection here for that book because it does not depict or describe sexual conduct, period. Maybe it refers to other books that do, but it does not do that itself. It's a cute little book about a little girl that's trying to defy establishment. Does she go about it in the right way? No. Does she learn her lesson? Yes. Could somebody learn a lesson from that? Yes. It's ironic that the book is about people coming to school boards and asking to ban books. That is kind of ironic that this is the first book that's before us. But I find it also interesting that the petitioner who brought a 4th grade level book that took me 3 hours didn't read the book themselves. And that concerns me. That we're looking at hearsay and other information that's out there to ban or try to get a book removed. I won't use the word ban, I'll get a book removed from our shelves without yourself reading the book. Now, could I go back and read 181 books that were on the thing before? No, I read 8 of them because that's what I could get through and still do my job here. But when there's one book coming before us, yes, I think it's my job to read the book. And I thank the committee for doing that job, reading the book and going to this exact line. The material depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in that section. If we're going to follow statute, let's follow statute. There it is, black and white, boom. Depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in that section. The book doesn't do that. It spells the word sex, S-E-X in it. I can't remember what page it was on, but there was that word spelled. If we're going to start picking apart every little book like this, just because we don't like the fact that it's maybe bringing to light what's going on in the world right now with school districts, that's shame on us for not allowing kids to have a difference of opinion or somebody else have a difference of opinion. The concern I have also is our parents can choose for their child whether or not they choose to read this book or not. We already have that in place. So why should somebody else determine what another parent's rights are? I have a hard time with that. If the book is already here. Now, if we're going to buy the book, vet the book. And that's what a committee of people did. So we've had several eyes on this book before it came to us. But yet we're going to be the 5 people that determined that we know more than all those people that determined that the book was okay before it got to us. I have a hard time with that because we're asking people to get on committees, review things, give us their recommendation, but then we're ignoring those. And this went from committees that put the book in the library, SAC committees that had committees look at the books. I mean, our poor teachers and librarians have had to vet books like they've never vet books before. And I sat in that seat for a year. I'm going to tell you, it's overwhelming to go through every single book. You can't do it. It's overwhelming. And so that's why you depend on other people to be able to really vet this for you. And I have to be able to trust people that are professionals that have gone through it and vetted it. And when I'm looking at this exact example right here, the identifying basis for the objection, if we're not following statute and following exactly what that says, and we're going above the statute, shame on us. Dr. Jones?
I forgot to add one thing, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there is concern with the book that was cited here. And of course, I also said that would have to be a parent choosing to let a child read that. But if we're going to be concerned with books that are citing other books, we've got 110,000 volumes of books in 6 through 12. That would be an enormous task because it cites another book that's not even in our library, our media centers. And that is an issue for me, enormous task.
Ms. Rosario?
One thing that was mentioned was the SAC committee. The SAC committee only gets the title and the author. And oftentimes you don't know what you don't know. And now that we know it, we have to take action on it. Just because, and I'm grateful for the committee, but we are the authority to make the final decision. That is our statutory right as board members, as elected officials. You may have an issue with it, but that is your right and your responsibility to act on it. And then the other question that was just mentioned before, once you are aware that something is inappropriate or not age appropriate, I should say, or doesn't follow with the statutes, then you as board members have to make the right decision based on what the law tells us. And we can go right back to the August meeting when we had all of the people come up here and Mr. Ansbacher said, I stand corrected, because there are several ways in which a book can be removed or curated. It is, number one, obviously that it is a violation of statute. It has sexual content in it. A violation of the obscenity statute, or it has sexual content in it, and so on and so forth, or it's harmful to minors. The other one, or one of the 3 or 4 ways, is that board members can find that a book is just not appropriate, not age appropriate, not something that adds to the literary value of our educational system. And we get to make that decision. And now that it is before us, here it is. We're not dissecting every single book. We're only dissecting the one book that is being challenged right now before us. We have a great process right now, a great policy, it took a long time to create the 2 policies, including the Library Objection Committee policy. It took a long time to get it right. We got it right. It's a great, I would say it's probably one of the best in the entire state. There are districts everywhere who are struggling to get it right the way that we've done it. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Kyra Shafty for actually, spearheading it and, getting it to where it is now. It was not like this years ago, so I'm grateful for your work in it. That said, it is before us right now, and we get to make that decision. So, Mr. McDonald, you wanted to say something? Oh, I wanted to say something else, sorry. Mr. Ansbacher, at the meeting, at the very first one, actually, a conversation came up, a question to you was raised about an external link or an external resource. You actually said, sir, that I believe it was something to the, as a matter of fact, if there is an external resource or an external source that a book is purporting, that we should use the same scrutiny with that external resource as we would with the book that's right before us. I'm not using your exact words, sir, but I know that that was what you mentioned, that...
Through the chair, for the second time tonight, I will give you a yeah, but. But I think you're mostly right. But what happened was I looked at Ms. Pippin's objection, And it appeared as though the crux of the objection was to say that the three-sentence chapter at page 53 that referred on to it's perfectly normal was so integrated that it made the book itself that was objected to objectionable under 1006-28 because the sexual conduct in the one was incorporated into the other. And what I did as a result, because I'd never seen this argument, was I called Judy Bone, who's the Deputy General Counsel at Department of Education, and I've dealt with Judy. She's like me. She's been around for many years. And her analysis, as I described it twice to the committee, was essentially if the finder of fact, committee below this board, analyzes the incorporation by reference and makes the determination, even if that book is not on our shelves, that it's so integrated that whether it's that it's an attractant or whatever, again, that the finder of fact ultimately can make that determination. And that's the advice I gave below. That is what I would suggest here. I would say there are, as with any statute, there are ambiguities in a couple of things. So I just want to make sure two things are known. One is normally if you're looking at something from a subordinate board that is a record review, it says if the record below shows X, then you can uphold it. Doesn't say that, so what Judy had indicated, because I was going through the process, DOE's general counsel takes the position that you all have what's called de novo review. That is to say, you look at it almost as though it's for the first time. What that means as far as the committee below, I didn't draft it, the legislature did, and I'm just telling you what the DOE's legal said. And the other is because Ms. Pippin's objection was regarding the sexual conduct argument, whatever your vote is, I'm not saying you can't go under subsection 4, which is whether it's grade or age appropriate, but subsection 2, if you're going, I think that there is a discussion overlapping both of those subsections. I would request that any vote tonight be based on the issue as it was framed, which is whether or not with that integration, one, you determine it's sufficient that the sexual conduct that's described and exhibited and it's perfectly normal is deemed to exist within ban this book, and then two, that you, if you do find that you make the vote based on that. I'm not saying you can't do it based on subsection 4, I'm just saying it's probably the cleaner, whether it's thumbs up or thumbs down.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, before you make a motion.
No,
I have
I'll
one more.
actually add a little more comment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The word curated keeps coming up, so I looked it up in the Oxford Dictionary because I've never heard the word curated substituted for the word ban. So I wanted to know what exactly that meant as far as removing books. I can't find in the definition of curated that it's referring to removing books. What it says is selected, organized, presented using professional and expert knowledge. To select, organize, and look after the items in a collection, and to select the performers or performances that will feature in an arts event or program, or to select, organize, and present online content, merchandise, information. It doesn't say anything about removal. So that word curate does not refer to what we're doing here, okay? What we're doing here is being asked to remove a book from our shelves. I just want to point that out. Go ahead.
To that point, I think everything we do in the school district is curation. We determine what we're going to spend our money on, what's appropriate, what achieves our goals, and what fulfills our strategy. And everything we do should be, every penny that Bruce looks at and approves, should be curated towards those goals and strategies. Whether we, particularly if we don't own them, we shouldn't be buying them. The point was made that parents can control whether or not their children read the book, but I'm positive that parents cannot control whether their child can look at, view a book that's in the library. Much less, I don't think we have a system to control whether they can take it out, but they can certainly take it off the shelf and they can look at it. And this book particularly publishes the list of those books on the back cover so that children don't even have to check it out. They can pick it up off the shelf and they have it. However, the point was made that 9-year-olds need to learn right and wrong. At some point, we all need to learn right and wrong. But it's pretty far back for me to remember being 9. But at 9, I needed to learn what was right. I didn't need the schools to teach me what was wrong yet. I pretty much found that on my own, but later in my life is the appropriate time to find out, now that I know what's right, what isn't right. And ideally, we teach them why we think this is right and why we think this is wrong while they're making that decision. And that's not what this book is doing, and it's at an inappropriately early age. And I think that if it were in a high school, we probably wouldn't have the decision. If it was one of the 6 million books that we don't see, we wouldn't see them. We do have a process to surface those books that we should review and should make a choice on. This process surfaced this one book. And as Ms. Rosario mentioned, it is now our responsibility to determine whether this is an appropriate book for an 8 or 9-year-old to be picking up off the shelf and reading, and do they get the right kind of information, and is it of any value at all? And I think that it fails on all those counts, in addition to the count that it recommends books that would not fall within our jurisdiction in terms of being inappropriate pornography.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'd be glad to make the motion.
Okay.
I move that we direct the superintendent to not purchase this book and remove the 4 from the shelves, as it is not appropriate for elementary schools, and that it promotes books which are deemed to be inappropriate for this age and age group, and it teaches rebellion of school board authority by a 9-year-old and by the librarian, and it is offensive to a large segment of our parents.
I'll second.
It's second it.
Okay, I'm just making sure that we can go with that motion. Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. McDonald, a second by Ms. Rosario. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. 3-2, it passes.
All right, moving right along. Item C on the action agenda is a recommendation from the board to identify a board member. Actually, it's item D. The MPO committee member. So if, Madam Chair, if you would facilitate a conversation in order, and then a vote to figure out who is going to replace Mr. Barefoot on MPO.
Is there anybody interested?
I'm willing.
Okay, anybody opposed? All right, Mr. McDonald, I believe you will fill that role. Thank you. We usually don't vote on that at the November meeting. We just all agree to whoever's going to do it.
Item E.
Yep.
Same item, but this is the Indian River Shores Planning and Zoning Commission.
However, it needs to be amended, what's written here, because the commission now meets on second Tuesday of the month at 9:30 in the morning at City Hall for Indian River Shores. This position was previously held by Mr. Barefoot. Are there any interested board members?
I don't like 9:30, but I'm willing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Anyone else willing or opposed to that? Okay, thank you. All right, action agenda item F, This is approval of Resolution 2024-08 to continue a levy of the 0.5 millage by local referendum. Dr. Moore.
As you just said, Madam Chair, this is the item that we've had in place since 2008, heading back to the voters in November to continue along the same 3 tracks that it did in the previous election, expanding school safety and security, recruiting high-quality educators, recruiting and retaining high-quality educators, and then sustaining the technology that we've had in place. So I will not give the entire presentation, but I've given it probably 12, 13, if not more times in the last, since January, all received extremely well across our entire community. And I will say this, as a school board, you are very diligent in making sure that we are extremely efficient with the funds that we do have available. And we have, maintained expectations regarding what we use for these funds, and we've delivered in a high and powerful way. So we have a one-on-one initiative completely across our district with technology. We've expanded technology greatly, as well as security. And as we referenced earlier, we've been able to move to the 6th highest paid district in the state. And we want to continue to do that. And looking at surrounding counties, they all assess more, put more of a burden on their community, whether it is a half mill as we have, but in addition, a sales tax, or a full mill. So they receive significantly more funding than we do, but they are looking up at us when it comes to academic outcomes. And we will continue to be fiscally responsible with these funds, and continue to be the highest achieving district on the Treasure Coast. That is the item.
Okay, can I get a motion for the item?
So move.
Okay, Dr. Jones, second by Mr. McDonald. This one asks for roll call.
Dr. Foster?
Well, first of all, it doesn't call for discussion, but can we discuss, or does anybody want to discuss this? It's getting late, thank you. Go ahead.
Dr. Posca?
So just a point of order, just because it keeps happening. A roll call is when you're determining who's present. A roll call vote is when you want to document a vote of an aye.
Roll call vote.
It's a roll call vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, aye.
He said aye.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Rosario?
Aye.
Dr. Jones?
Aye.
Mrs. Berenborg?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passed with a vote of 5-0. Action agenda item G, Indian River Education Fund founding board members. Dr. Moore.
This item is, as you did last month, you approved the board. This is the founding 3 board members. John Catunia, who is the CEO at Piper Airline, which is the largest private employer in our community. It says William, but we all know him as Bill Penny, who is the president and CEO of Marine Bank and Trust. And then Matthew Rundels, who is the senior director, CEO of Northern Trust. These are significant individuals who are solely focused in on helping us guide the creation and development of the Ed Fund, and we'll come back in November with our official launch.
Okay, any board member discussion? All right, I'll call for a motion for a vote.
I do, actually. Maybe it's just a comment, and I'll have Dr. Moore kind of add to it. I just want to clarify, Dr. Moore, that these 3 initial board members are just to get it started, but we still can fill up to, I think it's 11 or 15 board members.
Through the chair, I won't do like Sid and say, yeah, but yes, they will do the initial work, founding
Okay.
board members, and then we will come back. We'll have the opportunity to expand up to 15. You were correct.
Okay, thank you.
Call for a motion.
So move.
Okay, Dr. Jones, second.
Second.
Ms. Rosario. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, we are now to our discussion items. Discussion A, bylaw 0152. Dr. Posca, we have several speakers on this first. Is Mr. Marsh still here? Okay.
I didn't miss the PERT part, did I? Isn't that an action item?
I'm sorry?
I didn't miss the PERT discussion, did I?
No.
Oh, good. Good evening, Michael C. Marsh, proud.
I'm sorry, point of order. Mr. Ansbacher, citizen comments and discussion items, we're not taking formal action. We talked about this before, you said no. We do not have it, this isn't
It's not required by statute. Your policy is sort of murky.
it's not murky, it says items in which we are taking action on. It's not murky. It's pretty clear, actually. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, you're the lawyer, but it is pretty clear. It's items that have, that we are taking action on.
That would be consistent with 286-0114.
Thank you.
It is the pleasure of the board.
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
I spoke in the past, so please don't take my freedom of
And it was wrong that you
speech.
did, so I apologize for that.
Hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
I have a question. We have a form, and on the form it says, I wish to speak to a board discussion item, as printed on the discussion agenda. So are we not following the form anymore?
Frankly, particularly given that we're going to be out of here around midnight, as far as I'm concerned, I would suggest if we're going to change the form, which gives notice to people that they will have the opportunity for discussion, we need to change the form. It's the pleasure of the board, but if that's and we have done it, I would suggest that we change the form.
Thank
Okay,
you.
But not in this meeting.
Not in this, we could
Not in
change
this
it.
meeting.
No.
But Mr. Ansbacher, as a point
Mr.
of
Rosario,
clarity.
just one second, because I was speaking to him, okay?
Go ahead.
So in order to change the form, though, that should be brought to the board for an action item, correct?
And to be candid, if we wanted to get hyper-technical, the policy controls, but the form creates an expectation. I think, for one night, let's say we're going to change the form to comport with the policy, but my recommendation would be, one last time, please, just do
Let
it.
him speak. All right. So I think that maybe we could put that on our next agenda.
That would be wonderful.
Our next,
Thank you. Ms.
our
Pittman
next
said let me
board.
speak.
Wait, I have a question still, Mr. Ansbacher. If
We've spent more time on this than had we just let him speak for 3
If
days.
the
could have been
board-
done.
If the board chose not to do this right now,
Discussion?
no, have citizens talk to discussion items. If the board chose not to, would that be by motion?
It would be by motion, but I would again suggest that if a form says on discussion and we have someone who signed up for it, I would recommend you do it. I don't think it's illegal. I just think, again, we've spent more than the 3 minutes. I'd recommend you just.
I could have been done with PERT.
And I understand the point,
Thank you.
and the policy's correct, but
Thank you.
it's easy enough to change the
All
form.
right, for you, Mr.
So-
Ansbacher, I won't make a motion.
so Ms. Rosario, we'll put that on our next,
I certainly would
meeting.
love to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Marsh,
I'm sorry, is this PERT or are we doing bylaws? I'm so
we're doing
confused.
the bylaw 10152.
Oh, then I come back for PERT, right?
Yes?
It wasn't on the printed agenda.
We'll get to that next. Just speak to this item,
Take what you
please.
got.
We'll talk about that on Tuesday.
Good evening, Michael C. Marsh, proud parent of the District Wildcat Champions. Thank you very much. So I'm looking at this policy, I'm a little confused because this one here is back from 2013, over a decade ago, and this smells a little suspicious. I'm not quite sure, are we looking to remove the chair and vice chair? And my other legal question would be, so does the state statute trump what this policy would be? Because I believe there's something in state statute that already speaks to this, does it not? So hopefully we'll get an answer to that. Listen, let the voters speak in August. If those who are running, hey, let the vote speak for himself. You know, we heard all night about, you know, I got the seat from the governor and unopposed here. So I don't think we should change any policy, or let's just wait till August. What's the big deal? Why all of a sudden we do it now? I think it's just to remove the amazing chair and vice chair. I'm a little sleepy. Hey, look, the time's not going, so I got unlimited time. Thank you very much.
No.
I'm
three.
No. This is,
how long have I been speaking?
who's taking
All
a
right,
minute?
I'm sleepy anyway. Good night.
Thank you. Jennifer Freeland, did she leave? Okay. We missed you, Mr. Maddox.
I think that's important.
Ren Robb? Not here. Anthony Stewart? He's here. He's there.
Again, I'm Anthony Stewart, a lifelong resident of this county.
Speak into
a
the mic,
Vietnam
sir.
veteran
Thank you.
on tours. And I've been here and observed so much in my life. I was raised in Gifford, and I witnessed the Ku Klux Klan burning crosses in front of people's houses, etc. I remember rallies they had. I'm not too thrilled about getting far-right agendas in seats that I know gonna perpetuate hatred. And I think that their records speak for themselves. If a person who hate because of difference, a person that love can love also in spite of difference. These are choices that people make. And we allow these people to come and make decisions for our children. People who are making decisions about books, band, about sex. And yet their founders was in jail, in court last week about some stuff that they done sexually illegal and probably should be in jail. We talk about flags, people making decisions. I fought for this country and the flag, but I never thought I'd see the flag being used to beat police officers, to jab them. I never thought I would ever live to see that day, but yet we got people here, don't see nothing wrong with that. But they see something wrong with a child who know nothing about the flag simply because they haven't taught him. They see something wrong with him sitting down on the flag pledge.
Madam Chair.
We
point
have
of order.
problems with people talking about
Point of order.
Marxism,
Yeah.
but yet and still, we still have
Mr.
time.
Stewart, stick to the agenda item, which is about, yeah.
I'm sticking to it because I'm saying some of the same people who want those seats are the people whom I'm talking about. I'm sticking to the agenda. If you can talk about Marxism and support autocracy, you don't have no business leading our children and leading this school on board. Not at all. And we know the agenda of these people. You've seen it over and over. If a person tell you who they are, you watch them. If they show you who they are, believe them. They have shown us who they are. They want to sit up in those seats.
Thank you,
So-
sir.
Madam Chair, may
Thank
I?
you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is one of the reasons why it's important that we not have citizens talking during discussion, because we haven't even discussed the item yet. We don't even know what the item is going to be.
Okay. Lewis Holmes still here? Okay, yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm sleepy. We were talking about this item. I think, first of all, that for people to sit in that chair, they have to be competent, they have to be capable, they have to have experience. I don't think that any of the people that we have that are posturing for this position that you now hold are capable. I don't think they're competent, and I don't think.
Point of order?
Yes,
I
sir.
don't think that speaking to members of the board is appropriate.
I haven't called a name.
Yeah, I haven't heard a name. Did you hear a name?
I haven't
I'm
called
sorry,
a name.
I'm really tired.
Me too.
I haven't called a name.
Okay.
And my time is still running. While you're talking, it's supposed to be a monologue, but
Yeah.
it's turned into a dialogue.
Exactly.
So my time is still going.
Did you stop it?
But I,
Stopped it, but he probably needs a few seconds. Okay. Okay. We'll give it to you.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Competent, capable, and don't have an original thought that can be given. There was an indication earlier I heard of some member, I don't remember, I don't recall which one it was, that produced a paper that was edited, but plagiarized would be a better word, because the only thing that was put in was Indian River County instead of where it was stolen, where it came from. But it's plagiarism. And if you can't have an original thought, if you can't have your own thought, if you're trying to foster your own ideology, it spreads like cancer, and this school board becomes really a facsimile of what it once was. And this was a great school board. This county was great. But pushing personal agendas and shoving it down people's throats simply because you bought into an ideology and you're going to force it on everybody else, it makes no sense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Dr. Posca, this is your item.
So the bylaw 152 discusses the appointment of the chair and vice chair, and I think it would make sense to amend it. Currently, in our county, the chair and vice chair are elected by the board majority, and they ultimately are supposed to serve the board majority. I think the board majority, therefore, should have a procedural power to replace these positions. This is a common sense function on many boards that should probably exist on this one. In the event that a chair or vice chair are perceived by the board majority to no longer represent the board's interests or carry out their duty appropriately. So I would recommend amending the bylaw 0152 to include a statement on removing the chair and vice chair by a motion, a second, and a majority vote.
By what date? Are you giving us a date on that? Because it's already there. It says that, and it says November.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Well, it's already there about the vote, and it says
So
we do it in
I'll
November
say it
according
again.
to
I think we
statute.
should amend the bylaw 0152 to include a statement on removing the chair and vice chair by a motion, a second, and a simple majority vote.
Oh, you're saying for the November vote, a motion and a second. Is that what you're saying?
No, it basically at any time, you can make a motion to vacate the chair or the vice chair with a second and a majority vote.
Anytime. Board members?
It's a discussion. It's a discussion. I do have a question for the attorney. Right now, it says the organizational meeting shall be called to order by the superintendent. This policy does not have the month of November in there. It is understood that our organizational meeting occurs in November, but this policy doesn't have November in it. That said, are there any statutes or laws, if this were recommended to be changed the way Dr. Posca is asking, are there any rules or laws that we would have to be aware of so as not to violate them?
Well, The organization of district school board statute is 1001-371. That's the one that says it's supposed to be done each November. I will say, because I've been asked this, I asked several people who are election experts, and I've asked people who are school board counsel, and while I've been told that this is done elsewhere, and I know that it's certainly been done in other types of boards I've dealt with. I've not seen it in a school board before. The only thing I have found, and Molly and I think found it separately, but there's an old Attorney General opinion, 8042, that is from 1980 under the predecessor statute before it was recodified to the 1000s, but it's still basically the same statutory framework, that asked if certain limitations and changes could be made as far as how many consecutive terms, whether they could term limit, and there's general language in there that says the only thing that is sacrosanct is the organizational meeting and selection of the chair and the vice chair. Other than that, if you wanted under the home rule authority of a school board to otherwise modify the election, you can, as long as it's not inconsistent, and inconsistent in preemption in Florida law is either it's prohibited, which it's not, or it renders the other one impossible to perform, which it's not. I will caution that in doing it, you can create sort of a free-for-all, but I don't see anything that's a prohibition. The only other thing I could say would be you could ask for an Attorney General opinion, but by the time you get that, it'll be August. It'll be September. As it is, if you were to try to do it during this term, it would be almost the blinking of an eye that you'd have a different board chair and vice chair. But those are just observations.
Board members?
No comments.
Oh, none?
Not for me.
Okay.
Well, when you look at statute 1001-371, it does say that in November of each year, the district school board shall organize by electing a chair and then vice chair. And that coincides with our policy, the organizational meeting. We don't say November, but that is in state statute. Looking at something like this, we would be superseding state statute. Is that correct?
I don't think it's preempted. Having said it, if we weren't right up against the end of the term, which we would be by the time that you would be able to notice the workshop and the effective date, I would recommend an Attorney General opinion, only because I couldn't find it anywhere, and what I found is not on all fours by any means, but it would indicate that it's not preempted.
Okay, so as far as you know, there's no other school board in the state that's done something like this, other than the organizational meeting, which is in state statute?
And I've not found it, but I've not got answers from everyone I've reached out to, but everyone I've reached out to, no one has seen it. I do know, again, other boards, I've seen county commission, for example, where they've done it. But, I've never seen it with any school board with which I'm familiar. Of course, I don't know every school board.
And it states clearly in our policy, the chair and vice chair have no other, powers than the regular school board members. I mean, that is in our policy. And Mr. Ansbacher, the last part of 1001371 says this section does not apply to any school district with a district school board chair who is elected by district-wide vote. Do you know of any situation like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it's interesting. Okay, so I just think that the organizational meeting, which is in November, state statute says it's in November, we should not change this. I think it would be a precedent that would not be good for the school district in general.
Anyone else? I do have just some questions to throw out to Dr. Posca. I mean, he's free to, write up whatever he wants to write up and give it to us at the next workshop, of course. There was something that Mr. Ansbacher mentioned that is concerning. And if it's just broadly put in there, then we could wind up voting with, one majority or another majority every other month for a new chair or a new vice chair. So I'm not sure how else to word it to prevent that kind of abuse. So I don't know if it would be like for cause or for a good cause or for, a violation of ethics or something. That would certainly be up to you, Dr. Posca. But so that would be my only concern, what Mr. Ansbacher mentioned, because we certainly don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just think about this logically, the board appointed a chair and a vice chair. Certainly they had that power to elect those two individuals. It makes sense that they would also have the power to remove them if they, according to their perception, fail to live up to the expectations upon them. I think in general, the worst case scenario that we have, really the only negative, is that, as you're saying, frequently someone is trying to elect a new chair or vice chair. I kind of tend to think that it's not going to be used very often. It's going to act essentially as a safeguard. And at the end of the day, it is the board majority that's going to make the decision. So really it's the will of the board. The chair and the vice chair are because it was the will of the board. I think it makes sense that they're no longer serving the board's will. The board can then remove them. Certainly, as you said, the biggest negative is if there's a constant changing or attempts to change, which I would not want. That would be a negative. I don't think it's going to be used very often. I think it's going to be used when people feel that ultimately those positions are not being fulfilled that they should be.
Yeah. I mean, I think you certainly have the right to maybe fine tune it or, put in the words that you would be recommending, if there was a caveat, like you mentioned, if there is for cause or, whatever it is. I'd certainly, it's certainly up to you to kind of craft it, bring it back to us if you so choose.
Yeah, no, I think we can have more discussion at the workshop. My opinion is that I would probably not put in stipulations about essentially like a for cause issue, because ultimately that's going to make the process a lot more difficult and upsetting for people. And that's really not the goal of it. The goal is to get back to business. And that business is ultimately going to be the will of the board majority.
So there's a concern I have, and that is when we vote on this in November, there's also some legal stuff that the board chair is responsible for. Not just running the meetings, but I sign all the contracts. So you're looking at an issue. If you consistently are changing chairs or change a chair more often than a year, you're going to have to look at some legal changes of contracts and also the leasing organization corporation stuff. That goes on in November and it's for a year. It's a year contract. So that concerns me that we're going to be flip-flopping on this, and then we're going to be out of compliance with some contracts. So there are some things to consider here, not just who's running the meeting. It's contractual legalese. And, you know, at this point, we're following statute. I don't know why we'd want to go above statute, because we tend to quote statute a lot around here, and that's important to us. And I think the legislators are the ones that put laws forward. So this is a law. Maybe go to our legislators and say, have you ever thought about, you know, changing the law a little bit to tweak it and give us more direction? Because the legal part of the contracts are concerning to me. Very.
Yeah, but the attorney already said we're not going above the law. So to claim that we're going above the law is not accurate, because the attorney said we're not.
That's my opinion. I have an opinion to that. Any other discussion on it? Okay, moving on. Moving to item, I don't know where we are. Hold on. Thank you. Yeah, mine just left me. Okay. 11B, this political activities by Ms. Rosario. The item states business meeting agenda, discussion, information on political activities. We do have a speaker as Mr. Marsh.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm so glad Board Member Rosario brought this up, because I do support this. But there's a couple of things on the supporting documents I'm a little confused on. I only made it through a paralegal degree, so no attorney here. But we're referencing a 2007 legal opinion. We couldn't find one that was a little earlier, than almost 20 years ago. The Hatch Act that we also reference, I believe that's just for federal employees. So I'm a little confused on that one. I don't believe they're federal employees here. But what is important is for many, many months, we had this beautiful sign outside, and I'm not sure how that's legal. I don't know at what point do we stop and allow people to campaign utilizing school district property. So my question is, if we allow that, I don't know, this huge billboard affixed to a pickup truck, if that's okay, tomorrow can we bring an electronic billboard on a box truck? I don't know, with a sheriff candidate's name on it? What's the difference? We allowed this months upon months. Also in this policy, it talks about that school district staff should not be involved pretty much any which way with political candidates. And via Facebook, I've seen a bunch of smiling faces with a couple sheriff's office candidates at a school function. I don't get it. I don't understand how that's allowed. So I really look forward to hearing the board member present this item, because schools are not for political races, period. Let the best man win, or woman, because Cooney is a woman, and keep it out of the schools. And some of these poor people who don't want to be involved in politics get dragged into, come take a picture, and I'm going to post it on my sheriff's candidacy page. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And again, I'm going to finish up, and I hope there's discussion on it. I don't know how that little pickup truck out there, for months upon months, was able to stay out there. And I know they're not a school district employee. I get that, because I was told that by higher leadership. However, that sends a very bad message. I don't care if it's a personal vehicle, if it was a vehicle from the sheriff's department, either which way, it should have never sat here and was allowed to campaign month after month after month. Is that in any of these policies? What do we do for employees? I don't know, let's just bring up the sheriff's department. What if we get a captain that's over schools? Are they allowed to have these signs affixed during a political race? Is that against the policy? I really want to answer to that, because months upon months, as all these school district employees had to come to this building, they got to see that mighty, mighty sign. But don't worry, August is right around the corner. Take care.
Okay, Ms. Rosario, your item?
Thank you. Again, until we discuss an item, no one understands what we're putting the items on here for, nor can we explain which backup items are on there and why. So a little bit of a background. On April 15, 2024, the superintendent sent out an email to all staff, as he generally does during political season, just letting faculty and staff know what they can and cannot do during this time. A few policies were included in that email. They were policies 1232, 3232, 4232, all three of those, of course. And essentially, these policies say what was in his email, which is that employees must remain mindful of not participating in political campaigning for an elective office while on duty with the district. Essentially, what that says is, if you are a faculty or staff member and you are choosing to be a political candidate in some other office, you cannot do that while on duty. That's what that says, because the language is very clear. You cannot participate in political campaigning for an elective office. And that is supported with the statute, which I do not have right in front of me. I have it in my other tab. So looking at those policies, though, the policies, the ones that I just mentioned, speak specifically to Florida Statute 106.011 on what is defined as electioneering communication, which is essentially what is prohibited in our school district. And electioneering, and again, this is specific to people who are choosing to participate in political campaigning for an elective office. And that is, electioneering communications shall mean any communication that is publicly distributed by a television station, radio station, cable television station, satellite system, newspaper, magazine, direct mail, or telephone. Flags, car magnets, and stickers, personal stickers or stickers on personal vehicles is not a part of electioneering communication. So I'm going to come to that in just a second. That is the same messaging on all three of those policies. The other, so the question that I had when I looked at that email, which I have every time he sends out the email, we have the same concern. I have the same concern. So finally, I think it's time that we address it. This same kind of question has come up time and time again. Well, what about my car? Can I have magnets or stickers on my car? What we don't want, which has happened in the past many times, is where faculty and staff members are told, well, you have a political sticker on your car, so you have to take it off. We don't want that. I don't want that. Everybody is entitled to their First Amendment right. So I think that that should be addressed by the school board. There was an email that I received from Suzanne Diagresta, who was our previous attorney, Did you say that, Dr. Moore? And it was really about political signs on cars. I mean, this goes back all the way to 2020. And essentially, and her email very specifically says, and referencing a different policy that we have, policy 9150, she says, in response to your August 11, 2020 email below, school board policy 9150 addresses political activity. She says, the policy prohibits political signs on or in school board property, buildings, and vehicles. However, the policy does not prohibit passive political expression, such as bumper stickers on personal vehicles. I believe a car magnet would fall into the same category as a bumper sticker, so long as it was on a personal vehicle and not a school board-owned vehicle. And so that policy is one of the backups as well, and that policy is pretty, it could be understood two different ways. There's one area in that, so anyway, so that's that, right? So that's what I'd like to add, is language that is very clear, that helps guide the superintendent's messaging to faculty and staff, that it is clear that passive political expression, such as bumper stickers or magnets on personal vehicles, not work vehicles, be, I suppose, allowed. So if you look at 9150, it's really not very clear. In one area, 9150 says that it is prohibited to have, that no officer or employee shall participate in any political activities while on duty. And then it goes on to say, and not otherwise prohibited wherein displaying a bumper sticker. And then on the other side, it says other political activities, political signs as used herein shall not include advertising on clothing, bumper stickers, and sunshades. So it just needs to be fine-tuned a little bit. I think we need to just be clear about what is allowed and what isn't allowed. That is why I am bringing this here. I talked to the superintendent about it. I'm not going to speak for him, but I do believe that it would help guide his work if we just kind of just clean it up a little bit. The biggest question or the biggest concern that I have, of course, is what is provided in statutes, what is provided in, yes, the old 2007 Ashley Moody opinion, and that actually says, which is what happened in Monroe County. There was an issue with Monroe County that, anyway. So it actually states in here, public school authorities may reasonably conclude it is not possible to permit instructors to engage in classroom political advocacy and at the same time successfully disassociate the school from such advocacy. That was just specifically talking to classroom advocacy, but essentially it is the responsibility of the district, however, to determine a narrowly tailored means of accomplishing its purpose without infringing upon the free speech rights of its employees. So I just want to make sure that we get that clear. There was a question about a car that was out in front with a big sign on it. It was clarified, it was clear that that individual was not an employee. Our policies do not dictate what non-employees do. Our policies can only dictate what employees and faculty and staff do here in our district. The Hatch Act was put on there as a backup only because we had a citizen who brought this to our attention. And so I think it was out of complete transparency to add that in there. It is for, it does, I do know, talking with our attorney, it's not something that we would, did I not talk to you?
I think you did.
Yeah. Because okay.
No,
So it's not something that is really going to affect my recommendations here. I've just decided to add this on there, again, to be fully transparent, so you all have all of the information in front of you.
Well, and just very quickly,
Yes,
just
sir.
on the record, The Hatch Act does apply to certain local and state individuals or entities that get federal funding. Employees in educational and research institutions are categorically exempt, and there are several opinions, federal opinions, that say specifically that if you are an employee in essentially in something like a school district, you would be categorically exempt. So maybe someone else who works with us who gets federal funding in another agency might be an issue, but none of our people would be affected by the Hatch Act.
Question?
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering, it just dawned on me because I didn't see it when I read through this previously, but does it someplace define what political activity and political signs consist of? Does that apply specifically to a
This is
particular
only-
candidate or?
It doesn't say, it just says political, so I would assume if you have, a Biden sticker, a Trump sticker, or,
Somebody on some ballot,
I'm thinking there are other issues which are like. could
or
be,
your name on your
Amendment
car,
4, or it could be
Yeah.
other politically oriented things that are not
something on a
necessarily-
ballot.
Okay,
The reason
ballot.
why this came up with Ms. Diagresta, I'm sorry, Mr. McDonald.
That's all right.
No, the reason why this came up with Ms. Diagresta in 2020 was because there was, I had, I think, my own sign. I don't even know. Another sign from a local candidate, I think, was on my car. It was either a magnet or a sticker. And so someone was like, well, you shouldn't have that on your car. It's my personal vehicle. I'm not going to take something off of my personal vehicle. I'm allowed and anyway, so she clarified, no problem with that. It's not a big issue here, according to what I know. It has happened where there have been employees who have been a target of someone saying, you got to take your sticker off of your car, a sticker. But it is rare. Nonetheless, I think it still needs to be addressed. I think it still needs to be fixed, cleaned up.
So are you asking the superintendent then to bring that to our next workshop with
Yeah,
a clarification?
Yeah, I'm just bringing it to your attention. I wanted your feedback on it so that I'd be happy to work with the superintendent and staff to and of course, Mr. Ansbacher, as usual, to just clean it up and make sure that it is clear.
Question?
Yes.
So has there been an issue this year, other than the sticker on the car that could be on there? Has there been any other issue, Dr. Moore?
Through the chair, other than that one issue, not that I'm aware of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, actually, there was the issue with one of the sheriff's employees did have a rather large sign in the back of his pickup truck, which was put to your attention. Now that, by the reading of this, that is not
A violation?
not a violation at all. Even a much larger truck, a panel truck, might not be a violation. It might be something you might want to consider putting a size limitation on a 2x3 magnet or something, some reasonable size limitation that goes beyond a personal.
So are we going to do that for everybody then that comes to visit at a board meeting that has their car parked out here?
No,
Sorry.
That's my concern.
Oh, no,
is if we
what I'm
do
saying
something
is-
Like that, if you're asking it not to be an employee, I think we're running into another issue. He's not an employee.
That's a question do we want to ask, because on here it says, following forms of political activity shall be prohibited at all times at school facilities. We can impose limitations on anyone doing any kind of political activity on the property. So I'm not necessarily promoting that, but I think the issue was raised, and Dr. Moore had to deal with it. At this point, it was legitimate, but we might, with this topic, want to review that again and determine if we want to put some kind of a reasonable limitation such that Dr. Moore would have more grounds to respond to.
Dr. Jones?
I think we're getting to the weeds a little bit. He could take a look at it, see what major issues are, and then bring it back to the board.
Yeah, we can discuss that in our next workshop, if that's okay. All right, Item 11C.
Wait, we didn't hear if Dr. Posca had any.
I'm sorry. Dr. Posca?
Yeah, I'll just say that it sounds like we might want to look at this further and at least make sure the staff are fully aware of the expectations that we have for them. Even though we may or may not have recognized that it's an issue, I don't think it's something we're really looking at closely. I think in general, we probably want to avoid large political dialogues in our schools, especially about local politics. And, you know, for instance, like Biden versus Trump, is that going to help the kids in their classroom if there's a constant discussion between teachers and signs and stickers all throughout the parking lot? Probably not going to help them. You know, I think in general, probably somewhat apolitical.
Okay. We are to 11C, which is child trafficking prevention for schools. It's Ms. Rosario's item, but we have two speakers.
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Thank you. Good evening. It's another great item through the chair by Board Member Rosario. Florida became the first state in the country to mandate child trafficking prevention education for students in grades K through 12. The rule was advocated for by students at the FSU College of Law's Human Trafficking and Exploitation Law Project. You know, it's very good that I know that through all of our systems in place, i.e. Raptor, that those individuals who do not belong on our campuses, they're not getting in. So thank you very much to the chair, Dr. Moore, Sheriff Flowers, and that's it. It's late, and I'm done.
Okay, is Kenneth Simon here? Okay.
Thank you.
This is an article I copied from the New York Times May 1st, 2024 edition of their newspaper, page 12 of section A. And it was a reporter that came down at the end of April to 12th and Delaware, or a Woman's World Abortion Center in Fort Pierce. And I go there on Saturday mornings early.
Sir, excuse me one second. Does that have to do with child trafficking?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you look at the underlined last column, the words that are underlined, and I wanted to bring that to your attention because we have seen this with young ladies of that age being escorted in and out of the place, often with tears, just prepubescent appearing children, string beans of little girls, and it's a heartbreak. Sometimes getting into a large Mercedes SUV or a van, and we noticed the driver one time had a diamond in his ear, and it's a heartbreak to see this. And we called the police, Fort Pierce police there. They came down and said, there's nothing we can do. HEPA laws stop us from doing anything. I've notified this county's sheriff's department. They gave lectures on child trafficking at one of our big churches, and I went to the head of the detective department, child trafficking from the sheriff's department, mentioned it to him. He had no idea this kind of stuff was going on. He wasn't even very familiar about this abortion center, which is the one for the counties around us, the center. It's been going on, if you read this, for 31 years. And so I would like to bring it to your attention because you have one of the greatest detective agencies of 17,000 children's ears and eyes. And if they pick up on some of these things going on, I'd like you to consider not just turning it right over to the sheriff or call the police, but look at some of the national organizations which have 800 numbers that you can call. You know, there was a movie out with Jim Caviezel as the main actor, but it was discussing child trafficking, and importing children, and they can move around a lot. I don't think you'll have students from your school involved in it, but they may pick up on it in their neighborhoods. So if you please be alert to that if you're going to work on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rosario, this is your item.
Yes. So at the January 9th Indian River County Board of Commissioners meeting, Michelle Kolig expressed her gratitude to the commissioners for raising awareness on this issue of child trafficking. They unanimously supported a proclamation recognizing human trafficking awareness in Indian River County. I'm going to just share this with you all. You can take one and pass it back. It's their actual proclamation. And this wasn't the first one of its kind that came to my attention recently. There was another one that came to my attention in St. Lucie County, in Martin County, and I believe there is also one in West Palm Beach. There are several. And so as I looked further into this, let me also say that there is another one also at the January 25th meeting held in Indian River Shores. It was their regular town council meeting. They also pledged a proclamation for the same purpose for Florida for the Florida Faith Alliance to end human trafficking. At this meeting, Mayor Foley read the proclamation in the record, and of course, he presented it to one of the representatives of this organization. So the founder of Visionary School of Arts and Florida Faith Alliance, her name is Lynn Barletta. Lynn Barletta began her professional career teaching art and writing curriculum, and really her focus is in the arts, I would say. But she has already met with Mr. Seymour, which I found out after. I didn't put the two together. She's already met with, I believe it was Mr. Seymour and someone else to present this. So there, I'm not sure exactly where we are in the process, but I think that it would be a welcome invitation to allow her some, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes at our next workshop to present to us what it is that she does and why Martin County is supporting a partnership with her in this effort. I do know that there is a child trafficking prevention program that she offers through a video series with curriculum. We do have a statute that makes sure that we are addressing child trafficking and the issues that come along with that. The human trafficking, if you go to the Department of Education website, the human trafficking resources, all of the resources are there, including links to abuse hotlines, obviously, and then some other materials that school districts can, or people, anyone really, because it's open to the public, can access. So nonetheless, just kind of bringing it to your attention, because I would like to invite her to present. At the very least, you know, we can kind of give, if we like what we hear, we can always give the superintendent and Mr. Seymour the thumbs up and say, this sounds like a great program. If not, you know, then the opposite could occur, but certainly I am open to having her come in and just presenting to us. I mean, we have nothing to lose. Other districts are grabbing hold of this and they're loving it. So I think that it is certainly something that we can look into.
Okay. Any other board members' discussion on this?
Just one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just say, it sounds like a very good resource, and I would recommend bringing her into the workshop to hear more about it, hear their presentation, and I think we should consider using the materials and see what she has to say.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
When I was here with Ms. Dampier for the year, we met with somebody from Martin County, and I know Pam, Ms. Dampier followed through on that, but I too would like to see her come in. I don't know if she's the same person, but
Okay,
any kind of information we could get would be great.
wonderful, thank you.
I just know, I've heard about this from Martin County when I was at the Treasure Coast Council Local Governments meeting that was discussed. And also, I guess Milo Thornton also has been meeting with her, so I know that he has a process already in place, so we might want to know what's going on there before we go any further with that. But I'm all for having her come and speak at a workshop.
Wonderful. Okay, so Dr. Moore, I will share this information. You probably already have it, and we'll get it set up for the next workshop. Thank you.
Okay, next
Thank you,
item
Mr.
is
Seymour.
PERT exam, and Ms. Rosario has this item, and I will say, I know, Mr. Marsh, you asked about whether or not you could speak to that item, but I am looking at the discussion items, and you didn't put down that you'd like to speak to any discussion items, so I'm so sorry. Okay. Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
But you let him speak to the other discussion items.
Because it was printed on there that he wrote on there.
Oh, okay.
This one he didn't.
Okay. All right. We got to fix this. Thank you. So the PERT discussion, so I've had some people come to me and just say, hey, you know, our website doesn't have PERT information. So I went on our website and I did a search, and it really doesn't. The only thing that comes up when I do a search for PERT is dual enrollment and action step 1.28. So it really doesn't have anything specific to PERT. And the PERT, for those who don't know, is the Post-Secondary Education Readiness Test. The purpose of it is to determine placement if students want to dual enroll in Indian River State College. They can, you know, take the PERT test in English, in reading, in writing, and in math, and if they get a certain score, they can start taking college classes. So then I just started to get curious, and I started to do some searches on other websites, and I will tell you that Brevard County has a PERT study guide for each one of those subjects, and it's actually with a link to Florida State College at Jacksonville. The other ones that I have seen have been in Duval County, Broward County, Osceola County. So there are quite a few, Hernando County, but in our county, we don't. So I would just like the superintendent to look into this and you know, give us a report back on that if you can. And if indeed my search was wrong and there is a link, if you can send that to us. If not, why not create it? We need something to help students on their own. If they're interested, they can just click on it. They could take the study samples with links to wherever these PERT resources might be. It is incredibly important for students, and it certainly will help them, obviously, if they are interested in advancing while in school. So not a big discussion item, but if we're going to do it, I'd rather not bring this up at the next meeting, because then we get closer to the opening of school. And I didn't mention it to you in R10 because I forgot. So here it is.
Okay, any other board members want to speak about PERT?
Dr. Moore, is that test still used for?
Yes.
Concordance scores
Yes.
as well as Ms.
Algebra,
Rosario's.
EOC?
Mhm.
Okay, all right. And the pass rate on that is, do you remember, Dr. Moore? Compared to algebra,
114 for the
EOC?
math.
No, I mean, percentage of
Overall-
kids making it on the PERT versus the algebra EOC, or? I know that's off the cuff.
I'll include that in the update to the board. I don't
Okay,
have it. I
all
probably
right.
do. 3 hours ago, I probably could have just recited that off, but right now I can't.
Okay.
Okay, and so the last discussion item is mine, it's civility. The reason why I brought that up is because this term's been used a lot by these board members, myself included. And I did notice other districts have actual policies for board members about civility, or they have codes of civility, or they have statements of civility. There's lots of stuff that school boards are doing. It's actually a very hot topic. So I'd like to maybe ask if, if the superintendent could do a little bit of research, because, we don't have the ability to, for our policies to really go through and do a quick search of the word civility. But if you could bring to us in our one-on-one discussions about civility statements or policies or something like that, I'd appreciate that. All right, anything else on that? Okay. We are to board member matters. Who would like to go first?
I do.
Okay, Dr. Jones, go for it.
Yeah, this is a good part of the agenda. Went to the GYO Gifford Youth Orchestra Spring Concert. Great job led by Casey Lunsford, Crystal Bougeot, and all the volunteers. I went to a Mother's Day event at Hope for Families. Flowers and breakfast were provided by Team Success in Home Depot. And I sent Tasha Jones an email today because most of the students from Hope for Families attend Citrus, and they love going there. They feel welcome, they feel accepted, and she said it made her day. I know Dr. Moore has talked about this. Vero Baseball, shout out to all the parents in the press box and volunteers all year long. We lost by 2 runs to a nationally ranked team. And if anyone, and I used to run the state events for Florida High School Athletic Association. Great event for our students, great event for participation, and kudos to that team because they were really scrappy. Very proud of them. End of year testing and activities. I talked to Dr. Moore about some testing and when we will finish. When's the last day, Dr. Moore?
Hopefully this Friday.
Okay, so good luck on all of that and the activities. United Way Fun Day, I witnessed the bike race, and you had great effort. And very proud of that. United Way did a great thing. I had the privilege of serving on some panels this year for finance and governance. The St. Edward's had the Scholarship Foundation the other night. 39 students were awarded about $700,000. Very glad to be there, and I get to go in for Miss Berenborg tomorrow for the Agnes Peoples at St. Ed's. Just a reminder to all of our students and parents are going into summer school, please take a look at your times. A lot of information on summer school, step and decay, and everything else. As we said earlier, all the graduations were wonderful. So much time goes into that. We had over 1,100 graduates for Vero and Sebastian River High School. And I do want to give out a shout out to Mr. Cummings. I've been to at least 20 graduations in this county over the years, and his speech was outstanding and powerful. When a principal gets a bit choked up, as Mr. Cummings did, well, the love was certainly there for all of your students, and their love for you was very evident, and I wanted to call him out on that. And this is going to be our last meeting before the last day for students and teachers and staff. Thank you for a great 23-24. You all worked hard. I appreciate each and every one of you. Stay safe.
Okay, Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. No, in the interest of brevity, I'll just say I enjoyed my opportunity to take part in some of the year-end activities, particularly the scholarship night at Sebastian River was sort of impressive. Again, they gave away a few $100,000.
They were $400,000.
$400,000 was pretty impressive. The students that came up, as well as the generosity of the community. Also, the Vero Beach and Sebastian River High School events were really impressive, and it was great to take part in them, and really takes me back too many dozen years that I want to admit. But it was encouraging to see young people following, hopefully, in better footsteps than I did. And also, the Treasure Coast Technical College, impressive to see people not as much younger than me who made the effort to go on and get degrees. And ultimately, probably the smallest but the best was the Wabasso School, to see those people that work so hard to give their best, to do as much as they can, and to see the families that
that put it all on the line to support those students. And it was a real blessing to see that.
Ms. Rosario?
Yes, I ditto all of the incredible sentiments about the graduations. They were really wonderful. Dr. Moore, please, can we have evening graduations for both schools? I mean, we used to do it, Dr. Moore, all the
No,
time.
it's done. It's already done. Thursday and Friday next year.
All right. All right. Other than that, but we're not done because tomorrow we have Indian River virtual graduation. I think just maybe a little bigger than Wabasso, but it's still going to be super intimate and really sweet. It will be here in the TEC room. So I don't know if that's live. Is that live? Do we post that live? I was going to say it's live on YouTube, but.
I hope so. It's virtual, so they're very used to it.
Do people actually show?
Yeah, no,
A joke at 12:13 a.m.
Virtual, yeah.
I will say there was a meeting recently, I don't know if you mentioned it in your presentation at the very onset of the board meeting, Dr. Moore, with the faith-based leadership organization and churches in the area. So that was pretty impressive. And yes, I wanted to give a shout out to Joe Maldonado from First Priority. I do believe that was also, I'm talking about the Faculty Staff Appreciation Luncheon that was held here on Thursday. I do believe that was in concert together with Christ Fellowship and with CareNet. Is that right? And so all three of them, really came together, and from what I saw, I'm so upset that I missed it, but from what I saw, it was an amazing luncheon. And then, of course, we are on the final stretch for the end of the year events. As teachers clean up their room and kids get ready for the summer, I just want to wish everyone a phenomenal end of the year, closing out. Everybody stay safe and healthy and have a fantastic summer.
Okay. I think I saw Dr. Posca sign off before we got to Members Matters. Is he still on?
No.
Okay. All right. I'll finish up then. So I attended Battle of the Books. It was awesome that it came back. Packed room. It was awesome. Treasure Coast Council Local Governments meeting was interesting. The speaker was about water, but there were some other conversations that came up that were really interesting. One was about a homeless hotel that they're making in St. Lucie County for veterans. And they said they kind of modeled it after what we're doing up here, but theirs is going to be much bigger and new and really interesting. Zoning and planning, I attended, and there's a Baptist church that is proposing a school on Roseland Road. There were a lot of people concerned about the traffic. My concern was about a safety plan or lack of. And I know we don't have jurisdiction over private schools, but I did mention John Teskey's name about somebody to reach out just to ask questions about school security, because they didn't even think of fencing. They didn't think of like a lot of things we think of for security, and they were very grateful of that. One thing that came up that I brought up that the rest of the board didn't really think about is any time you're looking at a project, think about sidewalks. And that's something they said, sometimes we forget to ask about sidewalks. And I said, no, you've got to ask about sidewalks for every project. Because, I brought up Vero Lake Estates and the tragedy we had there. So that was just something that I was glad that I sat on that board and was able to make those comments that day, and they appreciated it. I attended Lay Day here. That was fun to see the fun. For a while there, the school district, the one thing we heard over and over again, Mr. Rosario and I, because we were on the board back then, was about morality, the morale of the employees. And I really not had that problem in the last couple of years of hearing that the morale is bad. And I think it's because of things like that. Graduations were excellent. It was so nice to see, what's the name of the teacher who broke down in tears?
Which one?
At Wabasso about a student.
Coach.
And, oh my gosh.
He was wonderful.
You know, that was just moving to see a teacher that literally was crying his heart out because he was seeing a student leave. And he was happy for the student, you know, but also he had been with that student for 11 years?
More, I think.
11. So it was heartwarming to see that. Kudos to our teachers. And I know they've been through a lot, and they're working hard, and they're just in that mode of trying to finish up the year and also making sure that their kids are safe and keeping them safe in the summer. The Wabasso, the Sebastian River High School, Vero Beach High School graduation's outstanding, outstanding. And we got another one coming up. As she said, the Community Career Fair at GYAC, I attended that as well. Wow, what a great turnout, and what a great event it really was, connecting local businesses with our kids that are going to be graduating and looking for jobs, so employing our own right here. And I did bring up an item at our last workshop that I asked the superintendent about where we are with, and that's the Purple Star Schools. Dr. Moore, did you want to bring up anything about that? Remember, I said I was going to, I'm going to throw that to you.
I'm going to throw it to Dr. Shep.
Okay.
We did our research, and our current policies for controlled open enrollment would support that designation. So what we would like to do is spend some time with our principals and look to develop a K-12 pipeline, that we can have a Purple Star K-12 pipeline at an elementary, at a middle, and a high school that makes sense, so that we keep our military families supported, but almost like a cohort model.
Okay, so are we going to bring that forward then in another board meeting?
At a later date.
Okay.
I would imagine.
I just want to make sure it's still on the discussion.
It doesn't require board action, but we will be able to implement the program. So as soon as, I think the deadline was August or October?
September 30th.
Or September. Mostly wrong that time. But prior to that, we'll bring the implementation plan to the board.
Yeah, I just think keeping it forefront, letting us know where we are in the process would be nice. And Dr. Moore, superintendent's closing.
And to all a good night.
And with that, I'd like to call this meeting to a close at 12:20 p.m.